Sincere Jaden. Sincere Jaden.
Time we stop, those of us who support, as most of us do, Israel in this body, for apologizing for our support for Israel. There is no apology to be made. None. It is the best $3 billion investment we make. Were there not an Israel, the United States of America would have to invent an Israel to protect her interest in the region. The United States would have to go out and invent an Israel. The second part is people should understand by now, this should be crystal clear, that Israel is the single greatest strength America has in the Middle East. I always say to my friends when they say those things to you, I say, imagine our circumstance in the world were there no Israel. How many battleships would there be? How many troops would be stationed? You know, I used to say early on when I was a kid, I'd say, when I was a young senator, I'd say, if I were a Jew, I'd be a Zionist. I am a Zionist. You don't have to be a Jew to be a Zionist.
Progress occurs in the Middle East when everyone knows there's simply no space between the United States and Israel. There is no space between the United States and Israel when it comes to Israel's security.
There is only one nation in the world that has unequivocally, without hesitation, and consistently confronted the efforts to delegitimize Israel. At every point in our administration, at every juncture, we've stood up on behalf of the legitimacy of the state of Israel.
The security of Israel and the United States is inextricably tied, and we will never, ever, ever abandon Israel out of our own self-interest. I also emphasize what I've said throughout this conflict. The United States fully supports Israel's right to defend itself against indiscriminate rocket attacks from Hamas and other Gaza-based terrorist groups that have taken the lives of innocent civilians in Israel.
First casualty of war is truth. You see, we contextualize this argument of Israeli and Palestinian dynamics based upon two factions, when the reality is there's an originating circumstance that gets eliminated from the argument, not even part of the discussion. Now, I do believe Cenk is correct on the narrative dynamic associated with this, but historical context is required. 1917 is your historical context, because in 1917, something happened that was unprecedented. The European world decided, to back a 67-word document called the Balfour Declaration. Put up, Mr. Balfour. Mr. Balfour, and also a man named Lionel Walter Rothschild at the center of the debate. They get left out of this. I'm about to put these gentlemen squarely where they belong. The Balfour Declaration, which resulted in a significant upheaval in the lives of Palestinians, was issued on November 2nd, 1917. The declaration aimed to establish a Jewish state in Palestine into a reality when Britain publicly pledged to establish a national home for the Jewish people there. The pledge is generally viewed as one of the main catalysts of the Nakba, the ethnic cleansing of Palestine in 1948 and the conflict that ensued. It is regarded as one of the most controversial and contested documents in the modern history of the Arab world and has puzzled historians for decades. The Balfour Declaration, which means promise in Arabic, all right, was a public pledge by Britain in 1917 declaring its aim to establish a national home for the Jewish people in Palestine. That is a fact. The statement came in the form of a letter from Britain's then Foreign Secretary, Arthur Balfour, addressed to Lionel W. Rothschild. It was made during World War I. This was 1914 to 1918, and was included in the terms of the British mandate for Palestine after the dissolution of the Ottoman Empire. The so-called mandate system set up by the Allied powers was a thinly veiled form of colonization and occupation. They colonized, forced colonization. The system transferred rule from the territories that were previously controlled by the powers defeated in the war: Germany, Austria-Hungary, the Ottoman Empire, and Bulgaria, to the victors. The declared aim of the mandate system was to allow the winners to administer the newly emerging states until they could be independent. That was the first proclamation. The document was controversial for multiple reasons. Number one, it was, in the words of the late Palestinian American academic Edward Said, made by European power about a non-European territory, and a flat disregard of both the presence and the wishes of the native majority resident in that territory. In essence, the Balfour Declaration promised Jews a land where the natives made up more than 90% of the population. There's much more history connected to that, which also includes how Palestinians attempting to boycott this invasion eventually economically withdrew from the ecosystem of economy of Jewish-made things, Jewish-grown food. The British came in and did a mass incarceration, arrested them by the thousands when they enacted these, policies to create more equity in their system. And then on the other side of that, you have this force that is enforcing their rule of law. There's no diplomacy here. There's no opportunity to engage thoughtfully. There's our way or no way. So when we talk about this conflict, understand war is never necessary. War is here because of the permeation of evil that exists inside of us as human beings. That's the reason it's here. So don't accept their framework that it is necessary. War is not a necessary reality of our living. It is a reality that is before us, but it is not a necessary one. So if we ever argue only inside of the framework of war, we've already lost the battle, because outside of that, we are able to actually live peacefully. There are no winners in war. Why do you think the majority of the people of Israel are against war? Why do you think the majority of the people of Israel are against Netanyahu? So when you stand for the Israelis, stand for the ones that wake up every morning, going to work, making money to pay a mortgage, to put food on the table, because the vast majority of them are against the leadership that presently states that they speak for everybody. So I stand with Israel for real. I stand with Palestinians for real. I stand with humanity for real. All right, Jordan, thoughts here.
What we're seeing in Gaza is, more often than not, especially in Western press, the complete removal of the humanity in this situation. It is talked about in broad strokes. It's talked about in abstract terms, and people, civilians who are killed, are reduced to statistics. And when there is a push for a ceasefire, it's met with, including some Democratic members of Congress, opposition, rebuttal. You had John Fetterman last night tweet out that this is not the time to call for a ceasefire. Thousands of people in Gaza have already died. Thousands. Many of whom, if not the majority of whom, had nothing to do with this to begin with. And you provided this historical context for this conflict, which is important and almost always lacking in most analysis of the current situation. And you mentioned economic boycotts. It is a crime. It is illegal in over a dozen states in the US to participate in economic boycotts of Israel. One of the most peaceful ways to demonstrate your stance or take a stand on something, no one gets hurt. You can't do that in many states in this country. The UN, it just yesterday tried to pass a resolution calling for a pause to allow in humanitarian aid, and the United States, using its veto power as one of 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council, vetoed it. Had they not done that, it would have passed. And it's moments like this that makes people feel really frustrated and powerless, because nobody wants to see suffering on either side. Obviously, any rational person who sees this is not celebrating the death of innocent civilians. But when you have a superpower like the United States stepping in to block a UN proposal to call for a pause so we can get humanitarian aid in, it shows you what their motive really is. And this didn't start with Hamas's attack on Israel a week and a half ago. It did not start there. And if that is the starting point for any conversation, it's not worth your time. So I implore people to educate yourselves, to consume reporting and analysis and historical context on this conflict, because everyone will be better off. And centering in all of this a push for the humanitarian cause, for a ceasefire. I set up a site. You can go to ceasefiretoday.com. You can, in 30 seconds, email your representative and your senators. And there's also a call script on that website that allows you to click one button, be connected to the Capitol switchboard, and you can call your representative and senators and ask them to support a ceasefire in Gaza so that no more innocent people get killed.
So very well said. And when America made that decision to utilize the awesome power of veto, which is insane, to allow aid to come to civilians, but we say from the microphone, we want innocent life protected. Literally, the president just said this. But then we vote contrary to that proclamation. This is supposed to be a representative form of government. The vast majority of people in America are for that action, the ceasefire, making sure people, innocent folk, get aid that they need. How are we a representative form of government when our representatives are adversarial and antithetical to our form of government?
Grandfather was the one of the founding fathers of the state of Israel.
Yes, he was.
Tell us about this.
Yes, he was. The generation of my grandparents was the generation of the first Jews to take on Zionism as an ideology and take on this idea of establishing a Jewish homeland in Palestine. And he was very active. He became a leader within the movement. He was a member of the de facto Jewish government before the State of Israel was established. And he was one of the signers on the Declaration of Independence when the State of Israel was established.
Okay, and then from there, your father actually, he was the general.
My father was, yes, both my parents were born in Palestine. So they're the first generation Israelis, if you will, first generation Jews who were born there. And my father, as a young man, while still in high school, joined the Zionist militia. He became an officer. So in the war of 1948, when the Zionists occupied most of Palestine, he was an officer already. And then he remained in the military as a career officer. And by 1967, he was already a general and a member of the Israeli Central Command, the High Command.
Somebody's pointing the finger and say, this guy's anti-Semitic. What do you have to say about that?
Well, I'm Jewish, so being anti-Semitic is nonsense. Number one. Number two, being anti-Semitic means being racist against Jews. I'm not racist against Jews. But I am critical of the State of Israel. I'm critical of Zionism, which has really nothing to do with Jews, although they claim to. So there's nothing anti-Semitic about criticizing Israel. In fact, most Jews don't even live there. Most Jews never accepted Zionism, so I don't think that has anything to do with it. And it's a claim that's being thrown out when there's nothing else to say. When the other side, the pro-Israeli side, the side that supports the violence in Palestine, has nothing to say, they say anti-Semitic. Well, so they say anti-Semitic.
What if someone says, look, he's just a self-hating Jew? Have you heard this statement?
Yeah, well, I certainly don't hate myself. That's nonsense. Yeah. And I don't hate anybody else. I think it's one of those things they throw at you when they've got no argument.
I just had a rabbi give me an analogy. He said, look, imagine you left your home and then someone came and occupied it, and then you try to get it back, and then they went to the judge. Have you heard some of these analogies? Maybe you can.
Yeah, that's assuming that, that's taking it to a place which I don't usually go. That's making the assumption that today's Jews are really the descendants of the ancient Hebrews that used to live in that part of the world some 3,000 years ago. That's making the assumption that today's Jews are really the descendants of the ancient Hebrews that used to live in that part of the world some 3,000 years ago. That's a bit of a stretch for me. And even if it was true, I don't think it. I agree with him. It doesn't justify. I did not live there 3,000 years ago. My grandparents immigrated from Ukraine. Their parents, their grandparents didn't live there, and I don't know any Jew that can trace his or her ancestors back to the ancient Hebrews. I did not live there 3,000 years ago. My grandparents immigrated from Ukraine. Their parents, their grandparents didn't live there, and I don't know any Jew that can trace his or her ancestors back to the ancient Hebrews. So that's a lot of, a lot of myth there, and I don't think it's relevant. So that's a lot of, a lot of myth.
In 1943, the following directive was issued from party headquarters to all communists in the United States. It read, "When certain obstructionists become too irritating, label them after suitable buildups as fascist or Nazi or anti-Semitic, and use the prestige of anti-fascist and tolerance organizations to discredit them. In the public mind, constantly associate those who oppose us with those names which already have a bad smell. The association will, after enough repetition, become fact in the public mind."
Why a Jew I would be a Zionist. And my father pointed out to me, I did not need to be a Jew to be a Zionist, for I am. Israel is essential to the security of Jews worldwide.
We see this last Saturday, it was shocking to the world, but the world doesn't seem to take in regard the 75 years that every day almost you have Palestinian death and suffering. But we as Jews do take this into consideration. It's not how I personally look at this. It's how, as a Jew who's observant, who's following the rules of the Judaism, of the Torah, Judaism is subservience to God. That's what it's all about. It's a religion of 3,000 years, while Zionism is a mere 150 years. It's a transformation to nationalism, to have a piece of land. It's a political movement. It's a materialistic movement. It was started by Jews who are non-religious, and they're simply incorporating, using the name Israel, using the Star of David, and claiming that it's a God. It's given to them by God. And we who are following the Torah, who are true to the Torah, stand up adamantly refuting what they're saying. The Torah clearly states that we shall not kill, we shall not steal, and the whole concept is strange, is totally antithetical to our teachings, contradictory. The Jewish community had been living together with the Muslim community and the Christian community, and since this movement started, and since they gained hold in the land and eventually got rule over the land, there's been endless bloodshed. There's hate that has grown thousandfold. It's a wedge driven between the Jews and the Muslims, and it's brought death and suffering to the Palestinian people in the majority, but to the Jewish populace also. As we see this last Saturday, it was shocking to the world, but the world doesn't seem to take in regard the 75 years that every day almost you have Palestinian death and suffering. But we as Jews do take this into consideration. We say this is clearly a rebellion against God, and it hurts us more than usual because it's being done in our name. And the rabbis you are seeing, the power bases that you are seeing in the settlements, that is fringe to the Jewish communities, those are the ones who bought into this tale that it's God's wish. But the central part of Judaism, the very religious, in whatever country, maybe in Argentina, the very religious says, no, we're dead set against this. We cry with the Palestinians. And therefore, what's happening today in Gaza, that they're bombing them relentlessly, and they're pointing and they're accusing them of being animals. It's even hard to repeat, and whatever they say of them, of being terrorists, it's not. It's all to cover their totally illegitimate occupation. And to that, I'll bring a simple proof. We lived together, the Jewish community, for hundreds of years in Palestine, in Egypt, Morocco, Tunisia, Iran. In all the countries we lived and flourished as religious Jews amongst religious Muslims without any human rights groups to protect us. We always lived together. We babysat each other's children, even though we have a distinctly different religion. And it was never a cause of animosity. All that changed is the introduction of Zionism, the control of the land. And since that came, which is not 1948, it's in the 1890s or so, and they started coming in and taking over the lands. Since then, there's death and suffering, the Palestinians and of the Jews, because they are creating this fear, this hate, this estrangement. We can show many pictures how the Jews lived together. Anybody old Arab will tell you, and every old Jew, how we used to babysit each other's children, like I say, and help each other. And I've had many stories of people will tell us. So it's clearly what these Ben Gvir and these other people are saying. They are coming from Mizrahi. That is that segment that is religious Zionists, but not the central, what we call the Eid Chorei, this God-fearing community, and around the world. We stand in total opposition, and it hurts us that we have no words for the suffering, the Palestinians. That's why we came out, let's say even today. Yes, we go out in tens of thousands, but we would have hundreds of thousands demonstrating constantly, but the fear of the repercussions from the Zionists, because they're vicious. We went out, 2 days ago, to Manhattan. We demonstrated. I came back, the tar cars were slashed, the mirrors were broken. This is nothing to what they threat. They have death threats, and in Jerusalem and Al-Quds and in the other parts of occupied Palestine, they people get killed and arrested and so forth. So there's a reason why there's less of a voice that you will hear, even though our communities are full in opposition to Zionism. And we plead with the leaders today. It's very scary what today we are seeing. And there's assembled 300,000 soldiers at the gates of Gaza, and it's and of course the bombing there, and it's heartrending. There's no words, and we can only again plead with the world leaders and demand that this injustice, this criminality, this suffering of the Palestinian people has to be addressed. It must be stopped. One day this will end. It's against God. And we as Jews are crying and hurting with them and praying for them. And we go out tirelessly. Some of us go out all the time. I mean, we're doing this for years, and many of others. There's demonstrations in the front of the UN, and therefore we're going out. A lot of the media doesn't cover it because they know that they will be accused of being anti-Semitic. But we try, and we hope that with God's help, that with His compassion, that He will free them, and ultimately with a totally free Palestine, we as Jews will be able to show our tremendous gratification for the fact that we were embraced and taken in when we suffered in Europe. We went through crusades, inquisitions. It was the Muslim countries that took us in, and we flourished there. So we should be able to show again our gratefulness, and not to watch how they're being vilified. We hope it will happen soon in our days, and we apologize that what's being done in the name of Judaism.
So Hamas, also a big piece of this puzzle. Hamas was also our friend. They had no weapons until we gave them weapons. We created them. We funded them. We did this alongside the Israelis who funded Hamas. This, of course, is well documented. Any idiot knows this by now. Israeli Defense Forces Brigadier General Yitzhak Segav explained this to the New York Times. He was interviewed in 1981. This is well documented. He was tasked at the time by giving Hamas money, funneling it through mosques. You can read the interview. It's a great interview. Where have I heard this all before? Oh, right. We use the exact same strategy with Al-Qaeda. Former Senator Ron Paul told all of us on the floor of Congress how Hamas came to be.
if you look at the history, you'll find out that Hamas was encouraged and really started by Israel because they wanted Hamas to counteract Yasser Arafat. And you say, well, yeah, that was better then and served its purpose, but we didn't want Hamas to do this. So then we as Americans say, well, we have such a good system, we're going to impose this on the world. We're going to invade Iraq and teach people how to be Democrats. We want free elections. So we encourage the Palestinians to have a free election. They do, and they elect Hamas. So we first, indirectly and directly through Israel, help establish Hamas. Then we have election. Then Hamas becomes dominant, so we have to kill them. You know, it just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense, does it? We used them for a while to go up against Yasser Arafat, a guy who we always thought was shady. We didn't like the Palestinian Liberation Organization. We didn't like the PLO, right? So we thought of them as this is an opportunity to use them as a hedge, right? We'll fund Hamas. We'll give them weapons. They had one gun before we came into town. So
part of the narrative I see a lot of people talking about is the fact that, hey, the Palestinians voted them in, so they're guilty because they got Hamas in, but only 7% of the people actually voted them in. And once they gained power in 2007, I believe it was, they ended elections.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. That's the argument, right? Is that, well, you voted them into power. It's the same argument that, people are making about Germany. The Third Reich, they actually won at the ballot box, and that's how they came to power. People voted for them.
Plus 50% of the population are children. They cannot vote. In the same way that historically, the Palestinian leaders who rejected the 1948 Accords that would have granted them land sharing with Israel, those same leaders did not enjoy popular support either. So right. Again, what we're seeing is civilians being harmed because of the choices of politicians.
And what I'm saying is we're all being played here, guys. Like, yes, civilians are being harmed and we're all being played like fiddles, being forced to take sides on social media. What flag do you represent? Meanwhile, behind the scenes, these deep states are running the show, doing all of the things and pulling all of our strings. So the term Pearl Harbor is being used all over again, Western media, to justify the Israeli invasion of Gaza. But perhaps we should stop and think about how both of those events came to pass. In both of those events, something shady happened. In both situations, we knew about these events ahead of time. We knew about Pearl Harbor ahead of time. Just 3 days before December 7, 1941, Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor, President Roosevelt was warned in a memo from the Naval Intelligence that Tokyo's military and spy network was focused on attacking Hawaii. Did nothing about it. And that's just the tip of the Pearl Harbor iceberg. We don't have time to get into all of that tonight. And don't get me started on the knowledge we had, of course, on the 9/11 attacks. We've done whole deep dive videos here on and interviews about the 9/11 attacks and how the hijackers themselves simply couldn't have taken those planes and smashed them into the World Trade Center towers and the controlled demolition of those buildings on top of all of that. Building 7. Can we get into all of the details? No, we don't have time. So how the hell did Israel magically fail to stop this? Steve Bannon had an interesting take on this whole Pearl Harbor 9/11 conundrum. Listen.
The Israelis are calling this a combination of Pearl Harbor and 9/11. We still don't have the truth on Pearl Harbor or 9/11. Let me just be blunt about that. And I've gone through every document, every commission. I think they had 6 or 7 on Pearl Harbor. IDF's intelligence operation, I think, is pound for pound the best in the world. Then you have Mossad. Then you have the CIA. We have 17, you have NSA. It is impossible. This thing, it was a military operation on land, sea, and air with 5,000 missiles, paragliders. It's over a geographic, they were all the way from Tel Aviv to Gaza. This took months. The Wall Street Journal said months, I think years, of planning, logistics, recruitment, training, finance, and people don't talk about this. They had Palestinian journalist embeds. There were Palestinian journalist embeds. This is a full. This was like us going into Iraq in 2003. It is impossible for the intelligence apparatus between the United States and not just that, the Saudis and UAE, their intelligence apparatuses work with the Israelis and work with the United States. It couldn't have happened. It's impossible for it to happen.
Impossible.
Now, something I've been fixated on because I remember so clearly a 60 Minutes piece from 2006, I believe it was, and I've been searching for it online and haven't been able to find it, where
Maybe
Israel,
they took it down, by the way.
They have, in fact. I've had a couple conversations with Google Bard. We've been searching for it. My best friend, who I like to argue with about war politics, Google Bard is Google's Chat GPT competitor. Yeah. And it is not there anymore. So if anybody can find it in a sleuth newsroom, I would love to see this. What they said to Scott Pelley over 15 years ago, I believe, way more than that, was that Israel can have their Air Force airborne within 90 seconds of a threat. They said this to 60 Minutes, and I can't find proof of it, but I remember it. It's up here, so help me find it, that within any threat, they can be airborne in 90 seconds. So why did the attack on October 7th take hours? Why wasn't anybody able to be in the air in 90 seconds?
Right.
Well, and I watched a lady that did an interview that said that even if a cat can literally trigger the alarms over the border. A cat.
Right.
So if they're getting triggered by cats, and we're to believe all these people just flew in on paragliders and
right. Well, and I think
military in the world.
And the fact that Palestinian journalists were embedded and there was no communication, there was nothing picked up at all. I mean, come on, we're not stupid, right? We're not stupid. We know. And so you can see this all unfolding here. Of course, they don't want to stop this. They didn't want to stop. Why would they want to stop this? They needed a Pearl Harbor moment. The United States needs a Pearl Harbor moment. They need this. We need these events in order to destabilize and control the Middle East. General Wesley Clark explained a few years ago how he saw these documents, these specific documents that we're talking about here, that laid it all out in black and white on their plans for the Middle East. Classified documents. Listen.
Right after 9/11, about 10 days after 9/11, I went through the Pentagon and I saw Secretary Rumsfeld and Deputy Secretary Wolfowitz. I went downstairs just to say hello to some of the people on the Joint Staff who had used to work for me. And one of the generals called me and he said, "Sir, you got to come in. You got to come in and talk to me a second." I said, "Well, you're too busy." He said, No. He says, "We've made the decision. We're going to war with Iraq." This was on or about the 20th of September. I said, "We're going to war with Iraq. Why?" He said, "I don't know." He said, "I guess they don't know what else to do." So I said, "Well, did they find some information connecting Saddam to Al-Qaeda?" He said, No. He says, "There's nothing new that way. They just made the decision to go to war with Iraq." He said, "I guess it's like we don't know what to do about terrorists, but we've got a good military and we can take down governments." And he said, "I guess if the only tool you have is a hammer, every problem has to look like a nail." So I came back to see him a few weeks later, and by that time we were bombing in Afghanistan. I said, "Are we still going to war with Iraq?" And he said, "Oh, it's worse than that." He said, he reached over on his desk, he picked up a piece of paper, and he said, I just got this down from upstairs, meaning the Secretary of Defense's office today, and he said, "This is a memo that describes how we're going to take out 7 countries in 5 years, starting with Iraq and then Syria, Lebanon, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, and finishing off Iran." I said, "Is it classified?" He said, "Yes, sir." I said, "Well, don't."
This is not funny.
The audience thought it was funny.
I don't like the laugh track on that, Clayton.
It wasn't a laugh track. It was a live audience. But yeah, he says, I don't show it to me. These are the countries that we're going to target. Does it sound familiar? What's actually happening? And all of the rhetoric, of course, about Iran over the past 48, 72 hours. So get ready. Something big is coming. Do you feel like we're being played like a fiddle? I do. Let us know in the comments below.
Host Greg Kelly celebrated the idea of totally annihilating Gaza. Take a look.
And Israel right now is doing a fantastic job pounding Gaza night and day. It's exactly what they deserve. Take a look at from the ground perspective, what it looks like. I mean, it's kind of hard to believe, though, as this to me looks like total victory, right? Total annihilation. Doesn't work that way. You still have to go in with the ground troops.
50% of the people who live in Gaza are children.
Yes.
The average age of a Gazan resident is 18 years old, and that was Greg Kelly. don't mean to be crude, but horny at the idea of annihilating an entire group of people, gleefully cheering on the genocide of the Palestinian people. And just to give a little bit of context about the conditions, Greg Kelly, who's never suffered a moment in his life, the conditions that the people of Gaza have to live through, 97% of them don't have access to clean drinking water. Because they don't have access to clean drinking water, instances of kidney disease is particularly prevalent in Gaza. They don't have the medical equipment to be able to adequately treat those diseases because Israel won't let them have it. So they have to get special passes from the Israeli government to get treatment, which can and do get revoked for any or no reason whatsoever. The unemployment rate is 50%. The youth unemployment rate is 70%. There are previous liberation organizations that were more secular, more inspiring, were undermined by the Israeli state, who bolstered and funded Hamas as recently as 2019. Benjamin Netanyahu is on the record speaking to members of his party in the Knesset, saying, in order to prevent the establishment of an Israeli state, we need to continue to bolster and send money to Hamas. I mean, these are the conditions that these people have to suffer through. And there is, again, Greg Kelly, who's never suffered a moment in his life, smiling in the face of genocide. Utterly repulsive.
As I said, about 50% of the population of Gaza were born in an open-air prison. Their entire lives have been in an apartheid state. You can imagine what their lives are like. Their lives have already been foreclosed from the time they were born. The average life expectancy in Gaza, the last time I checked, is almost 30 years lower than life expectancy in the countries in the world with the highest life expectancy, which, by the way, is not us in the United States. It gets to the key point of what lives matter on this planet, right? Sub-Saharan Africans, their lives don't matter. They're drowned in the Mediterranean. Central Americans, their lives don't matter. You know, apprehend them at the Mexico-Guatemala border. Yemenis, their lives didn't matter. Ukrainians, their lives matter maybe a little bit more. What's going on here? It's very clear how this game is being set up for all of us. And I also just want to note, and the Greg Kelly example is just one of many examples I've seen. I've been combing mainstream media, which drives me insane, as you know, over the last week or so, since Saturday. It's unbelievable to me how the shock that's been created out of this series of events has been used to legitimate and normalize the continued destruction and the amplification of violence by the Israeli state with the US and West's full backing. This is the shock doctrine, a very famous book by Naomi Klein that was written to discuss things like 9/11 and everything that happens afterward. And that's what we're seeing happening right in front of us right now. So again, I want to ask the Israeli state or the US government or whoever, Macron, anybody, what is your end game here? Is it the continued incarceration of Palestinian peoples, which clearly in and of itself, to your point, Cenk, is not really working? It might be working for the right-wing Israeli government as well as Hamas, but it's not working for anyone else. Right? It's not working for anyone else. What is their end game? Is it the collective annihilation of all Palestinians? Is it some sort of like, let's get back to having them in prison and be obedient servants? That didn't work because it got worse and worse and worse. What's their end game? What's their vision? Does any of that vision have any respect for Palestinian life, given that these are kids we're talking about?
Yeah. So what Netanyahu and the Israeli government is doing right now is incinerating the moral high ground. They had it. They had it for the first time and for so long. They had the moral high ground, and the whole world was with them, and we empathized. And you could say, hey, maybe the whole world wasn't with them, but a giant part of the world was with them, and even their critics. I have criticized the occupation for decades, and even I said, oh my God, look, my heart breaks. Right? It's because it's not even. There's a giant difference between opposing government action and killing civilians.
We're continuing to look at Israel's bombardment in Gaza as Israel and the United States reject growing calls for a ceasefire. The death toll in Gaza has topped 7,000 as Israel's bombardment continues for a 20th day amid a deepening humanitarian catastrophe as fuel, food, and water run out. Israel began bombing on October 7th after Hamas carried out an attack that killed 1,400 people in Israel. We go now to the West Bank, where Israeli forces are continuing to arrest large numbers of Palestinians across the occupied West Bank. Overnight, at least 85 more Palestinians were detained in a series of raids in East Jerusalem, Hebron, and elsewhere. According to a Palestinian prisoners' rights group, nearly 1,500 people in the West Bank have been arrested since October 7th, many of whom are being held without charge under Israel's so-called administrative detention policy. Over 100 Palestinians have been killed across the West Bank this month.
We're joined now by Hanan Ashrawi, the Palestinian diplomat and scholar, formerly an executive committee member of the Palestine Liberation Organization, PLO, was the first woman to hold a seat in the highest executive body in Palestine. She also served as the official spokesperson of the Palestinian delegation to the Middle East peace process. Hanan Ashrawi, welcome back to Democracy Now! If you can, following Yumna, talk about what's happening today, the bombardment, the global calls for a ceasefire, including the UN Secretary General, Guterres, and also talk about the U.S. response and what a difference it makes what the U.S. says.
Yes, absolutely, because the U.S. is not an even-handed observer or peace broker. The U.S. is certainly a partner in crime with Israel. The U.S. is funding Israel, is providing it with massive weapons, has sent aircraft carriers. The bombs being rained down on Gaza and sometimes on us are made in the U.S. The airplanes are American airplanes. And not just that, but the U.S. has decided to become spokespeople, the U.S. administration, including Biden and Blinken, in a horrible way, in which they have sacrificed not just their own credibility, but the credibility of the Americans by repeating the propaganda of the Israeli spin machine and by labeling and maligning and smearing the Palestinians, and then calling us liars. So what Israel says in many ways what the U.S. says affects public opinion as a whole. Even the Europeans swallowed all those lies at the beginning of the incursion, in which they accused the Palestinians of horrible things without evidence, without substantiation, without any kind of proof, and then it became actual fact. So let me say that now the U.S. has no credibility, whether at the political scene or at the military scene or at the moral or even legal scene, by consistently voting against any kind of ceasefire, by giving Israel not just a green line, but all the weapons, all the materials needed to continue with this genocide, and there's no other way for it to describe it, then the U.S. is in many ways is not just complicit, it's part of this war. And this war against Gaza is a massacre against civilians. 731 families have been totally eradicated. It's not just when we say 7,000 killed, 750, or several thousand children, 3,000 children, and so on. These are all human beings that we are seeing live on the air. We are seeing bodies torn to pieces. We are seeing people digging through the rubble. And we know that there are over 1,700 who are under the rubble, who cannot be dug out. People don't know who they are, where they are. There are children who've lost whole families. There are babies who are left alone and nobody knows to whom they belong. And there are massive mass graves in Gaza. It's just so horrific that to see Blinken or Biden stand up and say we don't believe the Palestinians. Well, look at Netanyahu. Pinocchio would be very happy with all the lies. They have a spin machine. We have a cause. That's the difference. They have weapons of mass destruction. They have Apache gunships. They have F-16s. They have everything that they can throw on innocent people, on whole families, on buildings, on neighborhoods, on whole areas, on hospitals and schools and universities. And I think our weapon is not just a moral stance, but also a legal stance. We have international law and we have right on our side. So that's the difference. We talk about asymmetry of power. Yes, they can kill all of us. And they've been trying to do that piecemeal and gradually in the West Bank, killing people, demolishing homes, extrajudicial assassinations, abductions of people, and so on, and in a massive way in Gaza, long distance, where they are not seen, where they are invisible. The Gazans are being killed by war machines that are provided by the US. So the asymmetry of power is, of course, in the power that is physical, that is destructive weapons. We have a human power, moral power. We are a people, as I said, with a cause and with justice on our side. And that we must continue on insisting on and pressing for the rest of the world to see. There is public opinion, it is moving, it is shifting, it's beginning to see through all the clouds of misconception and lies and smearing campaign. But the leaders, sooner or later, will be held accountable for not only swallowing these lies and repeating them, but also for being party to them and for being complicit in this. So it makes a difference. It makes a difference that the US used its veto repeatedly to prevent any kind of justice for Palestine, and in this case, to prevent any kind of resolution on ceasefire. Ceasefire, for heaven's sake. Stopping the killing of innocents, the slaughter of people in a genocide that is unfolding before the eyes of the whole world. And they stand up and say no ceasefire. It's just unconscionable.
And Dr. Ashrawi, quite apart from the fact that the U.S. is holding back on endorsing a ceasefire, Netanyahu spoke last night on Wednesday and continued to talk about a ground invasion. So as lethal and devastating as the present assault is on Gaza, what do you fear might happen with a ground invasion?
Actually, this is being used as scare tactics and as part of psychological warfare. And does Biden want a ground invasion, or doesn't he? Does Netanyahu want one, or doesn't he? What do the military say, what they don't? Look, a ground invasion, yes, can be lethal. It can be also a continuation of the massacre. But I mean, I think you cannot invade such a high-density population, an area that is already under siege, that has also underground tunnels and so on, and expect it to be a picnic for them. I know they can kill more people. They've been killing people every day, so how much worse can it be? I mean, if you kill 8,000 and there are others and more, what do you want to do with a ground invasion? But let me say frankly, they had hoped at the beginning that with carpet bombing and with killing as many people as possible in the north and sending them south, then bombing them on the way and bombing them when they get to the south, that they had hoped they would carry out ethnic cleansing in the north, and they would clear the way either for a ground invasion where there are no people, or for a reoccupation of the north. At first, they hoped that all Palestinians can be expelled and kicked out and can go to Egypt or Jordan or whatever, which is part of the history of the Nakba, of the Palestinian disaster catastrophe, in which Israel was created by a series of massacres against the Palestinians, the razing to the ground of 500 villages and more, the scare tactics of expulsion, uprooting people and expelling them and turning more than half the Palestinian people into refugees. They thought that this can be done now. Well, it can't be done now. Now they're talking about ground invasions, and they're leaking news that they might flood the tunnels, for example, or they might use gas against them in the tunnels, or they will not. They will continue to prevent any kind of fuel from getting to Gaza, so that the air in the tunnels will no longer be there and everybody will be killed. Which is something that I think people should understand. It's not just the Palestinians there. There are hostages there. Hamas offered to release non-combatants, to release international people, and to release people who are not involved in this war. And they don't want to even talk about it in Israel. But they are willing to sacrifice all of them through such a massive campaign of slaughter again. So anyway, whatever they want, Israel clearly does not have a clear policy of what to do, because it is based not on justice, not on understanding what the real causes are and therefore what the real solutions are, but on inflicting more pain, killing more people, continuing with the genocide, and pursuing Nakba politics that have not once produced any kind of peace or stability or security for anybody.
Dr. Ashrawi, I want to play 2 clips of President Biden speaking in the Rose Garden yesterday.
We also have to remember that Hamas does not represent, let me say it again, Hamas does not represent the vast majority of the Palestinian people on the Gaza Strip or anywhere else. Hamas is hiding behind Palestinian civilians and is despicable and, not surprisingly, cowardly as well. This also puts an added burden on Israel while they go after Hamas. But that does not lessen the need to operate in a line with the laws of war.
During the news conference, Biden also questioned the reported death toll in Gaza.
No notion that the Palestinians are telling the truth about how many people are killed. I'm sure innocents have been killed, and it's the price of waging a war. I think we should be incredibly careful. I think not we, the Israelis should be incredibly careful to be sure that they're focusing on going after the folks that are propagating this war.
So 2 questions, Dr. Ashrawi. He's saying you can't trust the casualty figures that Gaza is putting out, and that Hamas does not have the support of the Palestinian people. Though he says that, he does not push for a ceasefire for the killing of civilians.
No, exactly not, because he's complicit, and I say it very openly. These are American.
Many people are killed.
Though he says that, he does not push for a ceasefire for the killing of civilians.
No, exactly not, because he's complicit, and I say it very openly. These are American weapons, American funding. Billions of dollars are being poured on in the area, and American weapons are coming. What are they doing in our part of the world? Why do we want ships and bases and warships and aircraft carriers and so on to defend Americans? What from? Where from? Why? But anyway, let me go back to the issue of this again, it's a way of demonizing and dehumanizing a whole segment of the Palestinian people. It is disingenuous to think that Hamas is just a separate group, or to continue with this slander that Hamas is ISIS, or this has to do with the Israelis being Jewish or whatever. It has nothing to do with that. And Hamas is not ISIS. I'm not a Hamas supporter, and I've never been, and I'm not a member. But they are 30% at least of the population. They ran for elections. They were part of the Legislative Council. They have a military wing, yes, and they have a political wing, yes, and they have social services and institutions and women's organizations and children's organizations, and they provide services in Gaza and elsewhere. So why do you insist on just labeling Hamas as a terrorist organization and not understanding the larger context? You cannot kill Hamas. You want to kill 30% of the people? You insisted on having democracy and elections and a pluralistic system, and we do. Look, in Israel, they have people who are more ideological, more to the extreme, more racist, and so on than any political party in Palestine. The real difference is that we are under occupation. The real difference is that there is a predisposition by Biden and others to malign the Palestinians and to believe everything the Israelis said. Did they have to walk back the issue of women being raped or children being beheaded or all that nonsense, doctor pictures and so on? What about the Al-Ahli Anglican Hospital? They immediately, Israelis said, we bombed ourselves. It's a Palestinian rocket. They said that before when Shireen Abu Akleh was killed. Immediately the Israelis said that she was killed by Palestinian fire. It's amazing, the church of St. Porphyrius in Gaza, they immediately said no, it was and Biden just blindly parrots everything he hears from the Israelis. And as I said, the Israelis have a spin machine, and they are good at it, I must say, because they spend billions on it. And we just have people who are people of conscience, people who know what's happening, people who are standing up now and exposing all these lies. And he dares say that we are the liars, that you can't believe the Palestinians. How come the UN has the same numbers? How come the US used to use the same numbers? Huh? Now you say, I don't believe them because you don't want to believe any evil of your protege. Israel is guilty of slaughter, of massacres, of ethnic cleansing, of genocide. These are the terms that describe a reality that is happening before your own eyes, Mr. Biden. I would like you to see our children as human beings, the women killed, people under the rubble who die under the rubble because we don't have the machines to get them out, because also the first responders have been killed, because ambulances have been destroyed, because there are no roads to get to them, and because people are digging them out with their hands and they can hear them and they can get to them. Because a grandmother, I am one, was embracing the body of her daughter and her grandchildren and saying, please come to me in my dreams because I can't live without you. This is what you're doing, Mr. Biden. This is what the West is doing. We are refused the recognition of our own humanity and our own rights, while the death machine that is destroying everything we stand for, that started with the establishment of Israel as a colonial outpost. Yes, we may not be white, Anglo-Saxon, or no, many of us are Christian, but you cannot use this racist division that the North deserves all power and protection and can get away with anything, literally with murder, while the South and the brown people or whatever color do not deserve it. Just stop this. Stop this colonial mentality. It has to be dealt with honestly. And you have to look at the facts, and you have to look at the truth, and you have to look yourself in the mirror, look at your eyes, and tell me that this is right. That you can get away with the murder of thousands.
Dr. Hanan Ashrawi, we thank you for being with us.
I'm getting a bit...
President Biden's in Israel hours after Palestinian officials accused Israel of killing at least 500 people at Gaza's Al-Ahli Baptist Hospital in an airstrike. In addition to treating sick and wounded patients, the hospital was acting as a refuge for displaced Gazans fleeing Israel's unrelenting attacks. This is Mohammed Al-Naka, a doctor at Al-Ahli Hospital.
There was no warning before the hospital was targeted. There were about 3,000 people who were taking shelter here. While we were working at the hospital, and without any warning, around 6:30 p.m., the hospital was targeted by shelling. We didn't know what it was, but we found out what it can do after it targeted children who were cut into pieces.
Gaza's health ministry said Israel told the hospital it had sent warning strikes one day before the deadly explosion. The UN has called for an immediate humanitarian ceasefire. Amidst international condemnation over the attack, Israel's denied responsibility, blaming a Palestinian Islamic Jihad rocket. Israeli officials appeared to have deleted a video posted on social media showing Palestinian rockets being fired after realizing the timestamp on the footage did not match up with the hospital attack. A planned trip to Jordan as part of President Biden's visit to the Middle East was canceled in the wake of the hospital bombing. Biden said he was outraged by the attack, which constitutes a war crime, but sided with Israel as he made remarks alongside Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu earlier today.
I was deeply saddened and outraged by the explosion at the hospital in Gaza yesterday. And based on what I've seen, it appears as though it was done by the other team, not you.
Many have pointed out that militant groups in Palestine do not have the firepower to level a massive building. Israel has a history of lying about its responsibility in crimes against Palestinian civilians, including the murder of Palestinian-American journalist Shireen Abu Akleh last year, which it initially blamed on Palestinians. Israel apologized a year after her death. As Biden meets with Israeli officials, Palestinians condemned U.S. support for Israel's genocide. This is a resident of Khan Yunis in Gaza.
To President Biden and his administration, generations will not forget, and history will be recorded, that it was your administration, your billions of dollars, your support with weapons of mass destruction to the Israeli Defense Forces, which has caused what is being happening right now in Gaza.
On Tuesday, Israeli strikes hit other civilian targets in Gaza, including a UN school where thousands were taking refuge. At least 24 UN installations have been hit in the past week, killing at least 14 UN staffers. Israeli forces have killed at least 3,300 Palestinians over the last 12 days. Around a third of those killed were children. Gazans continue to suffer from a lack of all basic necessities, including water. Turkey said it's in talks with Hamas to release hostages taken by the group in its deadly October 7th attack in Israel that killed over 1,300 Israelis. Meanwhile, Iran has warned of potential preemptive action against Israel as it prepares for a possible ground invasion of Gaza. Israel and Hezbollah, a Lebanese group backed by Iran, have been exchanging fire on the Israel-Lebanon border. Israel's reportedly set to ban Al Jazeera's operations in the country over its coverage of the war. Al Jazeera is one of the few global media networks that has reporters on the ground in Gaza. In related news, the Committee to Protect Journalists said at least 17 media workers have been killed since the start of the war, 13 of them Palestinian, 3 Israeli, and 1 Lebanese. Here in the United States, Jewish Voice for Peace and other groups are rallying in Washington, D.C. today to demand an immediate ceasefire. 24 rabbis are leading prayers and mass civil disobedience. Meanwhile, inside the White House and other government buildings, staffers have shared with reporters the challenges in calling out Israel's crimes against Palestinians. Government employees say they fear possible retaliation for even raising the issue of humanitarian protections or restraining Israel. 6 months of war in Sudan have plunged the country into one of the worst humanitarian nightmares in recent history, killing up to 9,000 people and displacing over 5 million. That was the stark warning issued by the United Nations, which said at least 25 million people in Sudan are also in need of urgent humanitarian relief. Humanitarian aid relief has been hindered by violence between the Sudanese army and the Rapid Support Forces since fighting broke out in April. The healthcare situation is also dire, as many medical facilities in conflict areas have been shuttered. Human rights groups have condemned the ongoing targeting and killing of civilians and journalists. The Committee to Protect Journalists is demanding an investigation into the October 10th killing of Sudanese journalist Halima Idris Salim, who died after RSF fighters reportedly ran over her with a vehicle while she covered the conflict in the city of Omdurman.
Giving us your top 3 or 4 statements of dubious credibility, right through to the outright hoaxes that you have managed to expose over this last period.
Yeah, sure. I mean, what we saw is, and it's hard to even minimize it to 3 or 4, but what we saw is a plethora of propaganda campaign, which has happened in the past, where, for example, they had the mainstream media peddling whatever propaganda that the Zionist movement wanted, and also alternative media. Now, we've been quite lucky that we're in a scenario now where we have Twitter, X, and Elon Musk almost giving people a free speech platform where we're able to basically proliferate the truth and proliferate alternative reality-based positions. And despite the fact that Elon Musk does engage with a lot of Zionist accounts and them trying their best to censor people like myself and others who are debunking these, he's not kowtowed to their demands, so I give him a huge amount of credit for that. Now, the biggest hoaxes are, first of all, we started with the 40 beheaded baby story. The claim was immediately after Hamas did what they did, that they basically beheaded 40 babies. And the reason why they did that was because they wanted to use that in order to basically genocide the entirety of Gaza. Because what can be more horrific than the beheading of 40 babies? And then what happened was, you had a scenario where basically the reporter that initially, and I did write a thread on this, but basically a reporter that initially claimed it backtracked. A second reporter who claimed it deleted her tweet. And basically the Israeli army had told alternative media, so it was a Turkish news channel and various others, that they'd never seen any beheaded babies. And the only, or the one of the main sources that was reporting about it was, for example, I-24 News, which is a Netanyahu-run channel and has connections. The Egyptian owner of it has connections to Netanyahu. And so when I investigated it, all roads led back to Netanyahu, and he was the only person who propagated this. And then you saw over time them starting to backtrack. They had the president of the United States firstly claiming that he saw it and then immediately backtracking from it. You saw CNN claiming that they'd seen it and then immediately backtracking from it. And so finally now the IDF are basically claiming, and on Twitter Spaces as well as in terms of tweets, that, oh, why are you asking for 40 beheaded babies? Even a baby dying is bad enough. But then we've just recently had a Haaretz report, which is an Israeli newspaper, that has given figures of the first 670 people who have died from the Israeli side, and 0 are babies at the moment. Now, obviously, now that we've all made or highlighted it, I'm guessing they'll start increasing that number from 0, but at the moment it's 0. So this is the level of propaganda that was caused, and we were only able to debunk it because of Twitter and X, and because we had a free speech platform. The second major one was the hospital bombing, and it was a bombing of a hospital, of the Baptist hospital. It's a Christian hospital, and it basically had 400 patients and 12,000 people, because a lot of people went to seek refuge in there. So some people were inside the hospital and some people were outside the courtyard of the hospital. Now, this regime is used to bombing hospitals. They're used to bombing schools. They're used to bombing places of worship, such as the church that they bombed just recently, where the former libertarian congressman's family passed away. They initially claimed that didn't even happen. And so you had a scenario where they did it. And remember, 2 days before, they had warned, multiple times they had warned this hospital that they were going to bomb it. And 2 days before, they'd actually bombed it, causing damage and injuries. And then the administrator of the hospital came out on Facebook and made a plea, please stop bombing our hospital. And then a further post saying, look, this is our location, please give us sanctuary, stop bombing us. We have patients, we have people injured, we cannot basically relocate them. But they didn't care, and they bombed it. And for them, it's just normal. Bombing hospitals is normal. But the difference here was there was an outrage. And so because there was an outrage, that's when their decision-making changed, because initially the spokesperson, or Israeli spokesman, digital spokesperson, Netanyahu's own man said, confirmed that they'd bombed the hospital, but then immediately they start backtracking. And what they did was, because what happens with the Israelis is they've got intelligence people working on throughout various aspects. So they pay people on the bottom level. So people are paid for posts through various outlets such as Influenceable, through Prager University. And then people are paid for posts. But then you have these Zionist-linked people or intelligence-linked people. So as an example, the main person they used to claim that it wasn't Israel was an OSINT account, OSINT Intel. And that account is actually linked to intelligence. It's CIA intelligence. So again, you see where all of this alleged debunking comes. But then luckily we all came along, as well as Al Jazeera, as well as Channel 4, to give them credit on this specific one, who demonstrated unequivocally, based on location, trajectory, sound, and the fact that I believe was an airburst that was used, that it was basically Israel who, without a shadow of a doubt, or unequivocally, obviously you can never have certainty, but almost certain that they did it. So they were the two main debunkings that occurred.
Yeah, let's examine one of them, the most significant one. The 40 beheaded babies belongs in the annals of blood libels with the gravest of consequences. And this was repeated by some of the most powerful people in politics and some of the most powerful people in media. Andrew Neil, formerly a friend of mine, repeated it ad nauseum with the weasel words, it's increasingly likely that it's true. I had to block him, so I don't know if he has ever acknowledged that it is increasingly likely that it was fake, because I couldn't, as Elvis Costello might put it, I had to turn out the big light. I couldn't bear to see him this way. Joe Biden himself said that he had seen pictures of these 40 beheaded babies, only for his officials within minutes to brief everyone that actually he hadn't seen it, but that Netanyahu had told him that it was true. I'll tell you why they did that, Mr. Ahmed. They did it because they knew that they were in the process of and intensifying the beheading of far more than 40 babies themselves. Because if your head is blown off by a rocket or a bomb that rocketed your house or your hospital or your church or your mosque or your marketplace or your street, you are a beheaded baby. And they knew that they were doing so and would be doing so. And so they got their retaliation in first. Isn't that right?
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, we've seen multiple images, videos of thousands of, well, we've seen multiple videos of children actually having being beheaded from Gaza. But in addition to that, as you've quite clearly stated, and I completely agree with it, we've got thousands of children who've died in Gaza. And this just gives them carte blanche to continue this genocide. But I do believe that if this had not been debunked, if this had not been proven to be a fraud, and this was done on social media, what would have happened was this would have given them carte blanche to complete a much more significant massacre, genocide. So this was almost a form of saving those people where they have been genocided, but not to the same extent. Like they would have just completely destroyed Gaza.
Well, I mean, if someone had beheaded 40 babies from the Palestinian side, it would have been one of the most monumental crimes, almost unimaginable, indescribable, and utterly condemnable in this life and in the next life. Lying about it, inventing it, is a pretty big sin itself, isn't it?
It's one of the most horrific things, because just think about it. Just think about the images or the thoughts that come about when you make such a claim, the emotions that occur when you hear such a claim. So that was the reason for it. It's because you want to manipulate the public. And what's the best way to manipulate the public? Emotions. And what makes someone more emotional than this innocent child? And then to do such an horrific, evil act to such a child basically dredges up emotions. I was hearing on social media, they were saying CIA agents, military experts, people who are meant to be balanced. Well, they're not balanced. We know they're not, but they give the veneer of being balanced, who were literally saying that we're going to burn Gaza to the ground due to these beheaded babies. We're going to turn it into a parking lot. So this was going to be used as a dog whistle, as a form of control to basically make the masses okay with the fact that you were going to commit this kind of devastation. And that was the real reason it was used. And I'm really happy that we were able to debunk it. And now there's no beheaded babies. And they gave one picture of a baby that had been burnt, but we don't even know the source of that. No one questioned it. What the source was, where the baby had come from, and the figure says 0 now. And I did say that, look, we don't even know if that baby was someone from Gaza, because that's happened a lot in this war. No, it's not a war, apologies. A lot has happened in this massacre where they've used images from Gaza, from children who've been killed in Gaza, from babies that have been killed in Gaza, from buildings that have been destroyed in Gaza, and giving people the thought that it's Israel. So this is because they don't have images. So a good example is on the Telegraph, where they showed a picture from Gaza and said, pray for Israel. I can't remember the headline, but it was something along those lines. So these are examples of what is happening. And just to give you another example, the British media posted an image on page 3. I believe it was the Independent or the Telegraph. I can't remember which one. And they wrote, this is the most horrific thing we've ever had to post. And so they continued with the lie without ever sourcing where these came from, without sourcing the information. So you just can't trust mainstream media. It is a propaganda campaign. completely controlled and manipulated to basically provide this kind of information. A good example is BBC, again, who attempted to debunk this hospital bombing. The people who are basically reporting on that, who made this claim, are all linked to Israeli or American intelligence. So again, you're seeing how everything goes back to either Netanyahu or Israeli or American intelligence.
Now, let me, we've not got long left, so let me zero in on a point you made about the list of names. It's, first of all, surprising that it has taken Israel so long to publish the names and, in many cases, the photographs of the people who were killed in the prison break on October 7th. Maths is not my strong point, but I did count the names that have so far been released, and it is less than half of the number claimed and regularly repeated since. And reading in Haaretz, the vast majority of them were members of the Israeli security forces, in other words, military targets. The fact that there has not been a single child yet named is of, well, curiosity, at least to me. I'm perfectly willing to believe, and indeed denounced on my first show after October 7th, I'm perfectly willing to believe that there were non-military women killed in that prison break, and that there were children killed in that prison break. And I condemned them then and condemn them again now as not just crimes, but also crimes in Islam. It is forbidden in Islam to kill the women and children of your adversary. Indeed, it's forbidden even to damage their trees willfully. So I'm ready to believe that in the numbers not yet released, there may very well be children. But it's curious that there have not been any children at all listed as having been killed in that breakout on October 7th. It's also curious how few funerals we have seen. In previous conflicts, where an Israeli is killed in the conflict, there's endless television coverage of their funeral. You get to know their families, their neighbors, their names, everything about them. I'm wondering if there really were 1,400 Israelis killed on October the 7th, and so far, this limited release of information serves to buttress my suspicion. What about yours?
I completely agree with your basically your analysis, in the sense of we need evidence. We can't just take these claims as being correct without looking at the data. So as an example, you said, and I completely agree with you, if any innocent person, their life has been taken, or they've been taken incorrectly as hostages when they're not meant to, then I completely disavow that. That's completely unacceptable. But there's a lot of nuance to it. So let's take children out of it, because like you said, we don't know the data on the children, and the data does seem to suggest that we don't know the situation. But look, when it comes to women, yes, ordinarily there is a situation where you basically, women are innocent. You're not meant to basically do anything, harm them or whatsoever. But in Israel, it's quite different, and that's why we need to look into it. Remember, a lot of these women have served as part of the IDF. They are soldiers, and that's what makes it complex, because they're actually soldiers. Now, there may be some women who aren't soldiers, and so that's why I agree with you. We need to find out who those are, whether they're soldiers or not. So yeah, we completely disavow. In terms of the numbers, yeah, I mean,
just before you leave that, I saw pictures. Just before you leave that, I saw pictures in Haaretz of very elderly ladies who clearly are not members of the Israel Defense Force and clearly should not have been harmed.
I completely agree with you. Yeah. So if there is any person who is, like you said, the elderly, the vulnerable, and are not soldiers, they should not have been harmed. I completely agree with you. So, and if that is the case, then for sure, I agree with that, but we need to look at whether that is something factual or what actually happened with those, whether they happened due to friendly fire, whether they happened from Israeli forces. We need to look into the information. And the reason I'm saying it is not that I'm trying to be sophistic or you apply sophistry. The reason is that we're dealing with with a nation, Israel, or with a basically intelligence service that lies about everything. They claimed 40 beheaded babies. They claimed mass rape, and now there's zero evidence of that. They claimed a massacre at the festival, and now it seems to be the case that there was no massacre. So they claim that they didn't bomb the hospital, and now we know that they did bomb the hospital. So when you've got somebody who basically is willing to lie about things that we completely know are lies, then we need to basically analyze it and ask for the information. Now, I'm not saying that we're being completely sophistic. We will agree to anything that is provided as evidence, and we will take some kind of merit to what they say. But like, I agree with you. The fact that, look, it's been 2 weeks. How is it after 2 weeks, they have zero babies on the data? That makes no sense, especially when they've been willing to provide it in photographs. So when you look at this, and this is why it's an overarching thing, this is complete control of the media and the narrative. You saw it immediately after the hospital bombing, where they automatically just said, oh, it's been debunked. PIJ did it, and therefore there's no question about it whatsoever. And they got confused between PIJ and Hamas, so some of them they didn't get the same hymn sheet. They probably didn't know the difference. But the point being, you saw it, and again, this is what I mean by social media. Like, they have it on low levels where there's certain people, people are getting paid for posts. So if you see these posts, and the post was immediately after the hospital bombing, it's been debunked, and PIJ or Hamas did it. So, and then people got paid for those posts, and then people got paid thousands of dollars for more detailed posts. And then you have Zionist controlled media, that Zionist controlled influencers, because a lot of the large influencers on social media, on Twitter, are actually Zionists. It doesn't matter if they're from the liberal side or the conservative side, they are. And so therefore, the whole point is to proliferate. So I give credit to anybody on social media, the few accounts that have basically been providing alternative truths about what is actually happening.
Thank you for joining us. Place in the historical context, will you, where we are? Because a lot of people think this crisis started on the 7th of October, 2023, when Sky News and CNN turned up. But that's not true, is it?
That is not true. That is correct. I would trace the current escalation in violence to 2007, when Israel imposed a land, air, and sea blockade on the Gaza Strip. By 2010, the United Nations had determined that that blockade was illegal under international law because it imposed collective punishment on 2 million civilians in the Gaza Strip. It also was deemed illegal because it imposed punishment. Its goal was to punish the people of Gaza for having elected Hamas. And that blockade has led to a humanitarian crisis in the Gaza Strip. It has led 90% of people to lack access to safe drinking water. It has led 50% of people to be unemployed. It has led 80% of people to be dependent on food handouts. So we're talking about a food crisis, an employment crisis. There's also an electricity crisis, as you know. There's a mental health crisis. There's a public health crisis. In addition to all those crises, Israel launched 5 wars on the Gaza Strip and the people of Gaza over the past 16 years. And in those 5 wars, Israel slaughtered something like 3,000 innocent Palestinian civilians. And in every single one of those wars, human rights organizations like the UN and Human Rights Watch and Amnesty International and others deemed that Israel quite likely there's overwhelming evidence that Israel committed war crimes. Just to cite a few of the results of those investigations, in 2008, when Israel killed nearly 1,000 innocent Palestinians in Gaza, the Goldstone report, which was investigating human rights violations, determined that in 10 out of 11 investigated cases during which Israel bombed innocent civilians and killed innocent civilians, there was no justifiable military target identified. More or less the same conclusion in 2014. The UN found that in 15 cases in which it investigated bombings on civilian areas and residential neighborhoods, in 6 of the 15 cases, there was no identifiable military target. In other words, Israel indiscriminately targeted civilians in 2008, in 2014, and then in 2018, Israel committed a slaughter. You had tens of thousands of Palestinians marching to the wall, rejecting the blockade, demanding their right of return. And in response, Israel slaughtered 250 Palestinians over the course of the year and a half. And on one day alone, on May 14th, 2008, Israel slaughtered 60 unarmed Palestinian protesters. It was a massacre. The world remained silent. And now, when the dead bodies are not just Palestinian, they're also Israelis, the world has woken up.
Well, of course, Judge Goldstone, himself Jewish, was subjected to a reign of intellectual terror against him for the temerity of investigating thoroughly, as he was charged to do, these crimes of which you speak. Now, according to Herzog, the president of Israel, a man we don't often hear from, just this week, he said that there are no innocent civilians in Gaza because, he said, they had elected Hamas. But the last election was in 2006, and half of the population of Gaza are children. So ipso facto did not vote for anybody, even if voting for someone was a valid reason for being slaughtered. What do you make of it?
Since 2006, Israel has decided that the people of Gaza should suffer the consequences for Hamas's actions, that it's the people who suffer. That was the stated intent of the blockade. When Israel first imposed a blockade on Gaza in 2007, its goal, according to Israeli leaders at the time, was to punish the people of Gaza for having elected Hamas. So there's nothing new about Israel's intent to hold innocent civilians responsible for the actions of their government. That's a war crime. It's a crime against humanity. And it's despicable. And the fact that we have most world governments declaring with hook, line, and sinker that they're backing these Israeli war crimes. You have Biden saying we are coming to your defense no matter what, at a time when the Israeli defense minister Gallant has declared that the people of Gaza will be denied food, they will be denied electricity, and they will be denied water. I mean, this is the United States government in full public declaring its support for genocidal actions. It's despicable.
Well, the water, as you will know, and I hope everyone now knows, the water has literally run out. There is now no water in Gaza. The pools that were there, the reserves that were there, are now exhausted. There is no water. There is no electricity. There is no internet. And there's a queue. I saw one queue at one baker, 500 people long, trying to buy bread. It's not going to be possible tomorrow or the next day even to find bread. This is biblical. This is an attempt at genocide, as you described it, but it's also flatly illegal to collectively punish people. This was established at Nuremberg in the war crimes trials. This is a breach of the Geneva Conventions, of the rule of war, of the law governing conduct in occupied territories, and so on. And yet, we've got all these also respectable, Armani-clad accomplices to murder in governments throughout the Western world. It's really come to something, hasn't it?
The current Israeli government has been on an ongoing campaign to ethnically cleanse Palestinians throughout all of historic Palestine. It's happening within Israel proper in the Negev, in the Naqab. It's happening in the West Bank, in the South Hebron Hills and Masaf Yatta, where 2,000 Palestinians face regular home demolitions and face ethnic cleansing. You have it happening in the Jordan Valley, where you have many Palestinian shepherding communities being harassed and forced out. Multiple villages have been depopulated just in the past few days since this assault on Gaza began. You have ethnic cleansing happening in the E1 zone between Jerusalem and the Jordan Valley. And now it's happening in Gaza as well, after the state of Israel declared they asked 1 million people to leave their homes in 24 hours. We're talking 7,000 people in the Shifa hospital in Gaza City asked to vacate. Where are they supposed to go? When they tried going north, when they tried going south, Israel bombed the convoys and killed 70 Palestinians who were fleeing in response to Israel's call to flee. So what you have now is one of the most significant humanitarian crises in recent memory, where millions of Palestinians are facing not just ethnic cleansing, but also genocide in the Gaza Strip. And I pray and hope that the world leaders come to their senses and call for restraint and call for a ceasefire and call both parties to stop the violence, because it's the people of Gaza who are paying the price for this.
If this doesn't happen, and China has called for it, Russia has called for it, ceasefire does not happen, and within hours, we're going to face a wider war in the region, aren't we?
I don't understand the thirst and hunger for revenge and war. You have 150 Israeli hostages who are dying by the day as Israel drops more bomb on them. Why is it that Israeli leaders don't love their own people as much as they have thirst and hunger for revenge and violence? What is happening now could spiral out of control. It has already dragged in Hezbollah. Israel has bombed airports in Syria and Lebanon. What we are talking about is the potential for escalation that could spiral out of control and lead to a regional war, if not a world war. I mean, this is incredibly dangerous, and it is incumbent upon every world leader, every Jewish leader, every Christian leader, every Muslim leader to call for the immediate ceasefire and end to hostilities, because otherwise things can easily spiral out of control and we could be facing a regional, if not global war.
I say again, you need not be a Jew to be a Zionist. If we're not in Israel, we'd have to invent one.
The Israeli government has one official narrative of what happened on October 7th. Of course, the slaughter of 1,400 innocent Israelis at the hands of Hamas. But now, startling new testimony is starting to emerge that may change what we understand about that day. This could trouble a lot of people. Dan Cohen is the founder of Uncaptured Media, a filmmaker, the documentary Killing Gaza, with some of these new startling revelations. Dan, welcome back to the show.
Hey, great to be with you, Clayton.
So what testimony has started to emerge from Israelis that could shed new light on what happened that day?
Well, in the days after the events of October 7th, an interview with a survivor of the kibbutz Be'eri, the Israeli kibbutz Be'eri, where many people died, gave an interview in Israeli media. And she said, she was very clear that, and repeated in her interview, that Israeli hostages were killed by Israeli gunfire, perhaps in a firefight between the Hamas fighters and Israeli military, but that it was Israeli military bullets that actually killed them.
בגינה של האנשים מהקיבוץ שיש 5 בני ערובה ששוכבים או 6 על האדמה בחוץ, ממש כצאן לטבח מול הירי של הימ"מ שלנו והמחבלים.
הטרוריסטים ירו בהם?
לא, הם נהרגו מהחילופי ירי, תבין שהיה חילופי ירי מאוד מאוד קשים.
זאת אומרת, יכול להיות שזה כוחותינו ירו בהם? כשניסו לחסל את החוטפים, את החמאס?
הם חיסלו את כולם, כולל הבני ערובה, כי היה שם חילופי ירי מאוד מאוד קשים. אני משוחררת בסביבות השעה 5:30, ב8:30 כנראה מסתיימת הלחימה, אחרי שהיה חילופי אש מטורפים, אפילו 2 פקזים של טנק שירו לתוך הבית, שזה בית קיבוצי קטן, זה לא איזה, רואים את זה בחדשות.
כן.
זה לא מקום גדול. וברגע הזה כולם נהרגו, היה שקט חוץ מצולה אחת שיצאה, הדס דגן, וזהו, וגם.
איך כולם נהרגו?
מהחילופי אש.
מהחילופי אש, כלומר יכול להיות שגם זה מאש כוחותינו?
חד משמעית.
כן?
וככה אני מאמינה.
אוי, זה נשמע כל כך רע.
כן, וכולם מתו.
So that interview was actually censored by the Israeli government in order to prevent it from getting to the Israeli public, which had basically been through this shock and awe propaganda campaign to convince them that everything that just happened on October 7th was purely a Hamas terrorist attack, that Hamas is worse than ISIS, and so there can be no negotiation, and the only answer is to obliterate Gaza, and whatever happened in those horrible scenes on that horrible day of October 7th is purely the fault of Hamas and has nothing to do with Israeli military tactics or strategy or decisions that were made either on the fly that day. Now there has been another article that came out in the Israeli liberal magazine Haaretz, in which it cites an Israeli military figure who was there. There was one who was in a bunker near Gaza, who was trying to call in airstrikes on this kibbutz, of course, which would have killed everybody. That did not happen. However, what did happen is another Israeli commander who was on the scene actually ordered his men, his soldiers, to open fire on everyone in these houses. So the Hamas militants were inside these houses with Israeli hostages, under the belief, apparently, that because they have hostages, they'd be able to get back into Gaza as others had. But the Israeli military, this commander, and we don't know how high up this decision making goes, decided, no, we're going to kill everyone in here, including with use of tank shells. This is according to this Haaretz article. So, I mean, what actually happened clearly is the Israeli military said, we are not going to negotiate with Hamas at all, and we're going to kill everyone here, including our own people. Now, this has been pretty much hidden from the Israeli public as best as possible with the censorship of that interview. Yasmin Porat is the survivor's name, and but now that has been published in Haaretz. So, I mean, it raises way more questions about what actually happened, not only in Be'eri, but in other places too, where many Israelis were killed. And that's not to say that Hamas did not kill people. Definitely that happened. But Israel apparently clearly killed its own people in order to avoid negotiations.
So a couple of questions here, right? Because immediately people would say, well, obviously, all right, well, come on, Dan, this has got to be friendly fire, right? That it was probably friendly fire. And in the scuffle of the moment, the Israeli military dealing with Hamas terrorists, which just invaded and were carrying out this brutal attack, that yes, clearly there was going to be people killed accidentally, that it would have been friendly fire. How do they address that piece of it?
Well, according to this Haaretz article, and I'll just read exactly what he says. This is according to Nir Hasson, the Israeli journalist. He says, and he's quoting a resident of the Be'eri who survived. He says, after commanders in the field made difficult decisions, including shelling houses with all their occupants inside in order to eliminate the terrorists along with the hostages, did the IDF complete the takeover of the kibbutz. The price was terrible. At least 112 Be'eri people were killed. So there's also another part of this article there's another one on October 11th that that quotes a guy named Erez, a deputy commander, and he says they fought inside the kibbutz from house to house with the tanks. We had no choice. So they're actually firing tank shells. It's not as if there was, I mean, there was clearly close combat, and maybe some of them were killed by friendly fire, in combat, in gun battles between Hamas and the Israeli forces. And that seems to be what Yasmin Porat, the first one to come out and give her testimony, was describing. However,
so she came out and said that it was friendly fire. That's what she was describing.
She was saying that yes, that Israelis were killed by Israeli gunfire, not that the Israeli military decided pure only to kill their own people, but so basically at first what we learned from her testimony is that best case scenario is that it was friendly fire, in a clash between the two sides. But later, with the publication of these other articles, what became clear is the Israeli military made a decision in the field to kill everyone there using tank shells and just opening fire on the houses where Hamas was holding these hostages. We have to look at this in context of something called the Hannibal Directive, which is an Israeli military procedure to kill any Israeli soldier taken captive by enemy forces. So in 2014, this was implemented in the 51-day war on Gaza in the southern city of Rafah, where Hamas had managed to take captive an Israeli soldier named Hadar Golden. And when that happened, the Israeli military used the full might of its force and bombed this area massively, killing Hadar Golden, their own soldier, as well as well over 100 Palestinians at the same time. This became known as Black Friday among Palestinians. So this is the Hannibal Directive, and I think what we saw in Be'eri, where this occurred on October 7th, is the very same logic as what happened in 2014, the Hannibal Directive, that we are not going to allow any Israelis to be taken captive, taken hostage, so we're just going to kill them all. So then there can be no negotiations. And then look at what's happening inside the Gaza Strip, where hundreds of Israelis are held hostage and captive by Hamas, and Israel is doing nothing, at least publicly, to secure the release. There's no negotiations that anyone knows about, and is instead bombing the entire place to smithereens, turning it into a big pile of rubble and killing, we're well over 5,000 Palestinians dead, including 400 overnight. And according to Hamas, dozens of Israeli hostages have been killed in the bombing too, which makes perfect sense. So, is the Hannibal Directive, this policy of Israel killing its own people to prevent negotiations, is this being applied throughout the Gaza Strip?
Israeli sources have told me that they thought it was a great mistake for them not to have done more to try to get those initial 200 or so hostages back immediately within the first 24 to 48 hours. And now, in many ways, they become a significant liability. And what I'm hearing from different Israeli sources is these hostages will likely not be living for very much longer, especially as this ground assault unfolds. Does that comport with what you're hearing from your sources as well?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the families of the hostages are absolutely desperate. They're demonstrating outside of Hakiria, the Israeli Defense Ministry in Tel Aviv. And in fact, there is a video that went around of people attacking the families and calling them traitors and saying they hope those hostages die. So there's an element of Israeli society that fully agrees with this logic that, no matter what, the state is more important than the people. No negotiations, just kill everyone. That is basically the Israeli government's policy. And had, even in Be'eri, or when those hostages were taken into Gaza, had it said, hold on, let's pause. We know we can negotiate with Hamas, as we have done many, many times before, through intermediaries, through Egypt, through Qatar, then they could have worked something out. But instead, the Israeli government is intent on destroying Gaza and obliterating as many people as possible, including its own citizens.
Do you think, we heard over the weekend, of course, Secretary of State Antony Blinken saying no negotiations, no ceasefire. The United States isn't interested in a ceasefire agreement, but you have, of course, President of Turkey coming out, Erdogan, saying that he would be happy to mediate a ceasefire agreement, a negotiation perhaps between Hamas and, Palestinians, and, of course, Israel. And that may actually help release some of these hostages. Do you think that there's an appetite for any mediation by Erdogan and the Turks?
Definitely. I mean, we see these massive demonstrations all over the world, but in Turkey, there's obviously a lot of sympathy for Palestinians, and seeing what Israel's doing to Gaza, there's no doubt that the people want a ceasefire and negotiations, and so Erdogan is well positioned to do that. I mean, Turkey is influential in Gaza. and of course has strong contacts with Israel. So, I mean, Erdogan could do it, Qatar could do it, Egypt could do it, the U.S., in some capacity could do it.
Right?
Yeah,
They won't.
but you need two partners to be willing to negotiate. And I mean, Hamas actually released a few hostages the other day, American Israeli hostages, and turned them over to the Israeli military in exchange for that small amount of aid that came in. And has said, Hamas alleged that they offered to release 2 Israelis and gave their names and ID numbers for humanitarian reasons, for nothing in exchange, not demanding anything. And they say the Israeli government denied it, refused it, rejected it. The Israeli government has said that this is a lie, that it's propaganda. But I mean, considering Israel is bombing everything in sight, and you can be sure that is killing its own hostages inside Gaza, as it did in Be'eri, in the kibbutz, on October 7th. Well, it's not very credible in terms of how it's trying to do anything to secure the release of those hostages. And of course, for Hamas, it doesn't, having dead Israeli hostages, killing them doesn't really do any good. Hamas did say early on, after October 7th, that if the bombing without warning of residential homes didn't stop, then it would begin executing the hostages one by one on camera. Well, the bombing of the bombing without warning never stopped, and Hamas never actually did what it said it would do. So, I mean, that really says a lot.
Yeah.
It says a lot right there. The only reason Hamas wants those captives is to be able to negotiate. And I think what they figured is, well, we got 200 hostages. Israel has to negotiate. And Israel basically, said, called their ante and said, no, we're not going to negotiate. We're going to kill all of you, including our own people. So you want to see crazy? I'll show you crazy, is basically Israel's position.
Yeah. You thought these were going to be bargaining chips, these 200 hostages. Well, we've just leveled half of northern Gaza. So it doesn't seem that they are much of a bargaining chip at this stage, unfortunately. Unbelievable. Just real quick, we'll get you out of here on this. When the censorship started this initial interview with this Israeli woman, where was that initial interview? Who did the initial interview, and how was it suppressed? How was it suddenly blocked in Israel?
The Israeli military holds there's an Israeli state censor. So, for even a foreign journalist or Israeli journalist, you have to abide by that, or else you can, as an Israeli citizen, you can be held liable legally for breaking the censor. And so if they order that, then, Israeli journalists must legally comply. The foreign press, the New York Times or anyone else doesn't have to abide by that because they don't have any way to enforce it. But the Western media typically goes along with it. If there's like a gag order from the Israeli state censor, then, all of the Western media does it. And so this was, I'd have to look and see exactly what channel in Israel it was published on. But after it was censored, it was published by the Electronic Intifada. So that's who actually, broke this story out of, Israeli.
Censorship.
Yeah, exactly. The censorship.
Interesting. Dan Cohen, thank you so much from Uncaptured Media. Appreciate it. You can follow him on Twitter. What is your Twitter handle?
At Dan Cohen 3000, and I'm on Twitter all the time, and we're doing.
Well, get ready, everyone. We could be about to see a major false flag operation coming out of Israel into the Gaza Strip. The Israeli government, of course, knows that a massive ground operation, would be devastating to the Israeli army, going through tunnels that are booby-trapped, all sorts of incendiary devices. It would be an absolute disaster. That's why over the past 24 hours, we're hearing some bizarre rhetoric now showing up in mainstream media and coming from mouthpieces of the Israeli government that Hamas may be preparing chemical weapons, and therefore it would be justified to go into the Gaza Strip and launch a chemical attack of their own using gas to push through these tunnels. Here is the son of one of Hamas's co-founders on Fox and Friends. This is Mossab Hassan Youssef. He joined Fox and Friends. And this was earlier on past week, and now we're hearing it from the Israeli government, suggesting that Israel should explore using gas to get rid of underground tunnels in Gaza. Watch.
And a ground incursion is about to happen. Would you recommend Israel do this? And what will they find when they go in?
Okay, first of all, we need to evacuate civilians as much as we can. You know, this is an ugly war, and Israel did not start it. Hamas did. First of all, we need to encourage civilians to go into Egypt, possibly women and children, maybe men over 50 years old. These need to get out of the picture. You know, then the strip need to be cut two pieces, north and south, two parts. The northern part, this is where most of the tunnels are. We need to have a solid siege, okay, for long enough to deplete the enemy and to starve them. After that, we may need to explore using gas. This is sounds horrible, but I don't see any other option. The tunnels are interconnected, and gas could be one of the solutions, but this has to be in the right time.
So are we about to see a false flag operation unfolding right before our eyes? Larry Johnson, former member of the CIA, joins us now. I thought Larry would be perfect to talk about how you lay the groundwork for a false flag. And as journalists, it's important for us to sound the alarm bells here and to dig into the truth behind this. Larry, welcome back to the show.
Thanks, Clayton. Good to be with you.
So when you see this, and you see what the Israeli government has been saying over the past 24 hours, that Hamas may be preparing chemical weapons. I mean, my immediate flashback is to Colin Powell holding up a vial of anthrax, telling us that we need to go after Saddam Hussein because of weapons of mass destruction. And I'm seeing flashbacks here. Am I wrong about that?
Well, in fact, let's go to a more recent example. 10 years ago in Ghouta, up in Syria, there was supposedly a sarin gas attack by the government of Syria. And it wasn't by the government of Syria. It was by British intelligence, CIA, working with Syrian rebels. They're the ones that did it. They staged it. It was staged through a group called the White Helmets. And the purpose of that false flag then was to give the United States justification to cross the red line, as Barack Obama had said, that they would go use military force. U.S. military would intervene in Syria. Fortunately, it was exposed that really was not true. But nonetheless, the message got out there. So I think you put your finger on it. They are leaking this information now about, Hamas has got chemical weapons. Therefore, we're going to need to use chemical weapons in return. And they're laying that to the groundwork to justify what they're going to do, because they realize their only hope of trying to weave their way through that maze of tunnels and underground bunkers that Hamas has constructed is perhaps to try to use poison gas to flush them out. But, the irony factor here of Israel, a nation established in order to provide safe haven from people who were gassed in the gas chambers of Auschwitz and Treblinka, are now using gas to eliminate and destroy Hamas.
It is remarkable. I mean, to think about the irony of that, right? That here Israel would consider using this. So Hamas fighters, according to President Herzog in Israel, in an exclusive interview with Sky News, saying Hamas fighters were carrying instructions on how to make chemical weapons. I guess when they were captured. That to me sounds like the biggest crock of bullshit I have heard in a long time. Right. That they're literally carrying recipes and we just happen to find them. I mean, come on. I mean, look.
Yeah. Well, they left the recipe for hummus at home. They had to have something. It's just, I mean, you're right. It's absurd because you don't go around with a quote recipe for a chemical weapon. It's not something that everybody can make. And the reality is, if you're going to actually make a legitimately lethal chemical agent, it has to be handled in an appropriate way so that you don't kill yourself while creating it. So this is not the kind of thing that just your average Hamas fighter is going to have in their possession. You're right. That's one of the ways that you identify a false flag, when something that's really so absurd and out of the normal pops up and it's being touted as evidence.
So this is how, as you say, the CIA. I mean, you worked at the CIA. You understand how these things work. You talk about what happened in Syria. Talk about how the British intelligence laid this false flag and created the justification to go in and destroy Syria, which was one of the most peaceful countries in the world. Destroyed them because of this false flag, using the white helmets as cover. But, as Mark Twain, I think, said, right, a lie can travel all the way around the world before the truth has a chance to put on its pants, right? And I hope I'm not butchering that, Samuel Clemens. I apologize. But here you go, right? And so now it took a lot of years of hard work by great journalists and, Piers Robinson and Aaron Mate and other great journalists and the OPCW to be able to come out and prove that didn't happen, that Assad did not gas his own people. But it doesn't matter because the damage is already done. And now you have Sky News, you have Fox News pushing these things. And this seems like it could possibly happen, and the justification is all over the media now.
Well, there'll be people in the intel community that'll know that it's a lie. I remember in August of 2013, when this event unfolded, I was still working inside the intelligence community, and I still had top secret access. And I remember as soon as that happened, I went back and I looked at the briefs from the preceding days, because the way Syria's chemical weapons program worked, it was binary, which means you had two separate agents that were inert, but when you mixed them together, then they became active and lethal. And so to do that, you have to activate a chemical weapons unit, an actual group of men that come in to assemble and prepare those weapons. And then once they are prepared, you got about 36 hours. So what I'm saying in that, there should have been an intelligence signature prior to that, because one of the things the United States and Israel both monitored was that part of the Syrian army to identify, are they preparing to launch an attack? There was nothing. And in fact, even the day and two after it happened, all it noted was that there was a protest from Europe. So that's one of the clear signs that you know that it's an inside job when the intel's not reporting on it. Because if the intel's doing its right job, it's going to be saying, hey, we got this indicator, we got that indicator, we see this developing. That didn't happen.
So like a paper trail, a dripping of this.
Yeah.
And there's none of that. And President Herzog yesterday in that Sky News interview said that the material, the official said they were carrying these recipes, basically diagrams for chemical weapons, and they were official Al-Qaeda material, which I also find hilarious. A group that we've openly funded and backed, right, for years, and Hamas as well. So this idea, this notion that a group that we've openly supported, we've openly partnered with Al-Qaeda, that they would have these diagram materials. What do you make of that piece of the story?
Yeah, no, well, it's one of the average American may not necessarily be fully aware of Hamas, but boy, they know about Al-Qaeda, because Al-Qaeda got a lot of media coverage, Bin Laden and such. So, just lash them up all together. That's, it's the guilt by association. And during all of the Al-Qaeda operations, I don't recall a single instance in which they used chemical weapons, in which they used a chemical attack is part of their, that wasn't their signature. Their signature was doing simultaneous bombings or trying to bomb multiple targets, going back to, the Bojinka plot in 1994 to blow up 5 jumbo jets, to hitting the Tanzanian and Kenyan embassies in the same day and within minutes of each other. So, that wasn't Al-Qaeda's thing. So introducing them into this is a little silly.
And this is not to downplay. I mean, I think when we have it's sad that we have to even have this discussion, but we always have to sort of couch it by saying this is not to downplay what Hamas did on October 7th and killing civilians and dragging and brutally. We see the footage, of course, from the Israeli government sharing with journalists the other day, of course, so we know what happened. That's not this discussion. What we're talking about is using chemical weapons to put gas inside of tunnels. And when you have many people in northern Gaza saying, we're not leaving our homes, like you're asking us to leave our homes, so innocent people, that how are you going to contain this? This will be an absolute massacre if they're able to use chemical weapons to root out people living in these tunnel systems. It's not just going to affect the people in tunnel systems, is it?
No, it will. The high likelihood of more civilian casualties is is there. What's going to be interesting is, Israel will, the troops that actually tried to deliver this agent, if they're able to do so, they're going to be heavily in what's called MOP gear. It's basically a spacesuit. So they wear the spacesuit so that they can handle the material without ingesting it, inhaling it, and killing themselves. But when you put those on, you lose a lot of situational awareness around you. You get tunnel vision. You don't hear as well, and so they actually become more prominent targets. So the Israelis are going to face a challenge in trying to get figure out how to introduce this into these tunnels, because I've been told by a friend that's still on the inside. He says the Hamas tunnels, he says, are unbelievable from the intel they've got. They're as big that you could actually be riding a motorcycle underneath the ground from point A to point B, carrying supplies to a new location. So I don't think we have a real good understanding of how extensive the fortifications are by Hamas, what they've done over the last several years. Because go back to that attack on October 7th. This was not an unplanned, spontaneous decision. This had been planned, and they weren't just randomly killing civilians. Remember, part of their goal was to grab and capture civilians and Israeli soldiers who didn't fight back, take them as hostage, because they want to exchange prisoners for the Hamas prisoners being held in Israeli prisons. And you saw just yesterday, one of those Hamas prisoners died while in custody, unexplained. So, it's not Hamas just being brutal for the sake of being brutal. They have a purpose behind what they're doing. And the West makes a very big mistake if all we want to do is portray them as a bunch of cartoon, vicious, malignant terrorists without understanding that they actually have a plan and are trying to accomplish something. And part of what they're trying to accomplish, I think, is suck Israel and the United States into an ambush. I think that's where we're headed.
Yeah, and I think this could lead to by doing this could lead to the total destruction of Israel, the total collapse of Israel by doing this and being sucked into this moment right now. And I think also this is amazing to think that they had this intelligence. I'll get you out of here on this, Larry, which is if as President Herzog says, they have these diagrams and plans of chemical weapons. They're actively creating chemical weapons in this cave system. And they have them, or they're building them, or they're using them, they're about to use them, and you're now just learning this? You have 2 years of planning, out in the open, literally an area the size of Philadelphia. You're actively planning for this October 7th mission. The movement, can you talk about this, like the movement of materials for chemical weapons, tracking of the agents involved in these chemical weapons, cyanide, pieces of this? Wouldn't Israel be tracking all of that and be fully aware that this is coming into the Gaza Strip if that were truly the case?
Yeah, well, you're not talking about a large volume of agents. It's something that can be relatively small. 250-gallon drums, for example. But Israel has lived or thrived off of its reputation for having this superb network of human assets, agents that are spying on their behalf and providing them information. And yet we're then asked to believe they got completely caught unawares on October 7th, which I actually do believe that happened. I don't think that they are as stupid as to believe that they could allow this kind of attack to go on and then it would work in their favor. I mean, what you're seeing right now, this is the thing everybody needs to understand. I keep hammering on this every chance I get. And unlike every attack against Israel since the creation in 1948, now this is the first time we've seen this kind of unity and support for the Palestinian cause within the Arab, Muslim, and most of the rest of the world. That it's a unity that's come together. That means that basically the United States, Israel, maybe with the UK and France, that's about it. It's not. There's not massive support out there for Israel as there has been in the past. In the past, even after the Yom Kippur War, Saudi Arabia and Egypt weren't chomping at the bit to get back and support the Palestinians. They were sort of indifferent to it. And the United States always had an open channel of communication to them. That's not the case now. You've got Egypt's not returning Biden's phone call. The King of Jordan's blowing them off. The Saudis aren't talking. They have come together, and even Turkey is engaged in a very significant fashion. So we're at something very, very new and very, very dangerous. That the chances of this escalating, I think, are significant, more so than ever during the Cuban Missile Crisis.
I agree. I think we're sitting on a doorstep of Armageddon and the total destruction of Israel if this is carried out the way that it sounds like it's looking to this invasion of Gaza in this way. Brother, unbelievable. We have Russian President Putin in China demanding through his basically his spokesperson, through his mouthpiece, calling on Israel to show all of us the proof that you say you have that shows that you didn't carry out an attack on a hospital in Gaza. And you say you have the proof. President Biden was there during the press conference saying he's seen the satellite images, or we have the satellite images that show the proof is here. Great. So Vladimir Putin saying, well, then show it to us. You have this proof. Please show us the unedited satellite imagery that shows that there was no bombing by Israel on a hospital.
We're going to get to this later when we talk to Carl Jha, but the relationship between Israel and Russia has been fairly good. We've spoken about this with Mike Jones. So this is not an accusation on part of Putin. He's just trying to say, let's wait to have a response. Let's see it. Right.
So Putin calls on Israel bombing. Here's the cradle headline. Putin calls on Israel bombing of Gaza hospital, humanitarian catastrophe. Quote, we are seeing a desire from Israel to absolve responsibility, Moscow says. If there are serious intentions to prove it was not involved and is innocent, then it needs not only to comment in the media and on social networks, but to provide facts, says Moscow. And unedited satellite footage, as well as evidence regarding the flight locations to back up Tel Aviv's claims that an errant Palestinian rocket managed to demolish the multi-story hospital. Of course, then as daylight arrives, there's, of course, showing that, well, the hospital's still there. Well, that's odd. I thought the hospital was destroyed. So, wait a minute, the hospital's still there, but the parking lot was hit? But 500 people were dead, and then 300 more people are dead? Like, what's the real story here? But, forget the facts. That doesn't matter to the mainstream media. As soon as this story breaks and there's messages about it, no journalists actually on the ground right where this happened or even in the area because they've been kept back from this area. So where is this information even coming from? Cell phone video? Are we going to trust the Israeli intelligence who says they picked up a cell conversation, yet they couldn't stop the October 7th attacks on their country? But they're now tapping phones really effectively and picking up conversations, but they didn't find out. So all of this seemed very mysterious. All of this sounds crazy. And the New York Times, though, didn't stop. They ran right with this story. Here is the New York Times headline when they ran with this. Look at this. Israeli strike kills hundreds in hospital, Palestinians say. So this was one of the first New York Times headlines. But look at the image there. That's not the hospital. So, okay, well, how deceiving is that if you're the New York Times, right? Well, if I'm reading this headline and it says hospital, my eyes are going to go right to an image on the paper that's clearly got to be the hospital they're talking about, right? No, that's not it. And then they revised it again. They revised their headlines. Here's the next round of headlines here. Put these up here. Yeah. Israeli strike kills hundreds in hospital, Palestinians say. This was the image then that they switched and used. Okay, so that was the next version of their headline. Then they rolled another headline out just a short time later. Here's their new headline. At least 500 dead in strike on Gaza hospital, Palestinians say. Okay, now see how it says strike? Okay, now it's a strike on the hospital. All right, now they revised it a third time. At least 500 dead in blast at Gaza hospital. It's now a blast. So it went from a strike to a blast, and it was first Israel. Now it's a strike, then a blast.
We've seen this before in recent history. when hospitals in the Donbass are struck, and the Western press goes right ahead with whatever Zelensky said it was. So they should have learned their lesson by now that you wait for proof rather than just reporting. But okay, keep going.
Yeah. Someone says, yeah, that was redacted. Exactly. It was pulled back. It was redacted.
They've been doing this. Like, I remember a sociology professor when I was in college pointing out that, like, during the American Indian War, the newspaper headlines would be the U.S. cavalry would conduct surprise attacks, but the Native Americans would ambush.
Right.
And so it's just like it's just like changing that one word, just for the but the blast is just so passive. It's just a blast happened.
Yeah.
It's like.
I would love to see the proof. Like,
do you know during the times of the founding fathers that journalists carried guns because they would regularly be challenged to duels for printing falsehoods?
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, it was a dangerous profession, of course. Yeah, it was a very dangerous
Now there's
profession.
no consequence for telling lies.
No, now they just kill journalists. Now they just target journalists specifically. And the Western media, if you speak out, if you're a journalist on the ground reporting things on the ground, you'll be criticized for it and slammed for it and fired for it, silenced for it. I mean, that's what happens. A number of BBC reporters are throwing in the towel over the past few hours. But here is the BBC. They jumped right on this. This was the initial reporting from the BBC. So the BBC was initially saying, yeah, this is Israel. Clearly, it was, you hear the size of this thing. Clearly came from an Israeli aircraft, is what the BBC reported initially.
Israeli military has been contacted for comment, and they have said that they are investigating. But, it is hard to see what else this could be, really, given the size of the explosion, other than an Israeli airstrike or several airstrikes. Because, when we've seen rockets being fired out of Gaza, we never see explosions of that scale. We might see half a dozen, maybe a few more people being killed in such rocket attacks, but we've never seen anything on the scale of the sort of explosion on the video I was watching earlier, which, as you say, is still to be verified.
So what's the truth here? Well, we do know, that multiple hospitals have been hit repeatedly. So this in the healthcare facilities, but this specific story, the fog of all of this. But President Biden barely lands in his aircraft and says it was the other team. He says we have evidence it was the other team. He called it the other team. It's like it's like a soccer match. It's like a soccer match here. And then Putin is demanding satellite images, and Biden says we have satellite proof. We have satellite images. Okay, please show the world. Show us the unedited images of all of this. Settle all of this. So there's not all of this back and forth and all of these people rushing to one side and drawing a corral around this. But
condemning the side they want to condemn.
Yeah.
Just with sort of validation proof. Go ahead, Philip.
Yeah, I for one am just absolutely sick of the trust us argument. No, we have proof. Trust us.
Right.
We need to start seeing it.
Right.
Well, one reporter today asked the Israeli Defense Forces spokesperson today, well, why should we trust you? You guys repeatedly lie to us. So why should we trust you? And he's like, well, credibility is important, and we own up when we say things that are inaccurate. Okay, is that true? Really? You guys own up? Okay. And is Hamas being truthful? And, the mainstream media spin on all of it is hilarious to watch and really sad because people are dying as a result of the propaganda.
And we have to remember, all of their communication services have been cut off. So that gives them the Israel the upper hand with the narrative and the propaganda, because the other side really doesn't have a way to communicate unless a journalist happens to get over there and happens to get footage or something. It's very rare because they have no cell service, they have no internet, nothing.
Well, Hamas was able to release an 18-minute video over the weekend explaining their side. So they are able to get messages out that they want. So clearly this is a war of messages. It is exactly what Jean Baudrillard warned us about, that wars would be fought through media propaganda. So it behooves us to wait and see rather than condemn anybody that is already our conviction bias.
Just a few minutes ago, that shelters in Gaza have run out of water. So this we want to bring to you. These are just a few pieces of breaking news that we're getting here. Just off the start of the show. So water runs out at UN shelters in Gaza, and medics are fearing for patients as, of course, this Israeli ground offensive looms. And also, we just got word a few minutes ago, shortly before we started, that Israel has bombed the Rafah border crossing. This is incredibly important. As you can see here, this is the border crossing being attacked. Now, this has been attacked multiple times over the past week. On Tuesday, it was attacked a couple of times, and that was confirmed by the Israeli press. So this is not a conspiracy theory. This was the Israeli press confirming this. The Rafah border crossing, of course, connects to Egypt. And they bombed there twice on Tuesday. So basically, no food, water, or supplies. Any kind of aid from Egypt is not going to be crossing that border. Infrastructure is not there. Here you can see all of the trucks that are lined up on the Egyptian side. This is Egyptian side of the Rafah border crossing. You can see the line of trucks, ambulances, water, food, aid, ready to cross. That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen.
Now, I do have a question about this water bit, though, because we've brought you the research of Seth Siegel about how Israel has a lot of advanced technology around water desalinization, water filtration, and those kind of things, and how they have never been able to peacefully coexist with the people of Gaza over water rights. And they have a shallow aquifer that has been polluted by runoff from pesticides and sewage.
We're also watching the United States sending another carrier strike group into Israel. And guys, this impending war is coming. This is about to happen. This is, not unlike what we saw back in, a number of years ago in a similar situation. The United States sending these carrier strike groups into this area. So, don't you guys get the feeling, though, that we are all being played like a fiddle right now by the deep state that desperately wants a regional war here, that using any major catalyst they can get their hands on right now, they can use to justify an invasion of Syria, Iran, Lebanon, Somalia. We've already invaded 2 of those countries, by the way. So those are 2 that we've already checked off the list, Syria and Somalia. We just need Iran and we need Lebanon now. That's who we need to invade. Like, we've checked most of the boxes. Let's just round out the crossword puzzle.
Well, right. And so what, I've been completely interested in is who's going to be handed power from this conflict, right? And so Benjamin Netanyahu, who is facing very vociferous protests from his own people about power grabs, has now been handed wartime powers. Will those be receded? Will Netanyahu now have unconditional power inside of his government? These are important questions to watch because we saw so many power grabs after 9/11, and those powers of surveillance, powers of declaring war without congressional approval have never been given back. And so we want to make sure that we don't repeat the mistakes of the past after a terror attack. But it seems like, no one's keeping a spreadsheet here.
So I think we are. It sure, to me, feels like we're being played like a fiddle. Let me know in the comments below. But many of you are saying yes, the same thing. I mean, we are being played right now. And when all the major networks and intelligence-backed newspapers start using the same talking points, something seems a little off, doesn't it? The term Pearl Harbor is being used an awful lot over the past few days from U.S. officials and Israeli officials, almost like they're reading off of the same talking points.
It's been said, but you could say that it is a 9/11 and a Pearl Harbor together for us.
If I just put this on a scale of the Americans being hit on 9/11 and Pearl Harbor, if you put those dead together,
they are telling me this is their Pearl Harbor.
Oh, they're Pearl Harbor. U.S. intelligence-backed Rolling Stone magazine working in lockstep on these talking points as well. Here's their headline. This is a Pearl Harbor moment for Israel. And newspapers parroted this all across the United States. Just looking at this, I mean, all of these different headlines. So why were they? Here's another one that says, after Israel's Pearl Harbor, nothing less than victory against Hamas is demanded. So why are they saying this? because we need another Pearl Harbor. We need a, quote, new Pearl Harbor. Those aren't my words. Those are the words straight out of a neocon think tank playbook in Washington, written in their own blueprint documents from the year 1998. It was a blueprint for how to catalyze the world into action. Now, this think tank is called the Project for a New American Century, a think tank we've profiled extensively here on Redacted in the past, warmongers as they are. And as Zero Hedge explains, the Project for a New American Century was made up of the worst of the worst warmongering neocons you could think of. Donald Rumsfeld and Paul Wolfowitz, John Bolton, all of these clowns would, of course, go on to serve the George W. Bush administration. And their pre-9/11 plans to explode the size of the U.S. military budget once communism was no longer a threat, that was to find a, quote, new Pearl Harbor. That was their plan, a justification to send billions to Raytheon, Northrop Grumman, and Boeing. They wrote it all down. This was in their plans. And they got their Pearl Harbor moment, of course, right, in the form of the 9/11 attacks. A catalyzing moment.
Well, I was going to say, what's funny about this is that they're basically saying exactly what they're doing, because we now know the truth behind Pearl Harbor and 9/11 that came out, history shows. And so they're basically saying this is basically the same thing. So they're admitting, I'm not going to say exactly what but you know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah, exactly. Yes, and it's not a conspiracy theory anymore. I mean, and this is being used. This is being used as a catalyzing moment that could turn the page away from communism towards a new threat: the Middle Eastern terrorists, guys by the name of Al Qaeda, guys that we were openly friendly with and created and funded. We used to invite Al Qaeda and his friends over to our house for beers. Right? That's how cozy we were with them. Osama bin Laden was our friend. They ended up being great patsies, though, right? Taking the fall for the 9/11 attacks, the largest windfall of profits for the defense industrial complex in history. And we were able to build dozens of new military bases in the Middle East, thanks to our good friend Al.
By many reports, Saddam Hussein took lists from the CIA, kill lists.
Yes.
Okay, got those.
Yeah,
thanks.
We actively worked with them, shook hands with them. Donald Rumsfeld famously chummy, the famous videos of Donald Rumsfeld shaking hands and hugging Saddam Hussein. So this idea that...
Well, on 9/11, the first people that they flew out of the country were the bin Ladens. Do you remember that on Fahrenheit 9/11? Like they got the bin Laden family out of the country.
I forgot about that.
Zionism is dollarism. Where is the Messiah? By Malcolm X. From the Egyptian Gazette, September 17, 1964. The Zionist armies that now occupy Palestine claim their ancient Jewish prophets predicted that in the last days of this world, their own God would raise them up a Messiah who would lead them to their promised land, and they would set up their own divine government in this newly gained land. This divine government would enable them to rule all other nations with a rod of iron. If the Israeli Zionists believe their present occupation of Arab Palestine is the fulfillment of predictions made by their Jewish prophets, then they also religiously believe that Israel must fulfill its divine mission to rule all other nations with a rod of iron, which only means a different form of iron-like rule, more firmly entrenched even than that of the former European colonial powers. These Israeli Zionists religiously believe their Jewish God has chosen them to replace the outdated European colonialism with a new form of colonialism, so well disguised that it will enable them to deceive the African masses into submitting willingly to their divine authority and guidance, without the African masses being aware that they are still colonized. Camouflage. The Israeli Zionists are convinced they have successfully camouflaged their new kind of colonialism. Their colonialism appears to be more benevolent, more philanthropic, a system with which they rule simply by getting their potential victims to accept their friendly offers of economic aid and other tempting gifts that they dangle in front of the newly independent African nations, whose economies are experiencing great difficulties. During the 19th century, when the masses here in Africa were largely illiterate, it was easy for European imperialists to rule them with force and fear. But in this present era of enlightenment, the African masses are awakening, and it is impossible to hold them in check now with the antiquated methods of the 19th century. The imperialists, therefore, have been compelled to devise new methods. Since they can no longer force or frighten the masses into submission, they must devise modern methods that will enable them to maneuver the African masses into willing submission. The modern 20th century weapon of neo-imperialism is dollarism. The Zionists have mastered the science of dollarism, the ability to come posing as a friend and benefactor, bearing gifts and all other forms of economic aid and offers of technical assistance. Thus, the power and influence of Zionist Israel in many of the newly independent African nations has fast become even more unshakable than that of the 18th century European colonialists, and this new kind of Zionist colonialism differs only in form and method, but never in motive or objective. At the close of the 19th century, when European imperialists wisely foresaw that the awakening masses of Africa would not submit to their old method of ruling through force and fears, these ever-scheming imperialists had to create a new weapon, and to find a new base for that weapon. Dollarism. The number one weapon of 20th century imperialism is Zionist dollarism, and one of the main bases for this weapon is Zionist Israel. The ever-scheming European imperialists wisely placed Israel where she could geographically divide the Arab world, infiltrate and sow the seed of dissension among African leaders, and also divide the Africans against the Asians. Zionist Israel's occupation of Arab Palestine has forced the Arab world to waste billions of precious dollars on armaments, making it impossible for these newly independent Arab nations to concentrate on strengthening the economies of their countries, and elevate the living standard of their people. And the continued low standard of living in the Arab world has been skillfully used by the Zionist propagandists to make it appear to the Africans that the Arab leaders are not intellectually or technically qualified to lift the living standard of their people, thus indirectly inducing Africans to turn away from the Arabs and towards the Israelis for teachers and technical assistance. They cripple the bird's wing and then condemn it for not flying as fast as they. The imperialists always make themselves look good, but it is only because they are competing against economically crippled newly independent countries whose economies are actually crippled by the Zionist capitalist conspiracy. They can't stand against fair competition, thus they dread Gamal Abdel Nasser's call for African-Arab unity under socialism. Malcolm X with early leaders of the Palestine Liberation Organization. Messiah? If the religious claim of the Zionists is true that they were to be led to the promised land by their Messiah, and Israel's present occupation of Arab Palestine is the fulfillment of that prophecy, where is their Messiah whom their prophet said would get the credit for leading them there? It was Ralph Bunche who negotiated the Zionists into possession of occupied Palestine. Is Ralph Bunche the Messiah of Zionism? If Ralph Bunche is not their Messiah, and their Messiah has not yet come, then what are they doing in Palestine ahead of their Messiah? Did the Zionists have the legal or moral right to invade Arab Palestine, uproot its Arab citizens from their homes and seize all Arab property for themselves just based on the religious claim that their forefathers lived there thousands of years ago? Only 1,000 years ago the Moors lived in Spain. Would this give the Moors of today the legal and moral right to invade the Iberian Peninsula, drive out its Spanish citizens, and then set up a new Moroccan nation where Spain used to be, as the European Zionists have done to our Arab brothers and sisters in Palestine? In short, the Zionist argument to justify Israel's present occupation of Arab Palestine has no intelligent or legal basis in history, not even in their own religion. Where is their Messiah?
Joining me now is Jeremy Bash. He's former chief of staff at the CIA and the Department of Defense and an NBC News national security analyst. Jeremy, good to have you with us.
Israel's military objectives, Kate, I think it's important to note, is to try to isolate Gaza City and not to bulldoze the entirety of the Gaza civilian areas.
What Kate Snow failed to mention when she brought on Jeremy Bash was that he leads a consulting firm that, according to the New York Times, worked for Raytheon, which is the defense contractor that makes missile components for Israel's Iron Dome. Brought him on as an expert to talk about the war between Israel and Hamas, and didn't mention that he runs a consulting firm that works for a company that stands to directly profit off of that war. And that is not his only conflict of interest. Now, here's more from a fantastic piece of reporting by The Lever. Bash has close ties to the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, AIPAC, the powerful pro-Israel lobbying group. He was previously a staffer for the group and emceed portions of its annual policy conference in 2019. So this isn't some tangential relationship. This is a direct relationship. He works for AIPAC. And Bash isn't the only person with conflicts of interest that's been popping up on cable news to give their supposed expert opinion. On October 12th, Fox interviewed Michael Allen, who's a managing director and partner of Beacon Global Strategies. That's the same consulting firm that Bash leads. And here's a clip from that interview.
I heard all of these suggestions that the Israelis are going to commit war crimes because they need to go after terrorists in Gaza. So I thought it was outrageous and just sort of speaks to this latent anti-Semitism, which I believe is in all sorts of quarters across the globe.
Now, that same day, CNN interviewed a different official at Beacon. Now, neither Fox nor CNN disclosed their guests' affiliations with the consulting firm. MSNBC and NBC have also interviewed officials at West Exec Advisors, which is a consulting firm that has advised Boeing, who provides GPS guidance bomb kits to Israel. Now, according to the American Prospect, West Exec has also represented Windward, which is an Israeli AI company that creates surveillance software to track ships in real time. And in one interview, John Brennan, who is a principal at West Exec, spoke to none other than Jen Psaki, who previously worked as a senior advisor at West Exec. Here's a clip of Brennan reacting to Biden's trip to Israel, which was just announced at the time of this interview.
Well, I think, first of all, it reflects the depth of President Biden's support for Israel and his support for Israel to be able to defend itself against these horrific terrorist attacks. And clearly, he also is going to emphasize to the greatest extent possible the importance of trying to protect civilian life and in Gaza, and to ensure that there's going to be some type of humanitarian relief for all of these thousands, millions of citizens in Gaza who have not had anything to do with these attacks.
Ian, let me just sort of try to make an example for everybody. If one of these cable news hosts brought on a supposed expert on the Middle East to talk about the war between Israel and Hamas, and that person had connections to selling weapons to Hamas, that individual show would be canceled right then and there. They would be fired, so fired, and everyone involved in bringing them on would be fired. But it's fine to bring on all these experts and allow them to give the pro-Israel argument without any disclosure of their direct relationships with the selling of weapons to Israel. These corporations and these organizations that directly benefit financially from selling weapons to Israel is so patently corrupt. And again, shout out to The Lever for this excellent reporting, but it's so patently corrupt and it seems like no one cares. And I'm sure that they're gonna do it more throughout the coming weeks. And as this war continues, they're gonna continue to bring these people on as experts and allow them to deliver this argument that is, again, going to benefit these organizations, these corporations that they have direct connections to. It's infuriating to watch, and it's so frustrating to know that it's gonna continue to happen.
Yeah, so I think that the people in Washington, if they read the Lever story, they watch this story that we're doing here, they genuinely won't get it. And they're like, I don't understand what these radicals are saying. Like, do they not want us to have high-paying lobbying jobs? Then how would we pay for our kids' private school? Do they want us to identify every time somebody's a defense contractor on air? That would we spend half the time explaining all the different connections that different people we bring on, we call strategists, are actually all lobbyists for defense contractors or pharmaceutical companies. What do you want us to do? Expose the whole game to the actual viewers? Yeah, that's exactly what we want. Yeah, and there's no way they're gonna do it. And so it's fundamentally dishonest. Let's take the most benign example, right? So look, of course, as Ray said, you would never have a Hamas spokesperson and not say that on air, let alone the fact that you'd instantly be fired, but you should be, right? Now, I don't think you should be fired for having a person from AIPAC on. Those are not the same things. AIPAC is deeply problematic in America. I don't agree with their policies, and they fund campaigns against progressives in particular. But obviously they're not a terrorist group, but they are lobbyists. They're very.
For the first time in years, a Palestinian refugee camp is under Israeli curfew. A raid that began in the early hours of Thursday in Nur Shams near Tulkarim in the north of the occupied West Bank is showing no signs of ending.
The violence in the Middle East, in Gaza in particular, has unfortunately expanded beyond Israel and Gaza and is now spilling over specifically into the West Bank, where protesters have grown significantly since the explosion at the Al-Ahli hospital. Now, the Palestinian Health Ministry has said that Israeli forces killed 7 Palestinians during raids on the Nur al-Shams refugee camp on Thursday. Health officials said that one of the victims was a 16-year-old boy, something you should keep in mind as I give you more details, especially in regard to the excuses used in regard to the killing of these individuals. The Palestinian Red Crescent said its medics treated 25 people in Nur Shams, the majority for gunshot wounds. Now, the Israeli military said in a statement that it was continuing to operate in the Nur al-Shams camp to thwart terror activity. So I'm guessing the excuse in shooting and killing a 16-year-old was that he's a terrorist, I'm sure. Now, sadly, that's just the latest in a trend of increasing violence. At least 61 people, including children, have been killed in the occupied West Bank since October 7th, when Hamas launched its unprecedented surprise assault on Israel, according to the Palestinian Ministry of Health there. More than 1,250 have been injured. And just last week, armed settlers attacked an apartment, leaving 4 Palestinians dead. Here's more on that.
12-year-old Abdul Rahman can't sleep at night. His sister Rabia says he's too scared to be alone. His home in the village of Khusra, just south of Nablus, was attacked by Jewish settlers. You can see them here in this video, lobbing rocks and firing at the property, shattering the windows. Inside, the floor littered with glass, scars of bullets scraping the walls, a bleak emptiness. 4 local Palestinians were killed in this attack. On the way to their funeral the following day, 2 other locals, Ibrahim and his son Ahmed Wadi, also shot dead. Images of the lost plaster the walls in Khusra. Hani Odeh is the mayor here. His community lives in fear, he says, constantly attacked by Jewish settlers. And he says it's getting worse.
The situation is so bad. You can't even describe it. We're living in a devastating psychological state. None of us can sleep.
Now, just to give you a few more details about the funeral killings, Hani Odeh, which is Khusra's mayor, said that he had informed a member of Israel's coordinator of government activities in the territories that he was going to attend the funeral along with Ahmad and Ibrahim. Now, a few hours beforehand, the Israeli official told him to take a different route than the one they would usually take to avoid settlers in the area. But to Odeh's surprise, the road to which they were diverted was filled with settlers who eventually shot and killed Ahmad and Ibrahim in their cars. Now, Palestinians in the West Bank are increasingly worried about confrontations with some 700,000 settlers, as well as IDF soldiers. The latest killings come against the backdrop of a year in which the West Bank has seen a surge in settler attacks, including one that an Israeli military commander called a pogrom. As of mid-September this year, the United Nations had reported 798 settler-related incidents in the occupied territory, leading to 216 Palestinians injured. In the same period, Israeli forces killed 179 Palestinians in the West Bank.
Yeah. So,
President Biden, are you going to be the president that funds and enables a genocide, or are you? I'm looking right at you, President Biden. Are you going to be the president that funds and enables a genocide, or are you going to be the president that puts your foot down and stops a genocide? That's what we're here to ask.
The woman you just heard from is with an organization known as Jewish Voices for Peace, whose members were arrested just yesterday as they were demanding a ceasefire in the Gaza Strip while demonstrating in the nation's capital yesterday. Now, while the Biden administration remains steadfast in its unwavering and unconditional support for the Israeli government, there are some members within the administration, within the State Department specifically, who have a problem with the unconditional support, as all of these Palestinian civilians are being reported killed in the Gaza Strip. A US State Department official has resigned over US foreign policy on Israel's war in Gaza. Josh Paul is the individual here. He served as the Director of Congressional and Public Affairs for the US State Department's Bureau of Public Military Affairs. So in his resignation letter, Paul made, which he made public. He makes clear that he has a problem with the shipment of weapons to Israel as the Palestinian death toll continues to rise. Paul helped oversee the transfer of US weaponry to allies, a position that he acknowledged was not without its moral complexity and moral compromises. In recent days, US shipments of ammunition and so-called smart bombs and other weaponry have arrived in Israel, which was already the largest recipient of US military assistance. The Biden administration is reportedly preparing to ask Congress for another military package, which will go to both Israel and Ukraine to the tune of $100 billion.
Ridiculous.
And the Associated Press reported that the Biden administration is also getting US defense companies to expedite weapons orders to Israel so they can carry out this war that we're currently all seeing before our very eyes. Now, with that said, I want to go to the letter that Paul put out, because I think it gives you a sense of how much he's been struggling with his role within the government. I made myself a promise that I would stay for as long as I felt the harm I might do could be outweighed by the good I could do. In my 11 years, I have made more moral compromises than I can recall, each heavily, but each with my promise to myself in mind and intact. I'm leaving today because I believe that in our current course with regards to the continued, indeed expanded and expedited provision of lethal arms to Israel, I have reached the end of that bargain. And his resignation letter came just hours after Biden embraced Israel's far-right Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in Tel Aviv and reiterated his steadfast support for Israel. In response, Josh Paul said, I cannot work in support of a set of major policy decisions, including rushing more arms to one side of the conflict that I believe to be short-sighted, destructive, unjust, and contradictory to the very values that we publicly espouse and which I wholeheartedly endorse. A world built around a rules-based order, a world that advances both equality and equity, and a world whose arc of history bends toward the promise of liberty and of justice for all. And he isn't the only one to feel that there are moral concerns in working for the Biden administration and carrying out these actions as this war continues. There are others who have spoken to the Huffington Post, HuffPost as it's called now, to say that they feel that they can't speak out, and that if they do, they might be retaliated against and they might lose their positions from these federal jobs. The UN Independent International Commission of Inquiry on the occupied Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem and Israel, said in a report released earlier this week that the damage and casualties caused by Israeli attacks on Gaza were not proportionate to the military advantage, and so the actions constitute a war crime. The commission added that the prevention of entry of food and medical supplies into Gaza is a violation of international humanitarian law. So there are some people speaking out. It's usually people outside of the United States government, but in this case, you have someone who is brave enough to not only speak out, but give up his position, give up the work that he's been doing in order to speak out.
Israel last night ordered the evacuation within 24 hours of all Palestinians living in the northern Gaza Strip, some 1.1 million people within 24 hours. The United Nations has condemned the order, saying it's, quote, impossible for such a movement to take place without devastating humanitarian consequences, unquote. Much of Gaza is already in the dark as Israel's cut off energy, food, and water supplies. The 7-day Israeli bombardment has killed at least 1,500 Palestinians. Israel declared war after Saturday's surprise, brutal attack by Hamas militants on Israel, where the death toll has reached 1,300. Israel's now amassing tanks on the border of Gaza ahead of what appears to be an imminent ground invasion. Some 400,000 Palestinians had already been displaced prior to Israel's evacuation order last night. Some groups have announced plans to defy Israel's order. The Palestinian Red Crescent Society said, quote, despite the occupation's threats to shell, the decision has been made. We did and will not leave. Our medics will carry on their humanitarian duties. We won't leave people face death alone, unquote. Many in Gaza fear Israel's evacuation order is the start of a second Nakba. 75 years ago in 1948, some 700,000 Palestinians fled from or were violently expelled from their homes upon Israel's founding in 1948. Much of Gaza's population are refugees from families displaced 75 years ago. We begin today's show with Mohammed Shahada, a writer and analyst from Gaza, chief communications at Euro-Mediterranean Human Rights Monitor, columnist at the Forward newspaper, Jewish Weekly in New York. He's joining us from Copenhagen. Mohammed, welcome to Democracy Now! Can you describe what's happening on the ground and first respond to this order from the Israeli government that half the population of Gaza, 1.1 million people, must leave the north and head south, and they gave them 24 hours last night to do it?
Yes, thanks, Amy. I've been through at least 6 Israeli military operations or even more. This is like nothing I've ever seen in my entire life and nothing like Gaza has ever seen in terms of magnitude, scale, level of destruction and death. Entire neighborhoods are totally unrecognizable. With the evacuation orders, it's basically plain and very obvious forcible transfers. And it's most important thing about it is that it's unimplementable. If you know Gaza geographically and physically and the devastation of infrastructure there, you would know that most roads are broken. There's vast electricity, internet outages. People are not getting any news. At the same time, the area that Israel wants people to go out of is the most densely populated part of Gaza and the area with the most safe shelters, these UN schools, although not very safe because Israel bombed a lot of them over the last 6 days. But it's the area with the most UN schools. It's the area with the most hospitals. And right now you have over 7,000 Palestinians wounded in Al-Shifa hospital and other hospitals around Gaza, around the area that Israel wants them to evacuate from. So by the mere act of evacuation, many people are going to lose their lives. The other issue is that there are not enough houses, not enough spaces or shelter in the south of Gaza that Israel wants to push people towards to be in. The only realistic outcome of this is that we're going to have people just literally baking in the sun in 30 degrees Celsius temperature, about 85 degrees Fahrenheit, daily in the sun, in the street, without any access to hospitals, any access to food or water, let alone the sheer terror of Palestinians experiencing a second Nakba. Many people there are saying we're not leaving our homes. The Palestinian Red Crescent said we refuse to evacuate because we're not going to let our people face death alone. At the same time, I'm aware that there is some pressure from European officials and the Israeli government discreetly to sort of backtrack this decision, but they are telling me quite obviously that it's unlikely they would have much influence on Israel without the US coming on board. And until now, the Biden administration hasn't made its mind up about an event that's way, way more horrendous than the Palestinian Nakba. You're talking almost about double the amount of Palestinians that were displaced in 1948, just gone in 24 hours.
We've been trying to reach guests in Gaza, and we're not able to make any connection at this point. Mohammed Shahada, if you could explain more the conditions on the ground and the significance, as I listened last night to the general director of the Palestine Red Crescent Society say, how do we move people out of hospitals with this short amount of time, not to mention more than 1 million people?
Yes, so before the evacuation orders, almost everyone I know in Gaza, they say our knees cannot lift us up. They haven't had any sleep for more than 2 to 3 hours a night, punctuated by constant military airstrikes, because Israel dropped up until yesterday about 6,000 bombs on Gaza in 6 days. That's about a bomb every 1.5 minutes. Every single neighborhood in Gaza was damaged. Every single street area, all the famous sites are completely gone, pulverized. At the same time, the last time I talked to people was this morning. I talked to at least 2 to 3 people, and I lost them as I was talking with them on the line because of airstrikes or running out of electricity and internet. Israel bombed Gaza's main telecommunication company on the 3rd or 4th day of this escalation, bombed it completely, leading to outages in vast areas of Gaza. And the last time I talked to someone, the last one I spoke to is Gazan Irish citizen. He holds Irish citizenship, European. And he was telling me basically this: I only have few liters of water in my home for a family of 6. I don't know where am I going to go. I have a few batteries and they're running out of power. And he doesn't know if he's going to stay alive. Most people I know in Gaza are literally uploading their wills and last words to their social media accounts and begging for forgiveness from anyone that they've ever wronged or done anything to, and saying, please forgive us and we forgive you as well. This is what it has come down to.
Former Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett exploded at a Sky News anchor, Kamali Melbourne, during an interview Thursday after Melbourne pressed Bennett on Israel's attacks on Palestinian civilians. Here's a portion of the exchange.
What about those Palestinians in hospital who are on life support, and babies and incubators whose life support and incubator will have to be turned off because the Israelis have cut the power to Gaza?
Are you seriously keep on asking me about Palestinian civilians? What's wrong with you? Have you not seen what happened? We're fighting Nazis. We don't target them. Now, the world can come and bring them anything they want. If you want to bring them electricity, I'm not going to feed electricity or water to my enemies. If anyone else wants, that's fine. We're not responsible for them.
This is the point.
But you
this
keep
is the
on.
point.
I want to tell you. No. Listen. You listen
you're
to me
raising
right
your
now.
voice, and
I've
we're
heard you enough.
No, I understand. We're trying to have a conversation here. Listen, this is my program. This is my show, and I am asking the questions. You're raising your voice, and I've asked you, and we've already stopped, please, and let me finish. We've already distinguished between Hamas.
I want to tell you, shame on you.
You're trying to speak over me.
We are not. Shame on you.
It's nothing about shame. We're trying to have a conversation about a very serious situation here, and you are refusing to address it.
That's Sky News anchor Melbourne challenging the former Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett, who said to him, "You're daring to ask me about Palestinian civilians?" Mohammed Shahada, your response.
Well, I'm afraid that this is now becoming a mainstream sentiment in Israel, and not just in Israel, amongst official European and American leaders. And in the media as well. If you've been looking at what Israeli politicians are saying, about 2 days ago, an Israeli lawmaker, senior one in the ruling coalition, Limor Son Har-Melech, she wrote on Twitter saying, quote, "There are no innocents in Gaza, flatten Gaza," quite literally, very openly. Now we have the architect, the godfather of the Israeli judicial coup or judicial overhaul, Simcha Rotman. He's now saying that the main goal of this operation is that a Jewish kid can walk freely in Gaza alone if there would be a Gaza at all. So this sentiment is shared widely. But what I find most striking are two things. Number one, European diplomats in the occupied territories are telling me that their leaders, their bosses, their foreign ministries for the last at least 5 to 6 days were not bringing Gaza up to their Israeli counterparts at all. That's the same with the U.S. government. They're not bringing what Israel's conduct in Gaza at all, aside from the issue of the humanitarian corridor. This might change now with the forcible transfer of 1.1 million people, but at the same time, this level of complicitness I've never seen before. And it's the same with mainstream media. I've seen circulation of allegations that were completely debunked of extreme, horrendous atrocities like mass rapes and decapitation of babies being taken at face value by virtually all the mainstream media, circulating immediately and without the slightest work of journalistic integrity or investigation, although it was later debunked. And at the same time, when we have Human Rights Watch coming out yesterday and saying we have solid evidence of Israel using phosphorus munition on Gaza's civilian population, that's a chemical incendiary weapon that burns on immediate and ignites on immediate impact with oxygen, and it burns flesh and bone, and it cannot be turned off, and the toxic fumes of it can be lethal and can cause permanent respiratory damage. Human Rights Watch says Israel is using it. This is a war crime, and virtually not a single mainstream media is picking up and reporting on this. So it's unimaginable, the level of complicity complicitness that I see in this round of escalation. Nobody is calling for de-escalation or ceasefire, not even a humanitarian ceasefire, although they did that in the last major war on Gaza 2014. That was the United Nations and the US. They had a humanitarian ceasefire for 72 hours. But this time there's not even any talk about it, not even a thought for it. And that I find most frightening. I get a lot of questions from my colleagues, family, and people I love in Gaza asking, are we going to stay alive? One of my friends, she says, I just gave birth about a month ago. My baby is clinging to me. I'm afraid if he's going to die from a heart attack from the airstrikes and fear and terror. At the same time that she's afraid that her husband might get killed or taken away from her if there is a ground invasion. At the same time that she's afraid that she's going to end up permanently a refugee in the Sinai desert. These things are unimaginable horrors that are inflicted on Gaza right now with no one intervening to stop it. This is pure madness.
On CNN last night, his former military Israeli analyst said our goal isn't turning Gaza City into a parking lot. Our goal is to turn Gaza into a Hamas-less region. Mohammed Shahada, if you can respond in this last answer.
Yeah, exactly. As I said, Israeli leaders, politicians, and members of the ruling coalition are openly admitting that the goal is flattening Gaza. Simcha Rotman, that's, as I said, he's the architect, the chief architect of the Israeli judicial overhaul. He's one of the top lawmakers in the Israeli ruling coalition. And he's saying openly, the goal is that a Jewish Israeli kid can walk in and out freely if there would be a Gaza at all. He's admitting it very openly. And I've seen the sentiment not just from Israeli politicians, but from Israeli media as well, from Israeli pundits, analysts, and commentators. Voices of reason in Israel are now becoming a shunned minority. Many of them are afraid to speak up because now the atmosphere is so hostile, so polarized and toxic and dehumanizing for people in Gaza that whenever Gaza is brought up, the only thing that's brought up with it is Nazis. Can you imagine if any person in Gaza would refer to Israel as such, how many condemnations would be poured on their heads immediately?
Palestinian officials are accusing Israel of killing over 500 people in an airstrike on a hospital in Gaza City where thousands of civilians had sought refuge. Israel's denying responsibility, claiming the explosion was caused by a failed rocket fired by the militant group Islamic Jihad. Palestinian officials have blasted Israel's claim, pointing out Israel, the military, had already hit the hospital just days before. As we continue to look at Israel's war on Gaza, we're joined by Rashid Khalidi, the Edward Said Professor of Modern Arab Studies at Columbia University, a renowned Palestinian-American scholar. He's the author of a number of books, including his latest, The 100 Years' War on Palestine. Professor Khalidi's new piece for the New York Times is headlined, "The U.S. should think twice about Israel's plans for Gaza." We're going to go to that in just a minute, Rashid, what the U.S. should be thinking about right now. But if you can begin by responding to these developments of the last 24 hours with the explosion at Al-Ahli Hospital and the significance of this.
Well, it's obviously had an enormous significance. It led to the cancellation of a summit that was planned for Amman with President Biden. The Arab participants all pulled out after this atrocity. I think it's also led to increased anger all over the Arab world. There are demonstrations in at least 8 or 9 Arab capitals as a result of this. There was already rage at blanket American support for Israel. And I think this has increased that. I think that it is very hard to believe, given that Israel has threatened hospitals and schools in the past, and it's hit hospitals and schools in the past, and that the kinds of weapons used by Islamic Jihad and Hamas have very limited warheads, that this could have been, as the Israelis claim, a misfire. As you reported, a piece of video that they put up turns out to have been dated from a period after the attack on this hospital. In any case, whoever was responsible, the result will be enormous anger at the United States for its support of Israel, as well as a further increase in this enormous death toll inside Gaza.
Dr. Mustafa Barghouti, the Palestinian legislator and medical doctor himself, said they actually had, in a very short period of time, a number of explanations of what happened. At first, they didn't say this. They said that Hamas was operating underneath the hospital. Then they said they were using Palestinians as human shields, sort of to explain what had happened. Then they came up with this. Now, I wanted to ask you, we had on Sharif Abdel-Quddus, who this award-winning documentary, The Killing of Shireen Abu Akleh, won the George Polk Award for that, documenting what Israel said about the murder of this Palestinian-American journalist. They first said she was killed by a Palestinian gunman, then said evidence was inconclusive. Then, after enormous pressure and multiple investigations by many news outlets and human rights groups, they said they likely killed her, but not intentional, and caught in crossfire, something that was disproven by human rights group after forensic architecture study of the whole thing. Showing it was an Israeli sniper, Professor Halliday.
I mean, Israel has an enormously successful public relations machine. It took them, I think, 45 minutes to put out the specific cover story on this one, and it was immediately knocked down, as I think you've already reported, when it turned out that the piece of film that they produced actually dated 40 minutes after the attack on the hospital.
The New York Times pointed that out, the timestamp. And then they actually retracted the video from X, from Twitter.
Precisely. I mean, they have a well-oiled machine to manufacture cover stories for everything they do. They have been warning hospitals that they are targets since just after this attack, the initial attack. Out of Gaza on the 7th of October. They hit this hospital the other day, as you just reported. They hit a school today. If you read the Israeli press, you have senior Israeli generals and retired generals talking about places like hospitals and schools as targets because they claim there are Hamas bunkers beneath them. So it's hard not to accept that this was an Israeli airstrike or an Israeli bombardment. In any case, I think here perception is reality. Given that Israel has dropped 6,000 bombs, at least on the Gaza Strip in the last 11 days, it's very hard to believe that it will be very hard, at least for people in the Middle East, who know how Israel systematically lies about what it does in military operations, to believe that this was anybody else than Israel. And I think that's the important fact to retain. People in Palestine, people in the Arab world, people in everywhere except in the American, Western European media bubble, are going to chalk this up to Israel's attack on Gaza.
So talk about your piece. The U.S. should think twice about Israel's plans for Gaza. Explain what you see unfolding now and respond to President Biden sitting down with the Prime Minister Netanyahu today and saying the other team did it, attacking the hospital, and go on from there.
Well, I mean, the president has bonded the United States to Israel at the hip since very soon after this horrible escalation started. And in so doing, he's made the United States responsible in the eyes of the world for everything. And this is the latest example of that. He's basically read from an Israeli teleprompter, as he seems to do routinely. When anything relating to the Middle East comes up, it's almost as if his lines are scripted in Tel Aviv at the Israeli Defense Ministry, where their disinformation headquarters are located. And he has, I think, put the United States in a position that I am not entirely sure anybody in his administration realizes. The United States is going to be vilified, not just in the Middle East, as a result of its unlimited support for Israel. What we are seeing now is only the beginning. The munitions that are being sent, the aircraft carriers that have been sent to the Eastern Mediterranean, the huge bill that they're going to put before Congress for, I've seen a figure of $100 billion, is going to cement in people's minds the idea that the United States and Israel are one, which means that whatever happens in Gaza going forward in terms of people being killed, innocent civilians being killed, in terms of population being expelled. Basically, we're talking about ethnic cleansing of northern Gaza, and heaven forbid people actually being forced out of Gaza into Egypt, which is still a possibility, even though the Egyptians have resisted. All of these things will be put down, not just to Israel, but to the United States. And I don't think they fully realize, or if they do, they haven't done anything about it, that this is what the president has, this is where the president has put the United States. For whatever reason, electoral reasons, his own personal sympathy for Israel, it really doesn't matter. We are now in a situation where the United States, in my view, has put itself in a more precarious position in the Middle East than it has any time since the 1967 war.
Talk about what's happening on the northern border, on the Israel-Lebanon border, and Hezbollah, and the back and forth rocket fire that's going on there, and what this could signify.
Well, I mean, the most apocalyptic scenario, which I hope and pray does not come about, would be a full-scale war on the northern border between Hezbollah and Israel. That has the potential to draw many other actors in and turn into an even wider war than that, possibly, heaven forbid, involving Syria and Iran and then indeed perhaps the United States. That would be a real apocalyptic scenario. I have a sense that the United States, Iran, and Hezbollah and Israel are all reluctant to go too far down that path. Any one of them might do something that could provoke that kind of escalation. But the real problem is unintended consequences of actions that are out of control. Whatever Israel or Hezbollah or Iran and the United States may want, there may be actions that will precipitate a rapid escalation. And that would really, I mean, the situation is appalling as it is. It really would be infinitely worse. The devastation of Lebanon that would follow, the involvement of communities in northern Israel would be devastated as well. But the possibility of that growing even wider is to me terrifying.
Talk about who Biden hears. I mean, on the one hand, you have Jordan canceling the summit. He was going to meet with the king, with the Egyptian president Sisi, and with Mahmoud Abbas, head of the Palestinian Authority, who turned around as soon as the bombing happened and said he wouldn't participate. Then Jordan canceled. Now the U.S. is saying they canceled it mutually. But what exactly this means? So the only image is President Biden hugging Israeli President Herzog and the Prime Minister Netanyahu at the airport when he arrived. But even at home, State Department officials afraid to raise the issue of Palestinian deaths. HuffPo had a very interesting piece on thin ice. Some Biden administration staffers feel stifled discussing the horrors in Gaza. And they talk about a call made by the head. Let me see if I can find this. A call with Muslim staffers where they were told to talk about their concerns. And they talked about being afraid of being fired, of being blacklisted if they dared raise the actual concern they have about what's happening and what the death toll could be and the position that President Biden is taking right now.
We're moving into a McCarthyite era where expression of sympathy for Palestinians is equated with terrorism and maybe met with police state tactics. Students are being visited by the FBI. I'm not in the least surprised that a government is sending the FBI to talk to student activists, is clamping down on its own employees who dare to express humanitarian sentiments. You are required now to utter a mantra in which you exclusively talk about Israeli suffering. And if you do not do that, you are branded and doxxed and so on and so forth. That's happening in the in academia and universities. It's happening in companies, and it's, I am sure, happening within the federal government. I have no information about that. But that is in line with the administration's position, which is that this is a one-sided affair in which on the one side is absolute evil, something which, according to administration spokesman, is worse than ISIS, Daesh. And with that kind of Manichaean point of view, clearly anyone who expresses any dissent, you are supporting absolute evil if you talk about anything but the unlimited suffering of Israelis. Now, the suffering of Israelis is unquestionable, but that should be the only obsession of the president and his men and women puts the United States in a position where maybe in the sound bubble of the United States, the so-called Western world, it's comfortable. But with the rest of the world, that will not wash, including countries that are not particularly supportive of Palestine, countries like India, China, and so forth. Those are countries that, and other parts of the world, I think, see things the very, very same way. So I don't know that these people understand the degree to which they're harming this country by this kind of blind, one-sided Israel first approach.
Let me ask you, Rashid Khalidi, if you were President Biden, what would you do right now?
What would I do right now? I would immediately call for a ceasefire. I would make sure that the hostages were released immediately. It is unconscionable that they be held. That would require a negotiation between Israel and Hamas about what the terms for that release would be. I would insist on that. It is absolutely urgent those people be gotten out. Most of those are innocent civilians, certainly the civilians amongst them, or many of them are innocent civilians. The second thing I would do would be to say to Israel, look, there is this Palestine question. It's been the problem for 75 years. If you don't address it, the United States will not be willing to offer unlimited support. And addressing it means talking about Palestinian self-determination, talking about ending the occupation, talking about rolling back settlements, not limiting the unlimited expansion of settlements. I mean, there's a whole set of things without which you will never have a resolution of this. And so I would work towards a lasting resolution of a struggle that's been going on, as I say in the book, for more than 100 years, instead of yet another Band-Aid, yet another attempt to stabilize a status quo, which is massively unfavorable to the Palestinians, and which will only lead to more suffering for everybody concerned.
Really in his heart believes that Israel has a right to exist. I wonder, in his heart, right? For real, if he's going to go here at this time, you have to wonder.
That's right. In the midst of Biden's full support for Netanyahu's war on Gaza, a lot of people are looking for voices of reason. And one of those voices might be the former president of the United States, Barack Obama, who put out a statement on social media and on his Medium post. Yes, people are still using that. Obama is there. And it was actually pretty interesting. There was a lot of support for the current president. There was no disagreement with Biden's strategy, but there were a few choice paragraphs that, as you see there, Mark Kelly from Newsmax had some issues with. But let's look at what Obama said. He said, America itself has at times fallen short of our higher values when we engaged in war. And in the aftermath of 9/11, the US government wasn't interested in heeding the advice of even our allies when it came to the steps we took to protect ourselves against Al-Qaeda. An admission. This was obviously under George W. Bush, but an admission that the steps we took actually set us back when it came to peace in the region. And then he writes, the Israeli government's decision to cut off food, water, and electricity to a captive civilian population threatens not only to worsen a growing humanitarian crisis, it could further harden Palestinian attitudes for generations, erode global support for Israel, play into the hands of Israel's enemies, and undermine long-term efforts to achieve peace and stability in the region. Wow. That is going farther than President Biden has gone, who has not said anything about the cutting off of food, water, and electricity. Finally, and this is what Kelly had the biggest issue with, he said it means acknowledging that Palestinians have also lived in disputed territories for generations. Many of them were not only displaced when Israel was formed, but continue to be forcibly displaced by a settler movement that too often has received tacit or explicit support from the Israeli government. The Palestinian leaders who've been willing to make concessions for a two-state solution have too often had little to show for their efforts, and that it is possible for people of goodwill to champion Palestinian rights and oppose certain Israeli government policies in the West Bank and Gaza without being anti-Semitic. And that set Kelly off. Here's what he said.
This is incredibly inaccurate, basically a lie. This is straight out of the anti-Semitic playbook and worldview, and incredibly insensitive at this moment with what Israel is going through. And the Palestinians were offered a state in 1948. They rejected it, and all of the Arab world. And since then, there have been 3 wars to eradicate Israel.
I'm just pulling things out of my butt. They were offered a state. Anyway, in case you didn't see the writing on the wall when it comes to Barack Obama and where his true allegiances lie, Kelly just had to sort of, drive that one home for his audience at Newsmax.
He is, after all, Barack Obama. Make that Barack Hussein Obama. Under ordinary circumstances, his middle name has nothing to do with anything. But I think we all see where his allegiance lies. It's certainly not with America right now and not with our strongest ally.
He's a secret Muslim. His name is Barack Hussein Obama. Cenk, time is a flat circle. We are back to calling Barack Obama a terrorist. Thoughts?
Yeah. So, look, Barack Obama barely ever gets out of his compound to say anything, to help, etc. So that seems like a funny way to start a compliment for him. But but I'm being serious. I really appreciate that he came out and said this, because he doesn't do it very often, and it's a powerful statement. It's obviously 100% accurate. And very sensible. He's not, it's classic Obama. He's not going.
Netanyahu bears responsibility for this Israel-Gaza war. That's the headline of an editorial in the Israeli newspaper Haaretz. The paper's editors wrote, quote, "The disaster that befell Israel on the holiday of Simchat Torah is the clear responsibility of one person, Benjamin Netanyahu, the prime minister, who's prided himself on his vast political experience and irreplaceable wisdom in security matters, completely failed to identify the dangers he was consciously leading Israel into when establishing a government of annexation and dispossession, when appointing Bezalel Smotrich and Itamar Ben-Gvir to key positions, while embracing a foreign policy that openly ignored the existence and rights of Palestinians," the Haaretz editorial said. We go now to Tel Aviv, where we're joined by Gideon Levy, an award-winning Israeli journalist and author, columnist for the newspaper Haaretz, member of its editorial board. His most recent piece is headlined, "Israel Can't Imprison 2 Million Gazans Without Paying a Cruel Price." Gideon Levy, if you can talk about how Israelis are responding right now, what you feel it's important for people outside Israel, especially here in the United States, to understand and to do at this point as 300,000 reservists move along the Gaza border.
Yeah, Israel is basically shocked, at least in the first 1 or 2 days. You could feel it everywhere. Nobody expected this unprecedented situation. It broke many perceptions, both about Hamas, about the Palestinians, about their capabilities, and about ourselves and our capabilities. But this is now put aside. People are still digesting what happened. The more time passes, the more horrible scenes are exposed. Day after day. I've been to the south the day before yesterday, and I can tell you I've been so many times in the south in times of war. What I saw there was nothing like it happened in the past. But I must say that side by side with what I mention here, there is also a big sense of taking revenge, a big desire to take revenge, and hatred toward the Palestinians is growing up to very, very dangerous levels. Same anger is also directed at the government, less than this at the army. But I think that the government, once this war will be over, hopefully soon, this government is going to pay a hell of a price, and it must go home. I don't see this situation in which Netanyahu continues, and all the ministers around him, who are all of them no-ones, fascists, and part of them would have even been defined in Europe as neo-Nazis. those people who called for all kinds of terrible things to do and did nothing to make Israel prepared for any danger and continue not to doing nothing. That's so astonishing that we are now the 5th day after the war and you don't see the government. They are still preoccupied with their own political careers, with all kinds of political manipulations. Nobody takes care of the situation. The army is preparing itself for a ground operation, but except of the army, I was in so many homes which were bombed, so many people who lost their beloved one. Nobody came to them. Nobody offers them any assistance. Israel is really falling apart from this point of view. And the man who governed Israel for the last 15 years is the one and the only one to be blamed before anyone else. This goes without saying. And I guess at 6 after the war, as we say, million Israelis will go to the streets and they will have only one demand. At least Netanyahu go home. If not, Netanyahu go to court and be sentenced for this irresponsible policy that you have been committing.
Gidon Levy, I wanted to ask you so according to press reports, as many as 1,500 Palestinian fighters of Hamas were killed inside of Israel. So the enormous number of militants who were able to get into Israel. Could you talk about the decision of the government to relocate large portions of Israel's army from the Gaza border to protect far-right settlers on the West Bank?
Sure, that's one of the big failures on Saturday. Not the only one, because the first failure is obviously the surprise, the strategic surprise. We are so proud about the most sophisticated intelligence in the world, with all kinds of those elite units, with all the devices. They know everything, they understand everything. And then an operation which was prepared for 1 year by hundreds of militants, they didn't hear about it. So that's the first failure. The second failure is obviously that the southern front with Gaza was totally abandoned, because we were busy with all the festivals of Sukkot, of those crazy settlers, guarding them, but not only guarding them, collaborating with them with their pogroms among Palestinians. We have clear evidence that the army saw the pogroms and did nothing. And when the army is busy for years now, not only recently, only with running and chasing after Palestinian children who throw a stone, and after all kind of suspected Palestinians, when the army is overoccupied in standing in illegal checkpoints and penetrating to Palestinian homes in the middle of the night to arrest somebody without any legal basis, then this is the result. You get, instead of a professional, motivated, experienced army, you get a bunch of no-ones who don't know what to do in such a situation, because after the first shock, it took still hours and hours until the army showed up. And that's unbelievable.
And this issue of Netanyahu preparing for an invasion of Gaza, you talk about the immense undertaking that this involves, having to go literally house by house or building by building in Gaza to find any of the hostages being held. The enormity of this project.
First of all, to go from building to building is impossible already, because there were many buildings still down, and I'm not sure that how many buildings were left, for example, in the neighborhood of Rimal. To find the hostages alive, really, it's nice for all kinds of Hollywood films. I don't see it happening, for sure not with this army, with its capabilities, as we were witnessing it only on Saturday. The invasion into Gaza has some other goals, namely to put an end to the rule of Hamas. And this is another impossible mission, because you can kill the current top people of Hamas. You cannot kill the ideology of Hamas, and they will always be replaced. Ground operation now is supported almost by all Israelis, because Israelis understand that we have to do something after this embarrassment, after this catastrophe. But in the same time, I must tell you, I can assure you that if Israel will go now for a ground operation, it will take a few weeks or maybe a few months. It will take so much blood of both Palestinians and Israelis, mainly Palestinians, obviously. And by the end of this operation, you will invite me again to Democracy Now!, and you will see that we are standing exactly in the place that we stood 1 week ago. Because as long as Israel continues to believe that Gaza, the problem of Gaza, will be solved by the sword, solved by brutal force, by emotions of revenge, justified emotions, then we will get exactly to the same place. This vicious circle will not be solved by power, not be solved by tanks, and will it be solved by troops. Only by a political agreement, and above all, and first of all, lifting this criminal siege, for God's sake, after 17 years. This siege, to guarantee the security of Israel. So what happened out of the siege, except of the suffer of unbelievable, inhuman suffer of 2 million people? What did it contribute to the security of Israel, this siege? You see the outcome.
We just have less than a minute, Gideon. I wanted to ask you the difference of the cry, the call of the families of the hostages, of older people, of young people, of children, the family members, one after another, talking about being, for example, a peace activist and saying, please use restraint.
Draft resolution has not been adopted.
This was a third attempt to get aid into Gaza.
Abstentions.
And this was the fourth.
The draft resolution has not been adopted.
Russia, China, and the United Arab Emirates voted against a resolution drafted by the United States meant to present a unified position on Israel's war with Gaza.
The final product doesn't reach in any way the most basic standards of quality. It still does not contain a call for a ceasefire. It has no condemnation of arbitrary attacks on civilians and civilian objects in Gaza, and there's no denial of the actions of forced movements of civilians.
The United States and the United Kingdom voted against Russia's draft.
The United States could not support yet another Russian resolution that was put forward with no consultation, that failed to reflect the realities on the ground. It is disappointing that Russia would rather try and score political points and further divide this council than address the current urgent needs of Israelis and Palestinians.
The Russian draft, echoing the UN Secretary General, humanitarian organizations, and the Arab League, called for an immediate ceasefire. The U.S. draft for humanitarian pauses. With neither of them succeeding, the elected members of the Security Council are vowing to try yet again with their own version. Kristen Salumi, Al Jazeera, the United Nations.
The Hamas-controlled Gaza Health Ministry says Israeli forces have killed over 6,000 Palestinians, including 2,700 children. You've previously asked Netanyahu to minimize civilian casualties. Do these numbers say to you that he is ignoring that message?
What they say to me is I have no notion that the Palestinians are telling the truth about how many people are killed.
There you heard him in the face of those numbers. That is our president, Joe Biden, saying that he doesn't believe the numbers that 6,000 Palestinians have been killed in Gaza, half of whom may be children. And I think the reason he probably said that was the way the question was framed. The Hamas-controlled Gaza Health Ministry, as PBS NewsHour's Laura Barron Lopez framed that question. I did just want to say that those are the numbers that international media has been relying on, but not just news outlets, however, but Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, and to also remind everyone that Hamas is the whether like it or not, back in 2007 elected government of Gaza.
Here in northern Egypt, not too far from the Israeli border, where Egypt just dropped a bombshell. Is this a huge middle finger to the United States and Israel? I'll get to that in a minute. Of course, just north of this location is the Israeli border, and now all-out war against Hamas, all-out war against the Gaza Strip. And if you didn't think a world war was possible before with the NATO war in Ukraine, well, get ready. A few hours ago, the Israeli Defense Ministry just announced an invasion and destruction of Gaza. And I'm quoting him now, "There will be no electricity, no food, no fuel. We are fighting human animals, and we will act accordingly." Many people on social media saying, well, that would be a war crime, of course. The term war crime is being used a lot in the past few days. We do have reports now showing Hamas using U.S. weapons meant for Ukraine. Imagine how that happens. We send billions of dollars in money and weapons to Ukraine, only for Ukraine to sell them on the black market to Hamas.
I'm also continuing to push to stop funding the war in Ukraine and push those countries to peace. And now with what's happening in Israel, we're looking at a whole different situation. I want to track the serial numbers of the weapons that Hamas is using against Israel. And I want to know if they came from Afghanistan or if they came from weapons that we provided to Ukraine.
So we're following that part of the story. We'll have a larger report on that later this week. Meanwhile, how many innocent people are about to be destroyed, caught in between this mess? The answer is a lot. The next few hours will be pivotal for people living in Gaza. The country of Lebanon just fired a dozen rockets at Israeli targets, warning Israel, stay out of Gaza. If Israel invades Gaza, that will bring a response from Hezbollah. All bets are off. World war. Nearby the violence, of course, is their neighbor to the south, Egypt, where I am right now. Egypt, of course, shares a border with both Gaza and Israel. They're in that incredibly unique position. And over the past few hours, Egypt sent a stunning message to President Biden and Benjamin Netanyahu saying, no, we will not get involved. The president of Egypt, President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, has turned down a request by the United States to send forces into Gaza to help attack any targets in Gaza. Biden just announced emergency weapons to Israel and, of course, is looking for anyone else that's willing to jump in and help attack Gaza. You know, who else wants to jump in? Is there a coalition of the willing?
Every nation in this coalition has chosen to bear the duty and share the honor of serving in our common defense.
Instead, Egypt is staying neutral, will not send forces into Gaza. Remember, of course, Egypt fought a bloody war against Israel, and more recently, they've dealt with attacks from Hamas here in northern Egypt. So Egypt says it will remain neutral. Unless we are attacked, we will not enter this conflict. This is a big moment. And in recent years, of course, Egypt has been the mediator of these conflicts, the sort of the go-between between Israel and Hamas. And Egypt is calling on both sides right now to end this violence immediately. That's the message just about an hour ago from the Egyptian government. This is a bold
really
move.
Good for business. I don't know if you've gotten the memo or not, but I mean really, really good for business. If you are Raytheon, by the way, or any other defense contractor, you're making boku bucks right now. Raytheon held their quarterly earnings phone call. These are always fascinating to listen into. And a Wall Street analyst was on the call, as they always are. They want to know how well they're performing, of course. And this analyst, the Morgan Stanley analyst, pointed out that war in Israel and Ukraine seems like it's great for your business. Can you give us some numbers and understanding about exactly how it's going to perform? And Raytheon's executives agreed and then showed us just how much money they will make off of this war. I just want you to listen to how sort of sterile this conversation is from a Wall Street analyst and a Raytheon executive. This is unbelievable.
Christine Lewog of Morgan Stanley.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Morning, Christine.
So maybe moving to a defense question. You know, the White House is requesting $106 billion in supplemental spending for a number of national security priorities, which includes over $50 billion in investment for the U.S. defense industrial base. Looking at this request, you've got equipment for Ukraine, air and missile defense for Israel, and replenishment of stockpile for both. And this seems to fit quite nicely with the Raytheon defense portfolio.
It's nice.
So how much of this opportunity is addressable to the company? And if the dollars are appropriated, when would be the earliest you could see this convert to revenue?
How quickly are you going to make money
Christine,
off this?
let me start on that. So, as I think I mentioned earlier in the conversation, we've seen about $3 billion of orders so far related to Ukraine replenishment, and that's really replenishing U.S. war stocks. We expect another $4 billion of orders in the next 2 years. And most of that will play out over the next 24 to 36 months in terms of delivery. So you won't see a big revenue pop even next year from this. As we think about this next tranche, the president's $100+ billion request, which is more than $40 billion for Ukraine, what you're going to see is the same things that we have been seeing, but in much higher quantities. So obviously, the NASAM systems, which is the short-range air defense system, and the AMRAAM munitions that we're using there, we're going to see those orders pick up, we would think, significantly. The same is true with the Patriot air defense system. Again, those are GEM-T missiles that we supply for that. Those are in short supply today. So again, big ramp there.
Yeah, big ramp up there. So, all of this is great for us here at Raytheon. So this is just follow the money, folks. We are all being played in this situation. You can show as many things on television as you want, but at the heart of it is the money. Follow the money. Overnight, we got our latest numbers in dead out of the Gaza Strip. That number is now over 6,000. Look at this. Beautiful Gaza Strip today. More than 2,300 children have now been killed in the bombings there. The U.S. is openly, of course, funding billions of dollars to carry out these attacks. Just look at that. How do you feel about...
That is unbelievable.
How do you feel about this as an American taxpayer? Like knowing... I know we feel so disconnected often from these wars because, the United States is involved, I think, in about 9 or 10 wars right now. But look at the clothing of families just scattered throughout those buildings, substructures. It's unbelievable. And to think that as an American taxpayer, regardless of where you come down on this and all of that, I don't care about your politics and your ideology here, but where do you come down as an American taxpayer knowing your money is going to fund this and they are laughing at you while they're doing it? And pretending that they're not doing it this way. That's exactly how it's coming together. They did the very same thing in Ukraine, of course. U.S. security assistance to Ukraine. Congressional Research Service out with a brand new report. You can see this newly published report by the Congressional Research Service. Since 2014, U.S. weapons manufacturers were enriched tremendously to the tune of $46 billion. So from 2014, when Russia first invaded Ukraine, through October 5th, 2023, so just a few days ago, the United States has committed more than $46 billion in security assistance. So that's separate from all of the additional billions we just sent to Ukraine, right? This was $46 billion to help Ukraine preserve its territorial integrity, secure its borders, and improve interoperability with NATO, according to the State Department, which of course is a giant pile of horse shit. Where did those weapons go? Where did that security assistance go? They went to Ukraine to attack civilians, of course, in the former eastern Ukraine, which is U.S. tax dollars being used to kill civilians. And of course, now over 500,000 Ukrainians are dead as a result of NATO's involvement in the Ukraine war. After the United States overthrew the government of Ukraine and installed a puppet government back in 2014, they carried out a U.S.-backed genocide on the people of eastern Ukraine. The Donbass region, of course. Those attacks lasted roughly 9 years until Russia finally tried to put a stop to it, called up their special military operation. The entire world went ballistic. The entire Western world went crazy, couldn't believe it. And now that the area is officially Russian, and it's still being attacked by American weapons today. Still, despite the fact that Ukraine has basically been wiped off the map at this point. Go ahead, David.
And still today, they are Ukraine's not part of NATO.
Right. No. Isn't it? Great point. Yeah, they still couldn't get their entrance fees through. Hey, you guys used us, created us, turned us into basically an aircraft carrier, destroyed, 500,000 of our people. Can we please get that application approved now for NATO? Sorry. We were using you the whole time. Meanwhile, many of the shells that are being used in Gaza are manufactured by American companies. Here's just one example. These shells used to attack Gaza, and as Minpress reports, these came from the company called Woodward. You can see, and I love how How long until, look at this, you can see Woodward right there. How long until these types of serial numbers and printings on these shell casings are going to be removed in the future? Because they're easily traced and tracked. We can see the serial numbers right here.
What's crazy about that is that proves that they could keep track of this stuff if they wanted to. They've got barcodes on them. So it's like, we have no way to track all these weapons going around the world. Yes, you do. It's right on the bottom of every one of your products.
It's all being scanned and brought right into the theater, brought right into the war theater. Yeah, we know exactly where the stuff is coming from, tracking serial numbers. In fact, Marjorie Taylor Greene 2 weeks ago was worried, of course, about all of the munitions and weapons that we've sent to Ukraine. How many of those wound up in Gaza already? Well, the top shareholder in Woodward, by the way, of that shell that you just saw, is Vanguard, which also has a charitable arm, according to Mint Press, that has been used to funnel hundreds of millions of dollars to the Israeli lobby groups and the Friends of the Israeli Defense Forces.
Okay, that's so shocking.
Of course, the requests from Israel to bring new weapons to the region started immediately.
Did you know that the lobbyist groups in Washington that are pro-Israel really started after the assassination of JFK, because JFK was a proponent of a land dispute between the Palestinians and Israelis. And so that was something that was really top of his foreign agenda. And because he spoke on behalf of giving them statehood, they were really worried about it. Once he was assassinated, they were like, phew, that guy's gone. And so that is really when these lobbyist groups came in and said, we need to start funneling some U.S. money and garnering U.S. support.
Just add that to the list of other reasons why he was assassinated. Of course, the requests from Israel to bring new weapons to this region started immediately. Josh Paul just resigned from the U.S. State Department last week over these arms transfers, and he wrote an opinion piece for the Washington Post, and Aaron Mate points out this specific part of this post. Josh Paul, who resigned as the top State Department official for arms transfers, writes, quote, Israeli requests for munitions started arriving immediately, including for a variety of weapons that have no applicability to the current conflict. These requests deserve the attention we would pay to any large arms package, and I urge a frank discussion. My urging was met with silence and the clear direction that we needed to move as fast as possible to meet Israel's requests. Of course.
I really empathize with how that must feel
Can you imagine?
A well-intentioned civil servant to just say, please, let's not do this. It must be heartbreaking.
Like, you're looking at these requests coming in immediately from Israel, and you're like, why are these trads? Why are all of these things on this list that shouldn't have anything to do with Gaza? Look, what is going on here? Why are we just approving this blindly?
Yeah.
And don't, shut up, don't ask any questions. You're not allowed to ask any questions about it.
And I would surmise that there are more people who feel like him, peace-loving people who work inside the U.S. government than not, but they just have no power.
No,
the U.S. government works as, these separate stations for a reason. They don't collaborate. There's no, team culture at all. It's above his pay grade, sadly.
Sadly. Of course, if you ask these questions, you will be silenced. You'll lose your job. You'll be kicked out. He resigned in protest, and good for him. So over the past 24 hours, the United States has moved more military assets into position near Israel. The Pentagon is deploying 2 carrier strike groups, 11 Burke-class destroyers, a number of Ticonderoga-class cruisers, amphibious assault ships, THAAD and Patriot missile defense systems, multiple squadrons of fighter jets, strategic bombers, and undisclosed assets to the Middle East. And the U.S. is putting their military mouthpieces on television, of course, pushing the narrative that Iran is behind these attacks on Israel. And they're behind the 13 attacks which just struck U.S. military bases in Iraq and Syria. Listen to this Pentagon briefing.
Between October 17th and the 24th, U.S. and coalition forces have been attacked at least 10 separate times in Iraq and 3 separate times in Syria via a mix of one-way attack drones and rockets. So again, those are the initial numbers. We're continuing to work to CENTCOM to ensure we get you the facts on these.
These at least 13 attacks on U.S. forces in Iraq and Syria, do you believe that Iran is responsible for these? Were these all conducted by Iranian-backed proxies?
Well, I think we've been pretty clear on this, and my colleagues at the White House yesterday talked about this as well. We know that the groups conducting these attacks are supported by the IRGC and the Iranian regime. What we are seeing is the prospect for more significant escalation against U.S. forces and personnel across the region in the very near term, coming from Iranian proxy forces.
So there you go. By the way, why do we have military bases in Iraq and Syria? Our military bases were attacked in Iraq and Syria. Why the hell do we have military bases in Iraq and Syria? We are in Syria illegally, so maybe you should leave. Just an idea. You're not supposed to be there. You're illegally there, by the way.
It is an illegal occupation. We showed you maps the last time we talked to Kevork Almasian. It's outrageous how much land we've just sort of taken.
Yeah, but we're there illegally, but you should feel bad for us.
It also frustrates me because every time they say that this was like a proxy of another country, that to me has become speak for, well, they're mercenaries and anybody who pays them will do whatever they want them to do. We paid them a little bit of money and now they're going to lead us into a war. Do you know what I mean? It's like it always ends up being a proxy. It's not like Iran is taking, it wasn't like the Iranian military went in and did this. So whenever it's a proxy, I get skeptical because they can easily say, oh, yeah, it was just a group of,
Of course you should be skeptical. Yeah, you should absolutely be questioning all of this. I hope all of us are doing that because this is all propaganda, right? And so why is the White House thrilled about supporting a war in the Middle East? Why don't they do more to prevent wars around the world? Because it's great for business, of course. Yesterday, a reporter asked White House stooge Karine Jean-Pierre why the White House doesn't do more to stop these wars. And here was her eloquent answer.
Well, if I understand you're saying that he's rallied the troops and brought allies together, and that all makes sense. But I guess, again, the origin of my question was, why aren't we doing a better job preventing these wars in the first place?
That's a good
What
question.
we are doing, and Admiral spoke to this, of course, as he talked about the Middle East, and of course our goal has always been a prosperous Middle East, a peaceful Middle East. He literally went into speaking about what the goal has been and what we're going to continue to do, make sure that there is peace, right? Make sure that we bring our allies and partners together. That doesn't stop. But at the same time, right, if Russia's going to invade Ukraine, we have to be there for Ukraine, right? Trying to take over their sovereignty, their democracy. We have to be there, right? If we have to be there for Israel as they fighting off a terrorist organization, right? Innocent people are being killed. And so the president's going to be there for that. And so, look, it doesn't stop us, deter us from what we're trying to do more broadly in having these diplomatic conversations. You saw, as I mentioned to one of your colleagues, Australia's coming. We're going to continue that conversation on how we're going to help Ukraine and continue to be partners and allies. But look.
Yeah.
She's a Death Eater.
Eloquent.
Man, it's like,
right? That's exactly.
It's like, we're going to bring our allies and everything, and after you have, killed some citizens, and we're going to bring our bombs and guns to bring peace and kill a bunch of other citizens in order to get it.
Yeah, we have to be there.
We have to be there.
It's really hard to be the savior of the world.
This is how we bring peace to great democracies like Ukraine. Ukraine is a bastion of democracy. Suspend elections. Close down churches, burn books. They're a bastion of democracy. We need to go there with our peace-loving bombs. That's how we do it. These warmongering dipshits they don't want peace at all, of course. That's the real answer. She should have been more honest. It would have been great if she was actually honest for once. She'd be like, Mike, if that is your name, Mike, in the back, we don't want peace. All of our politicians are paid for by the military-industrial complex. We don't want peace. That's the opposite of what we want, Mike. Are you a dipshit? Why are you even here in this press corps?
Are you new here?
Are you new?
You don't go here, do you?
You don't go here, dude.
I feel like we're watching Monsters, Inc. It's like, hey, let's try peace. And all of a sudden we try peace and it's more profitable than war.
Yeah, like the laugh. The laugh machine instead of scare tactics.
It's a good one. I like that.
So follow the money. The United States is funding both sides of this genocide right now in Gaza, and it's making war profiteers very happy. As we've reported, the United States openly armed and supported Hamas before, as so did the Israelis. We send money to Israel. They send it to Hamas. They send it to their mosques. We fund them. We pretend like Iran is behind all of this. Here's Senator Lindsey Graham pushing for war in Iran.
You said this week that the only way to keep the war from escalating is to hold Iran accountable, part of what you're talking about now, and that it might mean bombing their oil refineries. Yeah. Have you had any discussions with the Biden administration about this?
A bit. Here's my message. If Hezbollah, which is a proxy of Iran, launches a massive attack on Israel, I will consider that a threat to the to the state of Israel existential in nature, I will introduce a resolution in the United States Senate to allow military action by the United States in conjunction with Israel to knock Iran out of the oil business. Iran, if you escalate this war, we're coming for you.
Are you effectively poised to declare war on Iran? That's very strong language.
I am poised to use military force to destroy the source of funding for Hamas and Hezbollah.
Oh, okay. So the source of funding for Hamas, you mean the United States and Israel with a long track record of doing so? Remember, Hamas didn't exist until we basically created them and funded them.
This is like an SAT question where they're like, Hezbollah is to Iran as blank is to the United States. And you could put any terrorist organization in there. Al-Nusra, right?
Yeah.
You, like, if we're really making comparisons, I'll make you a chart, right? But we pretend we don't have our own proxies and then call out other proxies when it works for our proxies.
Yeah, it's like a three-dimensional chess, and they hope you don't understand how it's being played.
Yeah.
And as the Wall Street Journal points out, money that goes into the Gaza Strip is fully coordinated. This is amazing. Money that goes into the Gaza Strip is fully coordinated with Israel and the United States.
Shocked that they admitted that.
Yeah, it is pretty. Yeah, just read the Wall Street Journal piece on this. So now that we've created Hamas, as we did with Al-Qaeda, let's blame Iran. Now, Netanyahu says today, they're coming for all of us. He stood with Macron because they're trying to drum up support in Europe. Of course, Europe has been... There's been a lot of dissension in Europe right now about what's happening in Israel. So flying in to meet with Macron, to the French minister's office, their prime minister's office, and basically saying Hamas is coming for all of us, and they are coming for you in Europe next.
Test for the West and for civilization is Hamas. If Hamas emerges victorious, we will all lose. Europe will be endangered. Everyone will be endangered. Civilization will be endangered. So if Hamas wins, if Hamas loses and is defeated, then the forces of civilization win. That is why this battle is not merely our own. It's Europe's battle. It's America's battle. It's civilization's battle. It's the battle for the heart and soul and the future of the Middle East.
Yeah. Of course, at the heart of it are civilians being killed, and we don't seem to care about that at all. We are actively funding the deaths of civilians, just like we did in Ukraine, just like we've done in Syria, just like we're now doing in Gaza. Here's John Kirby asked yesterday about all of these civilians being killed. Will this continue, or is there anything we're doing to stop all of the civilian deaths?
This is war. It is combat. It is bloody. It is ugly, and it's going to be messy. And innocent civilians are going to be hurt going forward. I wish I could tell you something different. I wish that wasn't going to happen, but it is going to happen, and that doesn't make it right. It doesn't make it dismissible. It doesn't mean that we aren't going to still express concerns about that and do everything we can to help the Israelis do everything they can to minimize it. But that's unfortunately the nature of conflict.
Yeah, we're going to express concerns about it. So we'll send you our thoughts and prayers.
Okay.
Our thoughts and prayers on Twitter. We'll send out a heartfelt tweet about it.
You know what the silver lining is there is that at least they're admitting in this conflict civilians are getting hurt, and in Ukraine they haven't. You know, they haven't admitted that the Ukrainian army fires on civilians. So if there can be, at least we're getting some brutal honesty, but that sounds awful. He doesn't speak for the rest of Americans. And I don't know, just today, Israeli politicians have called for the resignation of UN Secretary Antonio Guterres for speaking on behalf of the civilian casualties on behalf of Palestinians and calling for his resignation. Well, he's free to do that. But us as Americans should call on the resignation of people who are saying meh about civilian deaths. Can't we do that?
Yeah.
It's not a meh.
No, it's not. So we want to know where we stand on this show. We are anti-war, and we are anti these globalists using the military-industrial complex to line their pockets with money and kill civilians.
Non-pacifists, peace extremists. That's what we are. We have a T-shirt.
Go ahead, David.
Yeah, and I just wanted to say, talking about that, look, Philip, can you bring up the Lindsey Graham video again with no audio and look at the pin he's wearing? Is it an Israeli flag on the right and a mushroom cloud on the left? I mean, that's what it looks like.
Is it?
I don't know if you can play that.
Let's see here.
Let's take a look. Oh, God, he's
such a slime ball that I can't even stand to look at. I'd rather, in this shot, just look at him from the back because he is just an absolute piece of garbage.
Well, I for one feel safer because he's protecting me.
Wait, what is that? It definitely is. Can we pause it? It definitely is a.
It looks like an Israeli
flag.
pin. Yeah.
But what's the thing?
Yeah, it looks like an Israeli flag, and then it looks like a mushroom cloud on the left. Like,
or a Phillies logo.
Yeah, I can't tell. Well, let us know if you guys know what the other pin is.
He is the more warmonger, so it would make sense.
Yeah, he's like, I'm in favor of. Well, he was in favor of nuking Russia, so.
And also a regime change.
Yeah.
In Russia.
And killing innocent and killing Russians. Like he said that's the best money we've ever spent. That's what he says. That's
why he makes the big bucks from the war contractors.
For sure. Well, we've got more news to get to here on your Wednesday. We're going to look at America's military. Can you guess the most obese military in the world? The most unfit for service military in the world? I'll give you one guess, and let's see if you can guess what it is when we come back.
It's not the sumo army?
Actually, that'd be amazing. Can you imagine a sumo army rushing at you?
I don't think they can rush. But
it'd be
we quit.
Yeah.
It'd be thunderous.
But first up, a new scoop from Axios suggests the Biden administration is trying to curb coverage of the Israel-Palestine war. In a recent meeting with American Jewish community leaders, U.S. Secretary of State Tony Blinken revealed that he had asked the Qatari prime minister to reduce the rhetoric from Al Jazeera concerning the conflict in Gaza during his visit to Doha on October 13th. Per Axios, this request implies the U.S. government's concerns that Al Jazeera's framing of the conflict could contribute to escalating tensions in the region. Al Jazeera is funded by the Qatari government but claims to operate independently, although it has faced criticism for reflecting Qatar's foreign policy stance and has been accused by Israel of being a propaganda mouthpiece for Hamas. Blinken's request reportedly pertained to Al Jazeera Arabic, not Al Jazeera English, and aimed at reducing what he described as anti-Israel incitement in their coverage. However, specific examples of the heightened rhetoric were not provided during the meeting. The State Department declined to comment on Blinken's remarks about Al Jazeera, and the Qatari Foreign Ministry did not respond to requests for comment from Axios.
Meanwhile, the leader of Lebanon's Hezbollah group held a meeting with senior figures from Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad in Beirut amid this ongoing conflict in Gaza. Ever since the events triggered by Hamas's incursion into Israel on October 7th, a picture of a video of the alleged strike is up on the screen now. In a statement carried by Hezbollah-run Lebanese state media, the leaders of Hezbollah, Hamas, and Palestinian Islamic Jihad aim to achieve a, quote, real victory for the resistance in Gaza and Palestine while halting Israel's, quote, treacherous and brutal aggression against our oppressed people in Gaza and in the West Bank.
Now, this comes as calls for a ceasefire are ramping up. On Tuesday, the World Health Organization called for an immediate humanitarian ceasefire in the Gaza Strip so that vital resources can be sent to the territory amid the war between Israel and Hamas. Let's watch this recent speech from UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres.
It is important to also recognize the attacks by Hamas did not happen in a vacuum. The Palestinian people have been subjected to 56 years of suffocating occupation. They have seen their land steadily devoured by settlements and plagued by violence, their economy stifled, their people displaced, and their homes demolished. Their hopes for a political solution to their plight have been vanishing. But the grievances of the Palestinian people cannot justify the appalling attacks by Hamas, and those appalling attacks cannot justify the collective punishment of the Palestinian people.
Now, that statement from the UN caused conservative Zionist commentator Ben Shapiro to write on X, vile moral equivalence from the leader of the most isly of international politics, a wretched hive of scum and villainy. Should we just take that last one first since it's fresh?
Sure, we will be talking about later in the show differences in foreign policy views on the right between Ben Shapiro and Tucker Carlson, because Ben went after Tucker as well. I'm not sure why that kind of perfectly fine statement by the Secretary General opposing violence against innocent Palestinians or the Palestinians as a people, while also acknowledging that what Hamas did was murderous and wrong. It seems fine to me. I'm not sure what there is to get worked up about it.
It's really difficult to understand, but that kind of rhetoric has been pervasive. You're right, not among all right-leaning figures, but certainly among this particular cohort. It does feel, and we'll talk about later, I think, some of what is perceived as overreaches on the left, but it does seem like there are these incredible overreaches among these members of the right community who both have flip-flopped on some of the free speech concerns that they articulated before, and who are criticizing speech and language that does exactly as you described, that says, of course, I condemn the October 7th attacks, but also I condemn war crimes against civilians in Gaza. There have been almost 6,000 Gazans killed. Almost half of that population is children, and we should condemn them as well. At the point at which you are criticizing that kind of a statement, you're kind of revealing that you believe that when one says Israel has the right to defend itself, it means, even if it means obliterating an entire civilian population in contravention of international law. And it's curious, I don't know what you would expect for the head of the UN to do, except for at least articulate a desire to uphold international law.
Yeah, I don't think it should be controversial to oppose both of those things, and I disagree with some conservative commentators and, frankly, many Democratic commentators. And
Absolutely.
It's not at all a special feature of the right to be
it's an establishment.
overemphasizing that Israel should be able to do whatever it wants. Yeah, that's not a perspective I share, and that's not a perspective a lot of people in the contrarian foreign policy position on the right want, and moreover that we should not be co-signing what if Israel can and will take the actions it's going to take, but we don't need to be involved in those as well. Speaking of free speech concerns, what we started the segment with is definitely something to be very angry about. This is exactly the same kind. I mean, we shouldn't be surprised at all, because the Biden administration takes the position that it can browbeat media outlets everywhere into echoing its own talking points, that it can threaten social media companies into censoring content that conflicts with their agenda, as we saw about COVID so many times. So it's totally in keeping with how Joe Biden and his acolytes feel about what their relationship to media outlets should be. And this is the exact danger of having the government has some right to police misinformation or hate speech on social media. Who gets to define what that is? There's no actual agreement. A lot of things one person finds hateful, one other person thinks is true, and you should be able to discuss them. And putting pressure on a media organization, I guess a media organization not headquartered in the U.S. is not necessarily under First Amendment protection, but certainly our government officials should still be constrained from doing that kind of thing.
And what's interesting about the story is that there's no evidence given. There's not even an attempt to point to specific stories or to any types of coverage that the U.S. is saying is incendiary or a problem.
Right.
I do think that.
But even if it was, we should have. I mean, if they could find tons of examples of very incendiary anti-Israel content in Al Jazeera or otherwise, I would still say it's utterly inappropriate for Blinken to do anything about it.
But I do think that the problem is that telling the truth is potentially perceived as incendiary if the truth involves reporting on, for example, Glenn Greenwald just surfaced a World Health Organization report that says Gaza's entire hospital system is on the brink of collapse, saying that there are, quote, 400 children repeatedly either killed or injured daily. Hospitals are forced to perform surgeries without anesthesia, a horrifying humanitarian crisis. You know, if you're reporting on the sheer number of deaths of civilians, including the large number of children, if the pictures themselves of the violence that's being inflicted on the population of Gaza is incendiary, then what are you saying? That Al Jazeera reporting on the truth is a problem? And in fact, there was a really telling interview. Israel's former Prime Minister Yair Lapid that was going around over the course of the last 24 hours or so, in which he basically argues exactly that. He said, quote, if the international media is objective, it serves Hamas. if former prime ministers are basically acknowledging that reporting the news is a problem for Israel, and our government is now also participating in trying to enact that censorship on one of the only ongoing reporting outlets that's there. The reason that we have all of that video footage live of the bombing of the hospital is because Al Jazeera had a live feed, and we're going to return to that story a little bit later in the program. But the idea that that video, one of the only pieces of evidence we've had to parse to see what really happened that night on October 17th, would be in any way suppressed, I think should be deeply concerning for everybody.
Yeah, absolutely. Not the domain of government to decide what news media can cover, and it's alarming. Again, when we purport to defend liberal values, Enlightenment values, just as in Ukraine, we think it's very important to support, or the U.S. government thinks it's very important to support Ukraine and the Zelensky regime, even though Zelensky banned dissident newspaper, attacked the free press, attacked rival political parties. That what are we fighting for if we give up those values in a conflict? Those values are specifically for conflict, and we'll be talking about it.
The streets in Queens. CBS 2's Alicia Reed reports from Astoria.
For blocks on end, this crowd rallied down Steinway Street in Astoria.
We're so surprised with all of the people that came. It feels like such a community, and we're all just coming together.
They're calling attention to the lives that have been lost in Gaza this week and the ongoing plight of Palestinian people.
We are here. We are their voice. We're here to support the cause. We're here to make sure that everybody knows that Palestine has to be free.
They tell us attacks against their people have increased here in the States since the war broke out.
I have seen an increase in kind of
hatred towards Muslims in general, because people assume that, all Muslims are correlated with that.
People came from far and wide in support of their neighbors.
Because we are Muslim, we got to support our brothers and sisters.
All races, all ethnicities, all religions. It's just really nice. A bunch of flags, so it's really nice.
Anytime you have an oppressive situation, people are not getting basic human rights. It's important, no matter your race, religion, ethnicity, for you to show up and to do your part to make sure that everybody's getting the care they need.
People here say it was important for them to come out and speak up for those who can't speak for themselves, because today may be someone else's community and tomorrow might be theirs. In Astoria, Queens.
Let's start right now with Jenna Barnes, who's live in the loop. And Jenna, supporters of Palestine are protesting the ongoing violence in Gaza, and they are on the move as we speak.
Yeah, they are, Pat. Hundreds of protesters from the Palestinian American community and their supporters started here at Federal Plaza, and they are now marching. They are on the move to Israel's consulate. We've got Skycam 9 live overhead of that march. We want to show you that video. The rally formed as an emergency protest in the wake of the hospital explosion yesterday that killed hundreds of civilians. The organizers of the rally tell me they do not believe Israel when it says it didn't strike the hospital, and they don't believe the current U.S. intelligence assessment either, which also says that Israel is not responsible. Israel claims the Islamic Jihad militant group misfired a rocket within Gaza and caused that deadly blast. We've been talking to the protesters out here who were a part of the crowds. Many of them have family in Gaza and the West Bank, and they are outraged by the loss of civilian life. They're worried about their families.
It's very hard. You cry yourself to sleep. You cry yourself when you wake up. You come to events like this and you cry.
It's horrific. Honestly, I've been eating, sleeping, and thinking about them constantly. We've been glued to our televisions, our phones. We've been contacting family back home, and it's been an endless cycle of horror.
We hear that emotion over and over again from these protesters. Even as this current protest and this march continues, the organizers are already planning another one for this weekend. We're live downtown. Jenna Barnes, WGN News.
Well, the United States is ramping up additional assets, money, weapons to the Middle East. Israel says it will wipe Iran off the face of the earth if Hezbollah intervenes in Gaza. The Turks seem to be motivated to mediate. We heard from Erdogan over the past few minutes saying he would like to mediate a peace. This flies in the face of what Secretary of State Antony Blinken just said over the weekend, which is we're not interested in any kind of ceasefire, which is unbelievable. Joining me now is Colonel Douglas McGregor, who just wrote a new piece saying that the Biden administration should lead the charge to support a ceasefire. Colonel, it appears they're really going in the opposite direction with Blinken's comments yesterday and now Erdogan coming out and saying, hey, we're happy to mediate a peace here.
No, I think that's true. And it looks as though the same people controlling events in Jerusalem are controlling events in Washington. And they are unanimous in their desire for a major war. And I don't think people understand the implications. People are viewing this as Hamas as an enemy that richly deserves to be destroyed. There's no argument about that. The problem is, if you want to destroy Hamas, how do you go about doing it? And collective punishment that involves 2.2 million people is not a very popular way to do business. And particularly at this point in time, because the whole region is seething with anger over the attacks on the civilians in Gaza. There's no debate in the rest of the region about who's responsible. It's Israel. So you have the Israelis and all of their neighbors talking past each other. We are in a position to somehow or another address that and move this out of the realm of inevitable regional war into something more manageable. But there doesn't seem to be any interest in doing so.
The United States moving aircraft carriers, additional assets into the region. You make the point that this, you're right there involved in this. This is a very dangerous prospect for the United States.
Oh, it is. And people don't seem to understand that today's Middle East is radically different from the Middle East of 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago. The last major war was the 73 war, where Egypt and Syria attacked Israel, and Israel ultimately prevailed, although it was from time to time touch and go. Today, the Arab states are far more, I would argue, cohesive. The governments are stronger. They have more technology at their disposal, and there's a greater willingness to weigh in collectively. And today, we're also talking about Turkey and Iran as playing a major role, and as a result, Russia. Russia cannot sit idly by if Iran ends up being attacked by us. It will feel obligated to intervene because the Iranians have supported the Russians against the Ukrainian proxies. So this has the ingredients in it for a very major war. Now, we're escalating across the boards. We seem to think that escalation works. We've tried that in Ukraine. We've escalated and escalated and escalated, and today Ukraine is in ruins. My great fear is that if this regional war unfolds as I think it might, there may be no Israel at the end of it.
Yeah, you're right. You write in your piece that Israel could become the next Ukraine if we don't watch out. How do you mean?
Well, first of all, Hezbollah that sits up in the north is not simply backed by Iran, but we estimate they have 100 to 150,000 of their own fighters. Plus, some estimates are between 130,000 and 140,000 rockets and missiles, of which at least 40,000 are extremely precise. Now, there's enough armament in Hezbollah to destroy half of Israel. Hezbollah has made it clear that if, in fact, the Israelis march into Gaza with the objective of rooting out Hamas and without regard, frankly, to the loss of life there, and let's be honest, if you're going to march into a city and fight, the notion that you can pick and choose your targets is absurd. So the loss of life will be enormous. This is the catalyst for a regional war. And the Iranians have said it. The Turks have said it. Everyone has said this is unacceptable. King Hussein, or not Hussein, but Abdullah in Jordan gave a brilliant speech in Cairo explaining that he shared the Israelis' horror at what had happened to them and thought that they had responded reasonably under the circumstances, but said collective punishment that involves 2.2 million people and driving them out of their homes and into the desert is simply unacceptable. And this is an impasse because we have a full court press in the United States to emphasize why we should be doing this, why we should be co-belligerence with Israel. And that's effectively what we're becoming in a very real sense. And that puts us at risk of confrontation with Iran, with the Turks, and with Russia.
Israel over the weekend saying that they will consider civilians who are in the northern part, remain in North Gaza, terrorist accomplices, quoting. The Israeli military has told Palestinian civilians living there that if they don't evacuate south, they will be considered an accomplice in a terrorist organization. So trying to root out Hamas, going into these caves, this is going to be an absolute disaster. It's going to be, I mean, we've already seen how much of a disaster this is. And the Israeli infantry going in, talk about that part of it, going into these cave structures where Hamas has been holed up and living in these massive booby-trapped caves. I've talked to some Israeli sources who tell me that they are absolutely terrified what's going to happen to the infantry if they go in. They will be slaughtered by the structures that are underneath those cities and underneath North Gaza. Can you speak on that, the military strategy of this on the part of the Israelis?
Well, keep in mind that the Israeli Defense Force on the ground consists of a small portion of professional soldiers. The vast majority of people that are being mobilized are simply civilians. They're reservists. I've been told that these reservists are not nearly as well trained and prepared as their predecessors were in 1973. That means that they have even less training and less preparation than you would want for such a complex operation. But let's assume you have a couple of weeks to train. You're not going to reach the level of expertise that you would want to deal with what you're describing, these tunnels. And remember that the Israelis have destroyed most of this area in northern Gaza, which makes it much easier for Hamas to defend itself. When you leave buildings intact, you're always at risk of bad things happening, but you have a way to navigate through it to root out the enemy. Now that everything has been rubbled, you have no idea where you're headed and what you're doing. Now, I'm sure the Israelis will use everything at their disposal: persistent surveillance overhead, careful targeting of anything they think is hostile, and I'm sure that the soldiers on the ground will do the best they can. But that's still not going to prevent you from taking very heavy casualties for all the reasons that you cite, IEDs and so forth. Now, there is one other possibility, and that is that the Israelis may decide to use fuel-air explosive. And fuel-air explosive over a square, let's say a couple of square miles, essentially sucks all the oxygen out of the area and then ignites it into a fireball. We use these things in Vietnam. They could certainly use these things against both Hamas and Hezbollah. And frankly, I think for their purposes, it would be necessary. But imagine the response of the region. Imagine how the Turks and the Iranians, the Egyptians, Jordanians, Saudis, Syrians, everyone will feel when they witness this. Again, I don't see this as a very positive outcome for Israel. And I think we're grossly underestimating the military potential of those lining up against Israel. And remember, Russia does not want to be in this. Right. Russia wants to remain neutral. But Russia's relationship with Iran is very, very close. And if you attack Iran, you're going to end up at war with Russia.
Is the center of all of this MBS, Mohammed bin Salman, of course, Saudi Arabia, maybe the most important man in the world at this moment? I've heard that thrown around over the past few days. The idea of a unified Muslim world, the greatest threat perhaps to Israel, a unified front, no divisions between Shia, Sunni, and others. And you have a unified Muslim world saying, down with Israel?
Well, normally the Israelis are very good at practicing economy of enemies. They've always been good at that. Deal with one at a time if you can and turn your potential opponents against each other. Unfortunately, this time, they've done the opposite, and we're helping them to do it over and over and over again every day, and that is that they've united the opposition. You're absolutely right. Now, is MBS in charge of it? I think has a very influential role because of his position in Saudi Arabia, which is effectively for Muslims the equivalent of the Holy Land. So what he says carries great weight. But you've got other actors. You know, Qatar has funded not only Hamas, but also Mr. Erdogan in Turkey. Without Qatari funding, the Turks would be in serious economic trouble. So there are other actors that are playing into this, and you shouldn't underestimate General Sisi in Egypt. The Egyptians have maintained very good relations with the Israelis, but their government cannot survive what the Israelis are doing in Gaza. And the pressure on him to mobilize his army and go forward and fight potentially to protect the Gazans is enormous. Now, if you're an Israeli and you're angry and you're emoting about what you've seen, you may not be satisfied when you've killed 10,000 more or 20,000 more Palestinians. But you've got to have someone who is rational in charge. Everyone is emoting right now. We are emoting, the Israelis are emoting, and so are the Muslims. Emotion is the killer. Emotion leads to bad decisions and bad outcomes. What's needed now is cool, calm, collected thinking. And we need to understand that however much we hate Hamas, taking the current approach is the road to Armageddon in the Middle East. And we haven't even talked about nuclear weapons. And people don't seem to understand that, of course, the Israelis have a nuclear weapon, and they've made it abundantly clear that if pushed to the wall, that they would use it. But they forget that, for instance, Turkey has very close relations with the Pakistani military. The Pakistani military and government has made it clear repeatedly over many, many years that if the Turks need nuclear warheads to protect themselves, they will receive them. So you're talking about a double envelopment, if you will. You're not only dealing with the high-end conventional warfare, the introduction of all these missiles and rockets and unmanned aircraft, you're also dealing with this evil shadow of nuclear exchange hovering over the region. So I keep advising anyone who will listen, back off, think about this carefully. And I'm very grateful that the Israelis to this point have not yet gone in. That gives us breathing space. We need that.
Secretary Blinken yesterday said that he sees no indication that Israel wants to control Gaza in perpetuity. Do you buy that?
Gaza has been a huge problem for a long time. Many Americans are unaware of it, but during the Camp David Accords discussions, Menachem Begin actually offered Sadat Gaza, said, please take it off our hands. We don't want it. And at the time, Sadat said, I've got so many problems inside my own country, I can't take on any more. As a result, Gaza has been this island of misery and misfortune. Now, you could certainly blame that to some extent on the inhabitants, but, you know, people have referred to it, not without reason, as the world's largest open-air prison or concentration camp. Now, the Israelis have had to take stringent measures to protect themselves because Gaza is a permanent thorn in their sides. So I don't think they want it. I think they would like to remove it. The problem is if you push 2 million or 1.5 million or whatever it turns out to be Arabs into the Sinai, which is the real plan I think the Israelis would like to follow, you've just pushed the problem 20 miles away.
Right.
Hamas is more than people. It's an idea. It is steeped in hatred, but it is widely regarded in the Middle East because they will not surrender.
It's a hydra, right? Is it fair to call it a hydra? I mean, and it's not even top down from what I understand. It's not like you have some leader sitting at the top. You have a multiple headed hydra that you cut one head off, it'll just keep popping up.
Yes, absolutely. And I think the Israelis understand that, but their only solution is force. I think you have to somehow or another rob Hamas and others of their raison d'etre. Now, how do you do that? Well, you've got to reopen discussions about the future of the Palestinians, which is something else the Israelis don't want to do. They don't want a two-state solution. They regard that as a threat to themselves. And you have a substantial portion of the people supporting Netanyahu who think this is their opportunity to create a greater Israel that reaches from the Jordan River to the sea. Now, I understand all of these things. I'm an American. I'm not an Israeli. And I'm not unsympathetic. But I don't think it serves Israel's interest to pursue these goals. And if they do, we and they are going to be drawn into a very large regional war in the Middle East. And what have we got to send? We can certainly send ships, although you've got 90 aircraft on each aircraft carrier, of which 40 or 50 are attack aircraft. You have a flotilla that's there largely to protect the carriers so they can launch their strikes, but they're also operating from a very long way offshore, so far that they may have to land in Israel after executing their strikes to refuel. Then they're up against air defenses. Now, the air defenses that are there are Russian, but they're also part of Syria. those air defenses can be turned to use against us. So we'll probably lose aircraft. Then the question is, if you can't influence things on the ground in Israel, what can you do? We have no army. We really have no army anymore. It's down to about 450,000. It's a shadow of its former self. If you can't put forces on the ground, you're not going to change anything. And the Israelis, again, they're talking about a force of 470,000 to 500,000. That's larger than the U.S. Army. 2,000 Marines offshore, 2,000 special forces working with the Israelis are not going to win a war.
And so, yeah, we look at being dragged into a larger absolute mess right now. Armageddon, to use your word. Colonel, I want to encourage everyone to read your latest piece on this. I think it's really interesting and thoughtful, and it raises some really serious questions. You know, if possible that Israel could wind up like Ukraine if we don't watch out as this unfolds here. Thank you so much, Colonel. Great to see you as always. I appreciate it.
Gaza is warning that it will be forced to halt all operations if the UN's relief agency in Gaza is warning that it will be forced to halt all operations if Israel doesn't allow resumption of fuel supplies to the besieged strip. The organization says that it could happen by Wednesday night, when it is expected to run out of fuel. The doctors in Gaza say that the health sector in Gaza is already at the point of collapse. Juliet Touma is Director of Communications for UNRWA. That's the United Nations Relief and Works Agency for Palestine refugees in the Near East. You're joining us from occupied East Jerusalem. Juliet, thank you for being with us. Update us on how much longer UNRWA can keep going.
Yeah, thanks. The coming few hours are really, really critical as we continue to push to get an urgent shipment of fuel supplies into the Gaza Strip. If we do not get this shipment tonight, tomorrow morning, Thursday morning, we are going to be forced to take very tough decisions, depriving people, depriving the communities that we serve from humanitarian assistance in the Gaza Strip.
Very tough decisions. Can you elaborate on that?
Well, if we do not get fuel, we are not able to drive our cars and deliver assistance. We are not able to drive our trucks, meaning the United Nations trucks, and go to the border and pick up the very little supply that is coming through the borders. We will not be able to send wheat flour to the bakeries, so people will not have bread. This is, for many, many families, the only thing they're eating right now. Medical facilities will not be able to operate. Water pumping station will not be able to go on. It's a chain. Fuel for Gaza is life, and that chain is going to be interrupted if fuel doesn't come in. And with that, life for so many people will be interrupted as well, will be cut short.
So you say this is what happens if you don't get fuel in the next few hours. You know, as I do, that Israel has said there is no fuel going into the Gaza Strip. They have not wavered on that. They have not changed their minds since they posed a total blockade on Gaza. Do you have any hope of seeing fuel, as you say, in the next few hours?
There is always hope, and equally there is need.
Well, do you have any information that there might be fuel coming in?
I don't.
So
we just keep calling because the coming few hours are very critical.
Remind us how many people are living in UNRWA schools and facilities.
600,000 people, and the number continues to increase. They have sought refuge because they were forced to flee their homes. In around 150 UNRWA facilities, including many of our schools that we run in the Gaza Strip, we turned those into shelters. But we were forced to open other facilities that were not meant to shelter human beings. Like we have around 8,000 people living in a warehouse where we normally store our supplies. I mean, in that warehouse, the conditions are absolutely appalling. We have reports that 400 people, for example, share one toilet. We are very, very worried about the spread of diseases among people who are sheltering in our facilities because they're overcrowded. Because when we planned for the worst at UNRWA, we planned for 4 times less the number that we have right now in our shelters.
Yeah, we reported earlier what UNRWA has been saying, that currently you're at 4 times the capacity that UNRWA is built for. Because of a sound issue, I actually missed that critical number. Just the number, if you could repeat it, the number of people who are in UNRWA, various UNRWA facilities at the moment.
600,000 people.
Okay. Specific question for you about the fuel. The Israeli military spokesman Daniel Hagari, and you will be well aware of this, has accused Hamas of stealing petrol from UNRWA. He said, quote, "Petrol will not enter Gaza. Hamas takes the petrol for its military infrastructure." Can you speak to that? Is Hamas stealing, or has Hamas stolen petrol and fuel that was earmarked for the United Nations agencies?
I can confirm that there was no looting or stealing of any of our supplies, including fuel, from UNRWA.
Do you have any idea on where that might be coming from? I mean, I don't want to get you to speculate, but we do need to address this.
Cannot comment on that. I'm not in a position to comment on a statement or a tweet. I cannot.
Okay, I completely understand it, but equally, I think you'll understand that I have to ask you the question. So again, it bears repeating. You're telling us none of the aid that goes into Gaza and that is destined for the United Nations goes into anyone else's hands. Am I correct about that?
Yes, because we are a neutral humanitarian organization. We are what we call direct implementers. We have 13,000 staff members on the ground. They take those supplies and they distribute them or use them for the benefit of the communities that we serve. We have a very, very tight scrutiny system that looks into how is humanitarian assistance used for the benefit of the people that we were mandated by the General Assembly of the United Nations to serve.
And can you guarantee that, since you're in a territory where, that is at war? Can you guarantee that none of the aid for the UN goes anywhere else?
We have been on the ground in Gaza for more than 7 decades. We have staff members who have been screened themselves. We have systems in place for monitoring and evaluation and for investigation. We have reports that go to our donors on how the money is used and how the assistance is used. We have been working in the Gaza Strip for more than 70 years now, and this is how we've done it. And we are direct implementers. It means that the assistance that is given to people is given by United Nations workers who have themselves gone through a screening.
Juliet Touma, Director of Communications for UNRWA, the United Nations Relief and Works Agency for Palestinian refugees in the Near East. You told us 600,000 people are currently sheltering in your facilities, and you're going to have a major breakdown in what you can do, if not a total stop on what you can do, if fuel doesn't come into the Gaza Strip in the coming hours. We thank you for your time today.
The horrors of the war on Gaza on full display in the Security Council, with urgent calls to help civilians on both sides front and center. The UN Secretary General says it's not enough to blame Hamas.
It is important to also recognize the attacks by Hamas did not happen in a vacuum. The Palestinian people have been subjected to 56 years of suffocating occupation.
The comment unacceptable to Israel, who demanded his resignation. But Russia, China, the UAE, among many council members calling for an immediate ceasefire. A call that was noticeably absent from the draft resolution the U.S. had hoped to put to a vote.
The key point here is the need for a swift ceasefire. The fact that it was not included in the Council draft was a step in the wrong direction and could be interpreted as Council's support for Israel's plan to conduct a ground offensive in Gaza.
Russia countered the U.S. with its own ceasefire resolution, while the UAE and other Arab states said the only hope is a two-state solution.
We're facing a spiral of violence, a war based on despair over decades of occupation, injustice and oppression. Innocent people are being killed.
The U.S. says it's working tirelessly to get aid to Gaza, while blaming Iran and its proxies for fueling the conflict.
If Iran or its proxies attack U.S. personnel anywhere, make no mistake, we will defend our people, we will defend our security, swiftly and decisively.
Iran's ambassador accuses the United States of exacerbating the conflict by overtly aligning itself with Israel. Passionate speeches and intense diplomacy have so far failed to yield a unified position in the Security Council, prompting the Arab League and the Organization of Islamic Cooperation to offer their own resolution for a ceasefire in the General Assembly later this week. There, no country has the power to veto it. Kristen Salumi, Al Jazeera, the United Nations.
For many Palestinians, social media may be one of the very few venues to tell their stories firsthand. But even there, they say, they can be subject to censorship.
I just went on TikTok and said, this is my new account. Boom, 3 seconds. That's all the time that it took, 3 seconds only.
To shut you down.
To shut me down.
Journalist Fatin Alwan is one of many Palestinians who's complained of being banned. And as the war on Gaza escalates, social media companies have come under pressure to tighten their grip on content even more.
The European Union wrote to both X and Meta, which owns Facebook, urging the companies to take down misleading posts and videos and comply with European law.
But weeding out misinformation can be tricky, with several official narratives for the same story. One example is the Al Ahli hospital blast in Gaza last Tuesday. Here's Riyad Mansour, Palestine's UN ambassador, responding to a journalist during a press conference on it.
The Israeli Prime Minister said, and I quote, the intelligence from multiple sources said it's the Islamic Jihad is responsible for the failed rocket launch. Your response?
He is a liar. His spokesperson and digital spokesperson tweeted that Israel did the hit. So,
to what extent is disinformation and censorship on the internet steering the conflict? I'm Malika Bilal, and this is The Take.
It is a horrific night in Gaza where an airstrike hit a hospital, killing hundreds. Who hit the hospital is in dispute.
The exchange of blame between Palestinian and Israeli officials over who's behind the strike on Al Ahli hospital in Gaza quickly turned into a battleground of narratives and counter-narratives on social media. Our fact-checking agency at Al Jazeera, Censored, investigated the blast.
So what we know so far with clear evidence is that whatever the Israelis claimed in their press conference and in their statements just after the incident is absolutely false. The projectile that hit the hospital was not misfired by any Palestinian armed groups.
Al Jazeera senior investigator Abdullah Ahmed and his team analyzed hours of videos and photos while taking a deep look at the timeline.
We have two clear visuals, live streams of the incident. One of them is actually from Al Jazeera live stream, and the other one is from a live stream from Tel Aviv, where it's a live stream of Gaza, and it's synced with the live stream on Al Jazeera. So the fact that both live streams are synced helped us paint a full picture of what happened at 6:59 Gaza time and what happened with the incident, where basically there were projectiles fired from the Palestinian armed groups toward Israel, and there were interceptions to these projectiles. However, after they were intercepted, the hospital was hit from outside Gaza.
Abdullah says his team collected photographic and video evidence of the moment of impact that was posted online in places like Telegram.
The way we verified these live streams and the way we verified the other visuals as well is directly through geolocation and through making sure that we managed to find the original source of it. So by doing this verification, And by establishing this timeline, we're able to verify it, we're able to paint the picture, and we're able to understand what happened, which is basically refuting whatever the Israelis claimed.
Here's part of Al Jazeera's investigative report.
Going back to the Al Jazeera live feed at 18:59:35, we can see a single rocket launched from Gaza. This is the rocket in question. This rocket can also be seen on the Israeli CCTV video. 15 seconds later, Al Jazeera's live feed shows that the same rocket was intercepted at exactly 18:59:50. This interception has the same afterglow seen in previous interceptions. A closer look at the video captured by the Al Jazeera live feed shows the rocket being completely destroyed and broken apart in the sky. According to all feeds and videos analysed, this rocket was intercepted and was the last one launched from Gaza before the bombing of the hospital.
Verifying information on social media is not an easy job. Creators behind false content may sometimes be deliberately spreading propaganda. Mark Owen Jones, Associate Professor of Middle East Studies at Hamad bin Khalifa University in Doha, told us how misinformation can be weaponized to steer public opinion and justify certain actions.
Atrocity propaganda is really using the most egregious, violent, and brutal forms of conflict for purposes of propaganda, whether you're inventing them or they're real and exploiting them. And in order to capture attention, then when you've already got this threshold of horrendous activity, it means having to go to even the most egregious, most violent, most awful acts imaginable in order to capture the attention of potential viewers, in order to evoke their sympathy and win them over to your side. And I think the narratives we heard about babies in particular and children, the false narrative about 40 beheaded babies that has become famous, that was spread initially by Israeli accounts.
The shocking sight of babies and young children with their heads cut off meant that the soldiers who found them and recovered their bodies were seen crying and comforting each other.
This narrative is one example. The narrative that Hamas faked the death of a young girl and used the doll wrapped up in a shroud to generate international sympathy. There's one narrative that was not verified, again from an Israeli source, that highlighted, or mentioned rather, how Hamas had ripped a baby from a pregnant woman's womb. Now, why have this? Obviously, they're designed to make Palestinians look brutal and violent.
It's this kind of propaganda that one Palestinian digital rights advocate we spoke to is trying to challenge.
My name is Marwa Fatafta, and I work at a global organization called Access Now, and I lead their work in the Middle East and North Africa region.
So I imagine with a job like that, you have been very busy over these past couple of weeks. What has life been like for you?
It's extremely so. On a personal level, of course, it's been very, very difficult and traumatizing, watching everything happening back home.
Marwa grew up in the West Bank city of Hebron. Now she works in Hamburg, Germany. I asked her about last week's strike on the hospital in Gaza. What did you make of what you saw online when it came to what happened at this hospital?
It's been quite fascinating, and not in a good way, to see how overpowering disinformation can be. We're used to Israeli authorities playing according to a very specific playbook when it comes to how they cover up their crimes. The first thing is to mislead the public with sort of disinformation. When the Palestinian-American Al Jazeera journalist Shireen Abu Akleh was killed, the first thing that the Israeli authority did was to tweet a piece of disinformation suggesting or saying that Shireen was actually shot by Palestinian gunmen. And I remember at the time, I think they even posted some footage to show where the location of the gunman. And then, thanks to journalists and also human rights organizations who've conducted an investigation into those allegations and found that actually the location of the footage that the Israelis provided was distant from where Shireen was shot and killed. And then later on, they resorted to another narrative, and that is, well, she was probably caught in crossfire. And later on, they said, well, maybe it could be an Israeli soldier that killed Shireen, but we are going to investigate. And of course, if the Israelis investigate themselves, they will never, ever admit to committing crimes. But the process is very clear. Like, the first thing is you throw a piece of disinformation, so everyone then becomes busy with, does this really happen? Or who is responsible for it? Is it Israel that bombed the hospital? Or is it Islamic Jihad?
And there are blurry lines between whose accounts you can trust online and whose you can't.
I have seen accounts on X or Twitter that have been sharing also disinformation based on ideological lines. They do investigations, they can rebuke or confirm whether a piece of information is right or wrong. But these accounts themselves have also been spreading disinformation, which makes it difficult for ordinary people to know what is right, what is wrong, what is actually true and false here.
I wonder if part of that has to do with AI, because artificial intelligence has played a big role in some of the misinformation that people are citing online. You can easily generate pictures and videos using AI tools these days, which means you can also generate and spread articles and posts online with those images and pictures backing them up. And something that comes to mind is something that I've seen circulating: videos of airstrikes and rockets launching in Gaza that then turned out not to be real. They were scenes from video games. What's your advice for people to draw a line between reality and fiction?
That's a very difficult question. I think question everything you see, because unfortunately, as you said, generative AI has produced like a new level of threat to the issue of disinformation. There are, of course, tools out there that could help people to see if the certain images actually has been doctored and whether it's synthetic media or real. But we need to build that literacy.
Disinformation isn't the only obstacle Palestinians and others face online. Censorship is another battle some are fighting in the cyber world. More on that after the break. So Marwa, your job is to keep an eye on digital rights in the Middle East and North Africa, and that of course includes Palestine. So shortly after Hamas launched its attacks on Israel, followed by the ongoing Israeli airstrikes in Gaza, social media companies like Meta, X, formerly known as Twitter, and TikTok announced that they were suspending accounts for people who had violated their content policies.
Amidst the ongoing Israel-Hamas war, X, formerly known as Twitter, has removed hundreds of Hamas-affiliated accounts from the platform. The move came in response to European Union industry chief Thierry Breton's 24-hour ultimatum to Elon Musk to tackle the spread of disinformation on X.
Now, several users announced that they had been impacted by these bans, and they complained of anti-Palestinian censorship. Mm-hmm. And then you had news organizations as well. Quds News Network, one of Gaza's independent news outlets, announcing that they had recently been banned on Facebook. What do you make of these bans and what people are saying is happening to them?
First of all, these bans are real. And unfortunately, we have been grappling with this online censorship of pro-Palestinian voices for years. 2021, when Sheikh Jarrah protests and campaigning online had erupted, we saw back then how prevalent and egregious censorship was and how social media companies were quick to clamp down on Palestinian voices. The excuse has always been, oops, it was a technical glitch. We, as a human rights organization or digital rights organization working with many others, have been campaigning loud and clear that this systematic censorship needs to stop. And, at that point, we had insisted that there should be like a post-mortem, third-party, independent investigation into Meta's actions. There was an investigation, and the results were clear that, first of all, the Palestinian content is being over-moderated and censored. The culprit behind this censorship is anti-terrorist policies, by which many Palestinians are not able to express themselves or to refer or use certain words, such as the word shaheed, which means a martyr in English, and that's how Palestinians refer to their killed. Or, for example, the fact that many of the designated individuals and groups in Meta's list, some of them, are Palestinian factions. They're a part, whether you agree with them or not, support them or not, they're part of the political fabric. And in the case of Gaza, they're actually the de facto government. So for journalists, for people, it's quite commonplace to refer to these organizations and individuals.
So, Marwa, social media companies say their policies apply to all users, which includes Israelis. But the Arab Center for Advancement of Social Media, Hamle, said it detected more than 19,000 cases of hate speech and inciting content in the Hebrew language on X since October 7th. That was the day that Hamas launched its attacks on Israel. Do you think that these policies apply to all users, or are there double standards?
Well, I can tell you something for sure. What companies say and what companies do are two different things. And they, of course, say that their policies and content moderation terms of services apply to all of their users. But that's categorically not true. The resources and the investment and whether it be human or algorithms or systems that are invested and allocated for moderating content in different languages is not the same. And I shared with you the example of our campaigning in 2021 and the investigation that was conducted into Meta's actions in the context of Israel and Palestine back then. And one of the things that came out, indeed, that there was bias in the way the company applied its policies, but also that one of the reasons why hate speech was rampant and still rampant in Hebrew is because the company did not have Hebrew hate speech and incitement to violence. There is for Arabic, and it's not actually perfect because in Arabic there are so many dialects. Then there is, of course, the question of the policies themselves, because at the end of the day, who sets the rules? In the context of Ukraine, when Russia invaded Ukraine, Meta came out in full support of Ukrainians' right to self-defense and had made exceptions to and carve-outs to existing policies. They even made a carve-out that allows people to call for the death of Putin and Russians. Then they rolled it back after backlash. None of these, let's say, carve-outs, exceptions have ever been extended to Palestinians.
Finally, Marwa, sometimes it can feel like we're just talking about social media. It doesn't really matter in the context of everything else that's happening. But for many Palestinians, especially, social media can be the only venue that they have to tell their stories, especially when legacy media does not feature their voices and is not telling those stories. We've been following Gazans online who are tweeting and posting about their daily airstrikes and their struggle to find water and food in the midst of this.
Hey guys, so today is the third and worst day of the attacks on Gaza. Israel is currently relentlessly bombing the city center of the Gaza Strip. We don't have any shelters, and the situation is so bad. My friends are texting me that they really think this time they're going to just die.
When you take into account what people are using social media
Israel is currently relentlessly bombing the city center of the Gaza Strip. We don't have any shelters, and the situation is so bad. My friends are texting me that they really think this time they're going to just die.
When you take into account what people are using social media for when it comes to a war like this, how then do they continue to post and share with the world on these platforms, given all of the obstacles that they also have to face with these platforms?
Yeah, it's been difficult. At this point, I don't think legacy media is open to the idea of giving Palestinians the space to tell their story and the space to share important context to what is happening on the ground. And social media in the past, and even to a certain extent now, had offered that alternative space when legacy media didn't. I am really concerned because the entire Gaza Strip is in a near complete information blackout. People are not able to have access to reliable internet, which means disinformation will flourish further. There's no one to dispel it or to offer an alternative narrative. And the censorship exercised by social media is becoming even more egregious. The Palestinian narrative, whatever is left of it, out there, is becoming also meddled with or grayed or fought with disinformation machinery. Everyone I know, they've been, becoming creative to find ways to overcome that censorship. What else is left for us to fight and resist this violence we see on the ground, aside from our voices and the need to speak up against war crimes, speak up against atrocities, speak up against genocide, speak up against oppression. And despite the censorship, whether it be by legacy media, social media, the government clampdown, that's the only, space we have, and we need to utilize it as much as we can.
And that's The Take.
Another large Israeli airstrike has occurred in Gaza near Al-Wafa Hospital this time. This is moments ago, the footage that was captured of that airstrike, this in the Gaza Strip. Let's cross to Tariq Abu Azoum in Khan Yunis, inside the Gaza Strip. Tariq, what can you tell us about this strike?
Well, the Israeli occupation forces had increased its offensive strikes on the Gaza Strip in different areas. Different sites in the besieged territory were hit by the Israeli aircrafts. An 8-story building in central Gaza Strip in Al Jalal Street was leveled to the ground on the civilians hit. Dozens of Palestinians at the attack were killed, and dozens others also were injured. The ongoing attacks also continue to take place in Jabalia refugee camp. This densely populated area, considered to be a place that contains more than 120,000 Palestinians, where a one-story building was destroyed. Also, the Israeli raids continued during the last hour in Khan Yunis city. An airstrike that took place close to the hospital led to the killing of 2 Palestinians, and more than 10 others were wounded till this current moment in the besieged territory.
Okay, Tariq, I want to establish some of the basic facts. Where is Al-Wafa Hospital? Where in the Gaza Strip is it located?
Generally, it's located in the center of the Gaza Strip, in a Shuja'iyya neighborhood. This hospital is providing different kinds of treatments for thousands of Palestinians who are residing in the center of the Gaza Strip. The majority of people who really refuse to leave the houses are receiving a treatment there. Meanwhile, the Israeli ongoing attacks on hospitals really increased around.
I've got a few more questions for you. Al-Wafa Hospital was still operating and still had patients, right?
Well, it seems that it has been out of services due to the Israeli ongoing bombardment in this area, simply because the airstrikes had made more than 12 hospitals in the besieged territory out of services due to the partial and complete destruction of different sites of the hospitals.
Okay, so at the moment when it was struck, which was a short while ago, It was already out of service. Am I getting this right? And therefore might not have had anyone or not many people inside. That's what I'm trying to determine, is whether there were likely people inside the hospital at that point or not.
Meanwhile, all hospitals in the Gaza Strip are very crowded of people who were displaced from their houses. People find hospitals as a safe shelter for them to be evacuated in and even to be protected. Meanwhile, different hospitals since the early beginning of this round of fighting were targeted, and others were threatened with evacuation. Some administrations of different hospitals refused the orders of evacuation. Meanwhile, others continue to partially provide services. To be honest and to be clear, that the hospitals, any hospital that is still open its door doesn't mean that it still keep providing services, medical services for Palestinians, because of the great shortage of fuel in the medical sector. Meanwhile, all hospitals in the Gaza Strip are very crowded of people who were displaced from their houses. People find hospitals as a safe shelter for them to be evacuated in and even to be protected. Meanwhile, different hospitals since the early beginning of this round of fighting were targeted, and others were threatened with evacuation. Some administrations of different hospitals refused the orders of evacuation. Meanwhile, others continue to partially provide services. To be honest and to be clear, that the hospitals, any hospital that is still open its door doesn't mean that it still keep providing services, medical services for Palestinians, because of the great shortage of fuel in the medical sector.
Okay, I understand what you're telling us, that the hospital wasn't functioning as a hospital anymore, but that doesn't mean that it was empty, because there are lots of people who are still taking shelter in hospitals, even when those hospitals are no longer treating patients. Thank you. That's very important information to bring to light at this hour. Is there anything, what do you know, if anything, at this hour about damage done in that area generally? Because we're looking at the picture, and given the size of the blast, it looks like there would have been damage around the area as well.
Well, damages in everywhere inside Gaza Strip, specifically in the north and central Gaza, where the hospital is located. Bombardment is everywhere, and the Israeli ongoing shelling really caused catastrophic damage to residential and even the civil infrastructure, where hospitals cannot keep going in providing treatment for Palestinians. And meanwhile, people who are inside the hospital are really even facing such a massive deterioration in their humanitarian conditions also.
All right, Tariq Abu Azoum reporting live from Khan Yunis. Thank you very much, Tariq. Quick reset before we bring in our next guest. You're just seeing right now the immediate aftermath of a strike that took place a very short while ago on Al Wafa Hospital in the Gaza Strip. It is currently 1600 GMT, so it's 7 p.m. local in Gaza. As we watch those pictures, let's bring in Mansour Shuman. Mansour, you are a resident of Gaza. You're joining us from Khan Yunis. I understand that you're close to where that strike took place. Tell me what you saw, what you heard. Tell me anything you know.
That's correct. We were praying the sunset Maghrib prayer in congregation. We are around 15,000 refugees here in the hospital vicinity. While praying, we heard a very large blast just behind us towards the west of the hospital. Several buildings collapsed, and for the last 1 hour until now, ambulances have been coming in, bringing in dead bodies and injured to be treated.
So you were inside the compound of the hospital that was struck, is that right?
Correct, and I'm still here, correct.
And you're still inside that compound. So our correspondent was saying that people were still inside that hospital, even though it was no longer really operating as a hospital. Can you confirm that?
No, I think you were talking about Wafa Hospital in Gaza City. This is Nasser Hospital in Khan.
Okay, sorry, excuse me. So reset then. Which hospital and which area are you talking about?
Yeah, the question you asked me was, in Khan Yunis, did you hear about the bombing?
Correct.
Were you in this vicinity? I said yes. We were praying the Maghrib prayer, the sunset prayer in congregation. Around 15,000 refugees that are settling here right now. While praying, we heard the bomb behind us, and it flattened 2 buildings. And until now, for the last 1 hour, ambulances have been coming in, bringing in dead bodies and injured people.
Are the people who are being brought in, Are there still enough resources at this stage to give them the medical treatment that they need?
Honestly, the doctors and nurses and medical staff here are some of the bravest, creative people I have ever met. I've lived in several countries and several continents. And what they're doing right now is a little bit of just trying to help prioritize those who can live and prioritize giving them the right treatment given the lack of resources, the lack of medication, the lack of anesthesia, the lack of electricity in some of the units. What's happening right now is genocide. Fuel is needed as soon as possible. Over 50% of hospitals and clinics in Gaza Strip have been bombed to the ground or are not running because there is no more fuel. The ability to provide medical support to the 2.3 million people suffering here is at a red line. And we are asking for the international community, for people to come and listen and try to help bring in as soon as possible fuel and medical supplies into the Gaza Strip and allow the injured, which are over 17,500, whoever needs operations to leave the Gaza Strip and to get the operation done. Where is the humanity? Where is the international law?
What are you seeing as we speak right now?
I'm seeing a lot of ambulances that keep coming in back and forth. I'm seeing until now the effects of the rubble, the dust. A lot of the buildings that were affected had asbestos in them. So right now we are actually breathing very dangerous material.
Israeli officials have made clear that absolutely no humanitarian aid will enter the Gaza Strip unless the Hamas militants who kidnapped Israelis release those hostages. In a statement, Israel Katz, the Israeli energy minister, said the following: "Not a single electricity switch will be flipped on, not a single faucet will be turned on, and not a single fuel truck will enter until the Israeli hostages are returned home." And what that means is that the fate of millions of Palestinians lies in the hands of these terrorists, these Hamas militants, who are so savage and so brutal that they had no problem murdering over 1,000 civilians over the weekend, including literal babies. And I'm terrified for the Palestinian civilians who are now suffering as a result. This is a serious humanitarian crisis. They have nowhere to go, nowhere to flee. Their neighborhoods are being leveled. Airstrikes are constant. Israel is employing this tactic of leveling entire neighborhoods rather than just individual buildings. And Palestinians say they're unable to escape and have nowhere to go, and that entire families have been crushed under the rubble as a result of those airstrikes. On Wednesday, Gaza's only power station ran out of fuel and shut down, leaving only lights powered by scattered private generators. International aid groups warned of a worsening humanitarian crisis after Israel halted deliveries of food, water, fuel, and electricity to Gaza's 2.3 million people and prevented entry of supplies from Egypt. The war has claimed at least 2,700 lives on both sides. In fact, in Gaza alone, 1,500 people have been reported dead, with about 500 of them being children. I have more details for you, including the disastrous fate of the hospitals in Gaza in just a moment. Cenk, I'd like you to jump in.
Yeah. So, look, my take on it is that it lies in two different sets of hands. So, yes, Hamas can turn over the hostages and then presumably solve at least the electricity problem that Israel's threatening. But of course, just as a matter of fact, it is also in Israeli hands. And the Israeli government is the one making the decision to cut off the electricity. Now, you could say they're justified. That's a question up for debate. I don't think it's justified, and I'll tell you why. If I have a family member that was kidnapped by Hamas and is in one of those tunnels, I would be both incredibly scared and enraged, and I would not want to have a conversation about Palestinians and innocent lives and this and that. I would want them to cut off the electricity. So I'm being honest with you, okay? But governments shouldn't run like enraged family members, because then you're going to make a lot of vicious decisions that affect tons of innocent lives. So we've condemned Hamas's brutal acts inside Israel very forcefully throughout here on this show, including the killing of children and babies. So now 500 Palestinian children are dead. How much bloodletting is enough? So if you're saying vengeance justifies the killing of these Palestinians, including their children, okay, I guess you could debate that. But I would come out on the side of don't do that. Why did we all get enraged at Hamas? Why were we so angry at them? Because their actions led to these, and directly, they killed these innocent civilians. So if Israel says, yeah, we're gonna cut off electricity knowing that it's gonna kill all these people, we're leveling these blocks, we're giving some warnings, and some folks are saying, well, you cut off all the power, nobody's hearing the warnings. Again, you could debate the facts around that, but Israel's making a decision. Yes, we are going to punish not just Hamas.
Israelis are bombing the crap out of Gaza, Jake. I mean, it doesn't seem like saving the hostages are a priority at all right now.
Israel's utter bombardment of Gaza with constant airstrikes is so extreme that even Jake Tapper seems pretty appalled by it. While speaking with Biden's national security advisor, Jake Sullivan, on the State of the Union, Tapper expressed befuddlement over why the United States seemed to sit on the sidelines as American hostages remain trapped in Gaza, an area that has been absolutely blockaded and cut off from humanitarian aid, fuel, water. Obviously, they're dealing with like a crazy amount of airstrikes. The civilian death toll continues to increase. So Tapper asked Sullivan about it. Let's see what he had to say.
What's the conversation like in the White House about the US conducting any sort of operations in order to save Americans being held hostage in Gaza?
Well, the president has been very clear that he has no higher priority than getting Americans back safe, Americans who are being held hostage by Hamas.
The Israelis are bombing the crap out of Gaza, Jake. I mean, it doesn't seem like saving the hostages are a priority at all right now.
Well, for President Biden, they are a priority. They're the highest possible priority, and he has sent hostage experts to coordinate and consult with the Israeli government on hostage recovery efforts. We do not at this point have pinpoint location information for where the American hostages are. So we have to continue to refine our understanding of where they are and even, Jake, who they are, because we know there are 15 unaccounted for Americans, but we cannot confirm the precise number of American hostages being held by Hamas at this time.
But don't worry, everyone, because our White House is currently consulting with the Israeli government, which of course is signing off on the airstrikes that happen to level entire neighborhoods in the Gaza Strip. You know, areas where some of those hostages might actually be.
Hostage recovery efforts. We do not at this point have pinpoint location information for where the American hostages are. So we have to continue to refine our understanding of where they are and even, Jake, who they are, because we know there are 15 unaccounted for Americans, but we cannot confirm the precise number of American hostages being held by Hamas at this time.
But don't worry, everyone, because our White House is currently consulting with the Israeli government, which of course is signing off on the airstrikes that happen to level entire neighborhoods in the Gaza Strip. You know, areas where some of those hostages might actually be. But that was just one of the interviews, Cenk, that Jake Tapper actually challenged some of the narratives coming out of the Israeli government and honestly corporate media here in the United States.
In 1964, Malcolm X published an article in the Egyptian Gazette called Zionist Logic, in which he drew parallels between the oppression of Palestinians and Africans. Instead of seeing it as a religious conflict, Malcolm saw Israel as a colonial project serving a wider imperialist agenda, saying European imperialists wisely placed Israel where she could geographically divide the Arab world. In the same year, Malcolm was one of the first African leaders to publicly meet with the Palestine Liberation Organization, as anti-colonial struggles gained traction through the world. Freedom for Palestinians became a touchstone for the international fight against imperialism. As black freedom movements expanded their worldview to situate their struggle as part of a global anti-colonial movement, Palestine also became an important focal point of their solidarity. On August 15, 1967, the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee released a position paper entitled The Middle East Crisis, expressing support for Palestine and criticizing US support for Israel. Organizations such as the Black Panthers argued that freedom would never come for black people in America unless all oppressed people were free. The Panthers frequently spoke of black communities and their relationship with police as living under occupation as internally colonized people. They were vocal in their support for Palestine and met with the PLO in Algiers in 1969. In his 1972 essay, Take Me to the Water, James Baldwin wrote about leaving the US but refusing to go live in Israel, saying, "And if I had fled to Israel, a state created for the purpose of protecting Western interests, I would have been in a yet tighter bind. On which side of Jerusalem would I have decided to live?" Muhammad Ali also declared his support for the Palestinian struggle, marching for Palestinian rights and visiting a Palestinian refugee camp in southern Lebanon. In 1979, Reverend Jesse Jackson met with the PLO and pushed for the US to deal directly with the organization in pursuit of a peace deal.
Just and lasting peace is inextricably bound for a state, for Palestinian people, and the recognition of the PLO as the government in exile with which our nation must negotiate.
This was a significant shift in support for Palestine, moving from radical groups to more mainstream figures who were able to lobby for shifts in US policy. 10 years later, Jackson would find himself in an audience in Harlem as Nelson Mandela addressed a packed town hall.
As far as Yasser Arafat is concerned, I explained to Mr. Sidney that we identify with the PLO because just like ourselves, they are fighting for the right of self-determination.
Like Mandela, Archbishop Desmond Tutu drew global attention to the plight of Palestinians as being parallel to that of black South Africans under apartheid.
The inhumanity that won't let ambulances reach the injured, farmers tend their land, or children attend school. This treatment is familiar to me and the many black South Africans who were corralled and harassed by the security forces of the apartheid government.
Mandela made a historic trip to Palestine in 1999